Good afternoon, Mary McDonald with ABC News. Police are appealing for witnesses to a hit-run crash in West Melbourne in which a woman was killed as she crossed the road. The 22-year-old woman from New South Wales was struck at the intersection of King and Victoria Streets about 2:15 this morning. The driver ran from the vehicle, believed to be a hire car. Detective Inspector Stuart McGregor has told Channel 9 an initial search failed to locate the driver.
We want to have that person come forward now so that we can speak to them, get their side of the story, establish all the circumstances, and then we can proceed.
The state government has announced $11 million for additional firefighting aircraft this summer as it prepares for a long fire season ahead. Emma Younger reports.
Two of the world's biggest firefighting aircraft will again be stationed in Victoria this summer to help stop the spread of any bushfires across the state. The tankers are capable of carrying 12,000 litres of water, retardant and foam. Emergency Services Minister James Merlino says they were used last fire season to help fight devastating bushfires at Wye River, Scottsburn and Barnawatha.
Our firefighting aircraft were absolutely critical.
An extra helicopter and support plane will also be added to the state's fleet.
Fresh food deliveries to supermarket giant Coles will return to normal in Victoria and Tasmania next week, with striking employees returning to work. About 600 staff at the Polar Fresh Distribution Centre at Truganina in Melbourne's west walked off the job for 3 days, calling for better pay and conditions. They've now accepted a new enterprise agreement, which includes better conditions, more secure jobs and a 4.75% yearly wage increase. Tim Kennedy from the National Union of Workers says the staff have been fighting for a better break system and an increase in secure jobs for a long time.
The workers have been struggling about these issues for a number of years and it took this industrial action to move the company. That's unfortunate, but it has happened now and we have agreement and we want to move on.
International aid agency Save the Children is urging the Turnbull government to find resettlement options for those on Nauru after reports that only 15% of refugee children on the island are currently attending school. Attendance was at 90% when Save the Children was contracted to provide child protection and education services inside the centre. The government ended its services in October 2015, urging the children to attend local schools. Employee Jason Ross stayed on to advise the Nauruan government, and he says relentless bullying has made the children too scared to go to school.
This is what really is concerning me, and that is some of those children now, in fact a large proportion of those asylum seeker and refugee children, have now been absent from school for some of them close to 12 months, and we know that the devastating long-term effects that has on a child.
An investigation is underway into a small fire at the Olympic Village in Rio de Janeiro, which has prompted criticism from Australia's chef de mission Kitty Chiller over the silencing of fire alarms. About 100 officials and athletes were briefly evacuated when the fire broke out in rubbish in a car park at the block accommodating the Australians. Ms Chiller says the team was not informed the alarms were silenced while work was being carried out on a neighbouring building, and they only knew of the fire because of the smoke.
What we said from the start was that it was unsafe. You know, people can deal with a lack of cleanliness to a certain degree, but, I'll not have any of our team members in an environment that's not safe.
To sport, and in the AFL, St Kilda will be looking to spoil the party at Docklands tonight and beat North Melbourne. The Kangaroos are celebrating Brent Harvey's 427th game, that number breaking the VFL and AFL record set by Michael Tuck. With the Saints still looking to sneak into the finals, coach Alan Richardson says the stakes are very high for both sides.
It's a game that is important to us. It's important to the Kangaroos. Obviously important to Boomer and for their footy club to make sure that they perform strongly on such an important game for him, and we want to do the same.
In other matches today, GWS faces Richmond in Canberra, Hawthorn plays Carlton in Launceston, Collingwood and West Coast meet at the MCG, and Brisbane and Port Adelaide play at the Gabba. To the weather now, and there's a strong wind warning for the bays and the western central coasts. For the state, isolated showers or drizzle about the ranges and over the northeast. Scattered showers extending from the west during the late afternoon and evening. Cool to mild and partly cloudy. For Melbourne, a mostly cloudy day with a high chance of showers most likely tonight. We're heading for a top today of 16 degrees. Tomorrow becoming sunny, 17. Monday, rain and wind easing, 15. Tuesday, a shower or two, 12. Wednesday, a shower or two, and a top of 13 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
You got the whole world in your hands.
ABC News Digital, local, national and international news live to your mobile device. Access to breaking news in the palm of your hand from Australia's most trusted news source.
In your hands.
On your mobile and online at abc.net.au/news.
Bringing you AFL news from on and off the field, this is the Saturday Agenda.
It's a bit to look forward to this weekend.
Stack to look forward to. Snakes and ladders, where you can go from second to seventh in one go without sort of tremendously bruising your stocks, but you do lose your place.
The Saturday Agenda.
You want to play the best, I'm telling you. That's the best way to go into a final series, is playing the best.
The coach says we need to be aggressive. It's not the off-the-ball stuff. It's aggressive at the ball.
How significant is Brent Harvey's record breaker to you and to his teammates?
He's an absolute champion of the game.
Welcome to the Saturday Agenda.
It's been an honour and a privilege to play alongside him.
On ABC Local Radio and on ABC Grandstand Digital.
It was a night with a huge feel-good factor down at Kardinia Park. Geelong celebrated two of its greats and brought home the 4 points to keep its top two hopes alive in this most tight of seasons. The Bulldogs didn't do anything to harm their stocks in terms of the way they played. It's the injuries that they've picked up in the aftermath that is the bitter postscript to it. It's all for discussion on the Saturday Agenda. Luke Beveridge, the Bulldogs coach, will be our guest, and so too the goal-kicking star of last night, Rhys Stanley, who kicked a handful to keep himself prominent in the Cats' thoughts. Gerard Waitley with you. Mark McClure is with me.
Hey, Gerard, how are you?
Good. What do you think?
I really enjoyed it. I mean, we know the Cats need to frank their form from the last couple of weeks. They had a couple of poor weeks before that, and they won a couple in a row, and then they beat Adelaide at home, and then they had to frank it against a top 8 side again, and they did. They've beaten most top 8 sides in the competition. We understand that, but the Doggies was a great story for me till the last little bit when they just couldn't hang on anymore, and really the game was split between Danger from the midfield, his charge and run from the stoppages in the centre of bounce, and Rhys Stanley's emergence, and it was always going to happen because everyone was running to Hawkins and trying to stop Hawkins, and Rhys got into the right spots, and actually the kid's got some upside. Rhys Stanley, there's plenty of upside with that boy, and he could be a force in the finals if they can hang on to him in that spot.
The sharpest mind is Brendan McCartney, who went back to his roots and headed down to Kardinia Park last night. So, Brendan, welcome.
Thanks, Gerard.
Did you enjoy it?
It was good to go to the footy just as a fan, to be honest, and sit there with everyone else and watch a good game of footy. An experienced team and a young team that you have to beat. They don't beat themselves. You've got to do enough right to beat them because they do turn up every week, and see two of the better players that have probably run around in the last 25 years be recognised for what they've done for a great club.
Give us a quick snapshot of your thoughts on Jimmy Bartel and Corey Enright, given that you were there when they were growing up.
Well, there's a common ingredient in both of them. They're just brilliant listeners and great to work with, and no feedback was ever too hard for them. If there was something not quite right in their game, they would get to work on it. And they both have just incredible capacity to what I call stay in the game and just play. And Jimmy has played 300 games and he's just played every minute flat out from the word go, and Corey Enright's just genius ability to know where to be and know where the ball's going and know where the space is and where the opposition want to go with it. That is a gift. He's been honed and crafted technically, but just both great men and great players.
Jake Nile, the chief footy reporter from Fox Sports. Jake, hello.
Gerard, I enjoyed that game, and I just... One thing about football, we spend a lot of time doing analysis and we look at statistics and we talk about players. We often ignore the fact that luck is a big factor in the game, and the Bulldogs had none. And you look at for Geelong, they've got Caddy coming back. They might have Scott Selwood coming in. They've got Henderson coming back. Their injury list looks very good. They've been pretty poor for about 2 months of the season, but they now find themselves in a much better position than the Bulldogs, who, in my opinion, and be interested in Sellers' thoughts, are no less worthy, and that's luck.
Is it luck, or is it good management and style of play? Because the Doggies play an incredibly combative brand of football. It's hard to do. It's taxing. It hurts you, and their injury list is massive. So is that luck, or is that game style?
I think it's mainly luck. I take your point about the game style. I'd be interested in Macca's thoughts on that. Are there game styles that do cause injuries? Is that
Oh yeah. They play the right way. The Bulldogs. They're combative.
Fantastic.
They hunt the ball. They outnumber. They spend a lot of time in long contests. By that I mean contest after contest after contest, and that's their blueprint. So there's an element of that. There's an element of, but there's also an element of, like Mitch Wallace was just a freakish thing, and then there's. But I think the key thing to remember is they're fundamentally still a very young team, the Bulldogs. They've got some great mature players, but they're running around with pretty much a 3 to 4 year together team, whereas Geelong, they were a very mature team on the ground last night, very experienced. Their backs know the ground, they got the ground set. So you're both right, there's an element of luck, but combative teams, you do get more contact collision injuries.
They had 65 games average, the Doggies, and 116 or 120 average at Geelong. So it's a huge difference, and the third youngest side in the competition this week, and they're in the 8. Yeah. So they're doing a really good job when you think about it.
Would everyone agree that what's happened in the last couple of weeks for the Bulldogs turns this season from I know, Jared, you talk about development teams, and it turns it from a contending year to a consolidation or development, a finals development year, or however you term it.
That's what it was anyway.
Yeah.
They're not, for all that they have achieved through the year, and you never discount the chance of the Cinderella run, they're not in the premiership window this year. So I reckon I think they've had an outstanding season, consolidating and growing, and they will desperately want to win a final because that's the next step. That's what they missed last year. They didn't get that finals victory, but they don't enter the premiership zone until next year and beyond, in my opinion.
And then they'll have Crameri back. They may have a few others back who can actually help in that forward line to settle it down and give it some more strength and stability. At the moment, they haven't got a lot. I really like what Boyd did last night. He actually worked harder. He was stronger at the contest. He led up the ground. He actually took his player to places he didn't want to go to, which is a really interesting start for a young man who's just learning how to play. He's got to get fitter. I tell you, he's not tough enough and strong enough yet, and that'll take a couple of years to do. It's all part of the process. But we saw some signs of it last night, kicking 3 goals, and the dump kick just got from the Boggies, who got caught out couldn't get any short passes away. They had to dump kick into the forward line, and Geelong were too clever for him in that area, and they cleared it out. They had more ball inside 50. They held the ball inside their 50 longer than any other side against Geelong, and Geelong outscored them comfortably. So there's a little sign about experience, about how to handle it and what they can do in the forward line, and experienced defence, what it does to young forwards.
It's Macca, is it that final third of the ground where you've got that kick inside 50, and what a team does in that final third, is that the difference between a finals team and a real contender?
They've got the 2 building blocks that get you in every game and make you very hard to beat and compete against. They're incredible around the ball, have the utmost respect for the continual pressure. They hunt the opposition manically for 4 quarters every week, and full credit to them. But it's more, I think the word is composure, when to look short, as Mark said, when to look across the other side of the ground, when to, hang on, I've got some teammates to use here, and not feel that pressure and rush to force a goal. Let it actually happen and keep the ball alive. And they're getting very close to it. Their bones are incredibly good, and the future's very bright for them.
So more on the Bulldogs with Luke Beveridge as we go. Geelong has finished their games against the top 8 teams. They played 10. They went 8-2, which is superior to any other team against the top bracket. They finish off with Essendon, Richmond, the Brisbane Lions and Melbourne. Where did Geelong sit in your mind in the pecking order, Sellers?
Well, if they win those games, they're going to finish top 2, no doubt. And they're probably vying for that with Adelaide. They'll finish second, third, but when you have a look at the lineups. But Geelong have succumbed to some lesser sides too, and they've been their Achilles heel. Carlton got them, Collingwood got them, I think St Kilda got them, and you would think that they would have been easy beat type teams in a sense, but they're not. They sort of sometimes move the ball so slowly when they move the ball that you can catch them. And the big key for me is that people will be watching last night and watching Dangerfield and sitting there and thinking, how are we going to curb this bloke's influence on a game come finals time? So get ready for that. And once that happens, what happens to the team? What happens to Geelong? Where do they go? Because Selwood was pulled down last night by McRae, and then they had Libber on the ground for a while, who was holding him pretty well. holding it, and all of a sudden they don't tag very often, the doggies. They hardly ever tag. But last night they thought, well, hang on, we got to. And they kept themselves in the game by doing that. Don't tell me the other teams won't do that, because they will.
Where do you sit with Geelong, Mako?
Oh, full agreement with that. I think and they would probably say themselves, where their inconsistency's been is that pressure around and intensity around the ball, and you get that. They've got that brilliant group of, that pair that everyone talks about, and then there's a little bit of inconsistency, but if they can bring that defensively, they know how to set the ground up, and they rarely get beaten in behind. What they're doing very well as a team is protecting that out the back goal. There's the odd one that gets through, but not anywhere near as much as a lot of other teams, and they've got a lot of brilliance forward of the ball. They've got mid-sized, smaller forwards that are athletic, quick. They hunt you, they can score and convert. So for me, if they have that intensity consistently through the next 6 or 7 weeks, they'll be right there, I think.
All right, Rhys Stanley's about to join us, but we lived last night on the Jimmy Bartell front, first to his mum and his junior coaches, and then after, with the last kick of the night, he put a smile on everybody's face, the man himself.
It's a very humbling moment to be here with everything that's been written about him and spoken about him throughout this week in particular. He had determination and he had persistence, but it was always well directed on what he wanted to be able to do. It's the sort of qualities you like to encourage in your son.
Is he James to you or Jimmy?
He has always been James. Always been James, yeah.
So a true night of history here at Kardinia Park. Fittingly, on a Friday night, Jimmy Bartell and Corey Enright with giant images from the banner staring back at them.
What we love about him at Bell Park is that the way he's conducted himself both on and off the field, but that he's never forgetting where he actually started. That's what sort of makes everyone at Bell Park pretty proud.
Well, I coached him at under 15 level and he stood out. He was a superstar player, and even at that age, he was a superstar kid. He was just fantastic.
Dangerfield propelled himself at it. Hand passes to Menegola, gives it to Cockatoo, forward of the play now to Menzel. He gives it to Bartell. Could it be? Yes, it will! Jimmy with the last kick of the night. Kicks the goal in game 300. And he's swamped by the teammates that he's led with such distinguishment across the duration of his career. A magnificent finish. Chris Scott, 2 arms in the air in the box as Bartell was able to put that through. His mum will be thrilled, his wife and son as well.
Jimmy, what a script, what a way to finish with that goal on the final side.
Yeah, I was definitely lurking on the outside there and trying to get a cheap one, found the space, and like a good small forward, I burnt the full forward on the lead, and I flushed it, and unfortunately there's no crowd in the new stand, and just had to wait for everyone and my teammates to get over to me because I was stuffed.
Yeah, there's still some romance in footy. 45 seconds to go to get the ball out to Jimmy, and it was probably classic Jimmy, like in the conditions where he was on the ground on the left, he didn't really expect it to go through, but you got to start expecting it with Jimmy. 300 games in and he keeps surprising.
Yeah, it's always been fun for me. I guess I try and find the fun in footy, and I call it a little bit old school. I don't really get caught up in the grind outside of footy. I still, go grab a bag of footies, and on a Friday night might have a few snaps for goal here and there, and I still enjoy the game. I love the competitiveness of it. I like just competing against people, and I enjoy the highs and the lows of footy when you lose. Just makes me think I can't wait to get back out there and try and win again.
Game 300 was a sweet one for Jimmy Bartell and for the Cats. One of the key men in it, kicking 5 goals and taking 7 marks in what might be his best game in the hoops, was Rhys Stanley, and he's with us on the Saturday agenda. Rhys, welcome.
Thanks very much, guys.
I can think of a game at the Adelaide Oval. Actually, I think it was where you ended up getting injured, and that one is your best 2 for Geelong. Where did last night sit in your mind?
Yeah, it was certainly nice to play well in such a massive game for the club, and obviously the 2 guys in particular, really happy to get the win.
Did you need it? I mean, I can't help but think you're right on the edge. As they really need you playing like that, and then there's a cue for that position in the team.
Yeah, I think obviously form has been up and down, and up and it has been probably right through my career. But it was nice to sort of put one together. But I think it was a reflection of how we played as as a side, and the way we sort of came for the contest and sort of played the game right through. And obviously the Doggies are a great side and number one in contested footy by a long way. So to be able to stick with them in that department and finish the job was really pleasing.
Can you feel your confidence growing during a game like that?
I think so. I was lucky enough to sort of get on the end of one early, and I think any player would say if you can get one away early, it's sort of it makes you stand a bit taller. But I was lucky last night.
No, you weren't lucky. You played really well. What's the key for you? What are you working hardest on to become consistent and to hold that place in the team?
Oh, it's a cliche, but a lot of the simple things. I was out of the side a few weeks ago and had a couple of really basic focuses to go back to the twos and work on, and getting to more contests, being clean around the footy, and basically giving the blokes around me first look at it. Obviously playing in the ruck, so some basic stuff for myself. But I've been certainly working pretty hard on my game off the field, and it's nice to get a little one like last night.
So the competition for places, does it make you determined? Does it make you nervous? This is late in the season. Holding your spot is such a key focus.
Definitely. Competition for spots is super healthy. Any coach, any club would say it. It's a tough gig being in the selection panel, but I think it's great for the team, and it's great for where the club's at the moment. Our twos are playing really well in the VFL, and in the AFL, we're seeing some consistency. So it's been good, and I think competition is super healthy. We've got some players that can definitely step in and play the exact same role.
Reece Stanley's with us on the Saturday agenda. Jake Knoll, Mark McClure.
Hey, Reece, well done. Congratulations. Thought it was tremendous effort and best game I've seen you play. But you've played second fiddle to Rewalt, and now you're playing second fiddle to Tommy Hawkins. Now you want to get over the top of them. And kicking 5 goals last night was the start of it. You need to continue to do that. And I think that you must feel better about yourself, because I think you worry a little bit about yourself.
No, it's not so much getting over the top of players like that. I think it's about working alongside, and I think the way that the team is laid out, and Tom's got that role that he plays, which is unbelievably important. He always provides a contest no matter what, and he's a big, strong man, and the stuff he's able to do is phenomenal. So I think if I can slot in alongside that and use a bit of the running power that I've developed, I think that could work nicely.
You have enormous assets, and you haven't seen them all yet, but that was the start of it last night.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's a start. I think I just got to keep focusing on the simple things and keeping the game simple for myself. Just focusing on those little areas that I know help me play well.
Are you, Reece, are Geelong too reliant on Patrick Dangerfield? If you look at his output each week, he's kicked 3, he's had over 30. This is regular. Do you believe that's the case?
I don't think we're too reliant on Paddy. I think the way Paddy's fitted into the side has obviously, very obviously, been pretty special. But I think with the players that we've got in there as well, and even the players that are playing in the VFL, Scotty Selwood's come back from injury and playing really well. I think he got over 30 last week. Sammy Menegola, a bloke that's come into the side after some really, really strong form in the VFL. George Holland-Smith as well, playing really well consistently. So we've got a lot of players that can go into that midfield. So again, the competition for spots is super healthy. But I think I don't think we're too reliant on Paddy. I think he's playing his role very, very well, and I think dragging everyone else along with him.
Were you aware of the extent of the Bulldog injuries? And in a game, is that something that comes to mind and you think, well, we're in a better position here, or was it something you don't even notice?
Not really, I don't think. Not consciously, you don't sort of look over and think, okay, well, they're 1 down, 2 down, whatever it is, and let's try and exploit or anything. I think you just keep trying to play to the plan that you go in with pre-game, and we knew that obviously in the last quarter they might change some things and become a little bit more attacking. So, maybe we tinkered with a few little things in the last quarter to combat that, but I don't think the injuries sort of changed too much for us.
And Jimmy Bartell and Corey Enright, is there anything you can tell us about them that we haven't heard before?
I don't think so. Just that they're unbelievable men, and to be able to play alongside them last night was an absolute honour for myself, and just to see them with the kids running through the banner at the start of the game and their partners to the side, big smiles on their faces was a special moment, and it was really good for the club to get the win for them.
Reece, I thought you got to really good spots last night on the ground. I thought when Hawkins was in an area, you weren't in his area. You were moving to another space. You were pushing up towards the middle of the ground, and then you were going to the side, so you give Hawkins a chance. And I reckon that's allowed you, because I don't know who's directing you. Is Tommy the man down there? Is he the general? Because what you did last night when I watched you was terrific.
I think as a forward group, we've really got to focus to make sure we're moving. I think every forward group would say the same thing. But Tom's really good in contests, so we've got to get him in as many contests as we can. Obviously, him one-on-one is a massive asset. So to get him in those positions is super important, and the rest of us can sort of feed off of that. The way Menzel's been playing lately, and going for his grabs and marking them, and the way he can get on the ground and move around is pretty good as well. So we don't mind him one-on-one down the line. So it's sort of whoever's there at the time can play that role. But I think, we probably do filter around and use that as a starting point.
Are you getting a little excited about going to September? Going to the MCG and trying to get a medal around your neck?
Yeah, I think it's always in play, every team that's in this position at the moment.
I think it's a yes or no answer. Reece, a yes or no answer.
Definitely yes. I've never played a final before, so it'll be unreal just to be able to play a final with the boys.
That's what we want to hear.
Hey, so just give us an idea, because you're all in the same boat. Zach Smith got left out last week. Shane Kirsten's been left out a couple of times. You'd been left out. Mitch Clark, Blitzavs. Do you know when match committee is, and is there sort of an air of tension? How quickly do you get told whether you're in or you're out so you can prepare yourself?
Yeah, the selection panel, they're really good with that stuff. They do let us know, midweek, and when we do go into the meeting pre our main session, it's definitely something that we're sort of aware of going in. So you can prepare yourself either way. But Zach Smith last week, he just, it was his turn for a rest. He's definitely been playing some really, really good footy. So definitely wasn't a form thing. But myself, a couple of weeks ago, I had to go back and work on a couple of things. And it's good that, like I said before, players can come in and play various roles.
So it's living on the edge, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah, but that's footy, I suppose.
Yeah. It's
Jared, I think you've actually got to be on edge all the time, and if the coaches aren't keeping you out of their way, it's like cattle. They sit in the paddock and they get fat. So you've got to keep pushing them round.
Don't mind it.
Good on you, Reece, and the best of luck for the next 4 weeks and beyond.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Reece Stanley with us on the Saturday agenda. So what's their best setup? Because Smith, Kirsten, Clark, Blitzovs, Stanley is in there somewhere as the right combination, and they're working on it.
Just looking at them, the constant will be Tom and Menzel and the little guys. I think it'll be who lands in form. Every year there's one, sometimes two, usually one who gets in at the right time and fits the group and plays well and stays in there. And if you're winning, less likely for changes to be made. That's how I see it. I think they're a very even group, but seeing young Reece last night, his athleticism is very hard to counter, and when he jumps at it at the highest point, it's a difficult stop.
Is he a better foil for Hawkins, Sellers, because of his speed? Because he's compensating for something Hawkins doesn't have. There was a bit of play last night where he got a goal out the back. How many 6'6" guys could run onto a ball? It's like a Buddy Franklin goal almost.
And finish like that.
Yeah.
Well, he did win the sprint, grand final day sprint,
Yeah.
At 6'6". He's a bloke who actually hasn't trusted himself in the past. A person who is an athlete who's trying to learn the game. But he's actually, if someone's teaching him properly and directing him properly, gee whiz, he's a force if you get him in the right spots. Yep.
Mark McClure, Brendan McCartney, Jake Nile and Gerard Waitley with you on the Saturday agenda. The other side of last night's coin, after enduring so much during the week, is the Western Bulldogs, and Luke Beveridge will join us next.
Richard Feidler and his son Joe journeyed to Istanbul, fired by Richard's passion for the dazzling history of the Byzantine Empire.
1,000 years ago, Constantinople was the greatest and richest city in Europe. It dwarfed its rivals in size, splendour and sophistication.
Now you too can take the same enthralling journey through history, vividly told by Richard Feidler in his new book, Ghost Empire. Book and audiobook available from ABC Shop Online, ABC Centres and all good bookshops.
The Saturday Agenda.
There's many a trial throughout a football season, and the Western Bulldogs are enduring that right now on the injury front and what stocks they are able to get out there. They certainly answered the call in terms of character and resilience and the style in which they committed themselves to it all last night. They don't have the points to show for it, and they have further injury. Luke Beveridge is the Western Bulldogs coach. He's with us on the Saturday Agenda. Luke, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Jared. Yeah, pleasure.
Couldn't have asked for more, could you, in terms of commitment and intent in the way that the players went about it last night?
No, we couldn't. We were, I said after the game that everyone around the boys is extremely proud of, sorry, I'm just going at quarter time here at the Footscray game.
Reinforcements are important.
Yeah, extremely proud of their endeavours, and as you just mentioned, unfortunately we couldn't forge our way or push our way to a result, but there were some things that sort of impeded us throughout the course of the game.
So there are forces that are totally outside of your control, and they're mounting on the injury front. Do you feel like this is nearly at breaking point in terms of personnel?
Well, I think it's a breaking point when you've only got 21 and you can't field 22. So while we can field 22, we'll still keep that sort of glass half full kind of attitude to, going. It's the way we all feel about it. We every time we pick a side, we continue to believe and instill that sort of belief in our players that we can win. And there's no doubt that all our players went into last night knowing that we could really shake Geelong up and give ourselves a chance. But yeah, it's not there yet. But and just looking out there today, we've still got some players, who can come in next week and definitely perform important roles. And but we're, as I alluded to, we want to get back on the winning list as soon as we can, and we'll do everything we can to try and make it against North Melbourne this week.
Are you allowed to have the feeling, gee, we can't catch a break here?
Yeah, I think everyone's feeling that. That's reality. It's definitely there. It's where that tipping point is as far as it's gone beyond bad luck. I don't know, but I think when you get injuries during the week or players pull up sore, but they've got through the game and they can't make it up for the next week, you can deal with that. Okay, but when you're having injuries in game, and every player is important, but even to players who are performing critical roles, there's no doubt it really compromises the probability that you can win. They're just the raw facts, aren't they? But I think we'll get back on track, and whether that's this week or it happens in 2 or 3, I don't know. But definitely looking at the horizon and thinking, well, it's going to be our turn at some point. But the longer term ones, they really concern you.
What are you being told about Tom Liberatore this morning?
Haven't got the results of the scan yet, which I'll get very shortly. Our guys say he's got a syndesmosis injury, which is the separation of the bones at the bottom of the ankle, and that can happen to different extremes. So if he's got a really bad one, that'll see him out for longer than we'd like. But if it's not too bad, then he might be able to come back in the next few weeks. So, but there's no doubt that he'll miss the next part of the four chunk of games that we've got coming up.
Do you feel a bit of anxiety waiting for that result?
No more or less than the others. I think, as much as we're all staying positive with these things. If the medicos give you an indication that it might be on the worst side, then it helps you prepare for that. They think that it's somewhere in between. So hopefully we're pleasantly surprised and it's not as bad. He was a critical part of our plans last night. Tom, he was playing an important role on Patrick Dangerfield, and I think to half time or the time he exited the oval, he was almost the best player on the ground, and it hurt us. That's the impact he can have. The thought of missing out on that means that someone else has got to pick up the slack.
The Bulldogs coach Luke Beveridge with us on the Saturday agenda. Jake Niall and Mark McClure.
Lukey, your forward line had the ball inside there a hell of a lot of time and for long periods of time, but just scrambled. He had the same amount of shots on goal. They just weren't clean enough.
Yeah, hi, Mark.
How are you, mate?
No, we've been a bit like that throughout the course of the year. It's another part of the ground that's lacked continuity. The boys are learning to try and play together. We're definitely endeavouring to be better with our skills. I think last night was an example how we were probably a little bit better at times than we even have been, but still not anywhere near where we feel we can we get to. So, last time we played Geelong, their big key defenders marked a lot of ball, and so we needed to make sure we were using the ball with some better decisions and finding those hit-ups when we need to. There were still occasions where we went long when we didn't have numbers long, and that happened probably less frequently than it did last time. But we're learning. They're still they just haven't been able to play together for long enough periods, and that chemistry will come over time. But we're all a bit anxious about it happening now. Sounds like you included, mate.
Yeah, we all are. But, I mean, look, we like to see you. We like the way you play. We love the way you play. It's an extraordinary thing. I thought Dunkley and Boyd were little bonuses last night that sort of ticked a few boxes.
Yeah, they were. And, even Zane Cordy has only played his third game. We've tried to... I've spoken to him a couple of weeks during the course of the year, and we're planning to bring him in, and he's been injured at training, believe it or not. So
not in the pub.
No, not in the pub. He's been a bit stiff, so it was good to bring him in last night. And we needed to have a tall or two up there to make sure we kept some of their intercept defenders occupied as well. And he played a role down there. In the last half, we were pleasantly surprised with what he contributed, and we felt he was pretty good down back in the first half. So, and Tom and Dunks, in such a hard physical game, they really applied themselves for such young players. So that they continue to get better week to week.
Luke, it's Jake. Was Tom Boyd stung by the suggestion that he should have a pay cut?
Well, if you ask him, he tells me he doesn't pay a lot of attention to it, Jake. I mentioned I was just on another program, and I always, for some reason, it's the parent in me, I think about Tom's mum and dad, who are great people, and the effect that it has on his family more than him, and how, at times people can be so nasty at times. Now, I don't think the ex-players who mentioned that were being nasty. They were just like everyone. I understand why everyone thinks that way, but I mentioned after the game that I firmly believe Tom's a crucial investment for our football club, and that over time he will drag his teammates along and carry them on broad shoulders. And it's just going to take a little bit of time. And as much as people think it's a speculative sort of investment, we believe in the long term. Tommy's going to be a real blue chip and help form that or lay that path to some success.
You won't have Jack Redpath for next year. Are you going to look at getting a replacement even for a short-term period? Because that's a hell of a thing to not have, a hell of a hole to leave for a season.
Yeah, we definitely need to consider that, Jake. We need to do the right thing for our supporters, our members, our club, and we in recent times, and even with Tommy Campbell being injured and missing out on maybe playing Tom a little bit longer up forward, bringing another tall in. We've just been compromised. So having another a key forward, even an experienced one that might be around. There's not too many around, but if there is, we'll definitely need to consider it.
So the president was on with John Fain yesterday, and he said, "Look out for us in the off season." Are you are you having a dip at Michael Hurley full on? Because there is a very strong feeling around that you've at least got him second guessing what he was thinking.
Yeah, well, with all the Essendon players who are yet to make up their mind as to whether they're going to commit again to the Bombers, if any of them decide that they want to move on, then we need to make sure that we bid and we for the players that we think would fit well in our 44. So, yeah, and Michael's one of those players. If he decides that his future is elsewhere, then how could you not consider a talent and a person like Michael Hurley? So he's one of a handful, but we definitely won't coerce and manipulate. It's up to the players to make that decision based on whatever they think of their history and whatever they want of their future. But we'll get on the front foot, or we'll be on the front foot if that's the case that a player has decided to move on.
Yeah, so best foot forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Luke, you're a bloke who's been in here before, and you told us about you don't really tag or run with, but last night you saw fit to do it with Selwood and Dangerfield.
Yeah, we did it with Enright as well, believe it or not. For Tory Dixon.
He did a good job, Dixon.
Yeah, for a while, and he managed to hit the scoreboard, which he did last year playing on Brodie Smith in the final. So it's something that we haven't gone to a lot. We sometimes maybe we have enormous faith in our midfield. At times in that young midfield they're going to have off days, and they have throughout the course of the year. But we just felt last night that what we'd done against Geelong just hadn't worked well enough, and we needed to do things differently. So we had Tom and Clay playing on Patrick, and we had Jack McRae doing a tremendous job on Joel Selwood for a while, and everything seemed to be going according to plan, but someone pulled the rug out from under us.
So I'm interested in that because... So is this now a different coaching challenge for you? Do you have to trade a few different things in and out that may not be your core or your starting plan to get through this phase?
Yeah, well, we talk about in terms of what our core principles or style is, Jared, and that doesn't change whether in the phases of the game. We go in and that's quite consistent, so we don't confuse our players. They know what's working, and if something goes wrong, they've probably identified it before the coaches. But from week to week, we do have different plans, and we're talking about something that hasn't been a plan A or B for us at times. And so it's when you come up against Geelong, and the reality is that those two players in their midfield are just been juggernauts. Their influence on Geelong's success this year, can't be understated. And what we did last time against them didn't work. So what's the definition of insanity? That Aristotle wrote. I won't. We can't keep doing things over and over again if they don't work. And so we took a different approach, and we thought that would help give us that angle, that little leverage as far as the ferocity of what needed to occur, and it did. It really worked for us. But as we know, it falls apart when you lose the key players.
Have you seen a bloke who's dominated a season like this before in Dangerfield? And will you think that the other 8 finalists or other 7 finalists or 6 finalists who play against him will run with him and look at it and say, well, geez, there's a blueprint to stop this side?
I think maybe, Mark, in regards to the latter part of it. I think when Natty Fyfe was at the height of his performance, when he won his Brownlow, he was dominating the competition in so many ways. And in certain aspects of their game, they're definitely very similar in that they're both aerialists as well as ground midfielders, and that's always difficult to combat as well. But I think, as far as Patrick's performances go, he's he's taken it to new levels. I mean, he plays on at all costs, and that breakaway speed. They kicked 5 goals to centre bounce last night. They only kicked 8. Well, only, it's a lot. They kicked 8 from clearances, but as soon as that ball spat from the centre bounce and he headed into their bigger forwards, unfortunately we were a little bit undersized and we couldn't cope with it. So, and he's been doing that all year. So I think teams be mad if they don't, if they don't feel like they can cover it with their group. But if you can keep those two quiet, it'll really help to get your victory.
It's just a quick roll call, if you'd indulge me, Luke, on who'll be available next week. So Liberatore, no. I presume McRae's a no?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Yep. Morris?
Yeah, we think Dale will be available.
Boyd? Matthew?
I think Matthew and the two Matthews, Boyd and Suckling, have both got just niggly Achilles. I'd anticipate that both would be a chance, probably more than 50% chance, but we'll see how we go. They definitely weren't right on a 6-dayer this week.
Yep. All right. Well, that's probably the list. So as we leave you, can you still achieve what you want to achieve in 2016, do you feel, with a month to play of home and away footy?
We believe we can. I think, who knows how the world turns in 2 or 3 weeks. We still think we need to win to be able to play finals, but if we get to the finals and we get the week's break, and which probably suits us a bit more this time around, even though I haven't been an advocate for it. Then just who knows? They're just looking out here at VFL level. We've got some. There's Lucas Webb and Bailey Dale and Toby McLean. Toby McLean's playing his first one back after injury, so there's another boy who's a very, very good player for us. Nathan Rovat's played his second game out there today, and there's one or two others. Rourke Smith, who's a rookie, who's more than capable of playing senior footy. So we've got some players who can come in and perform roles. It's just to what level, and it'd be nice to think that we'll get Jack McRae will definitely come back over the course of the next few weeks, you'd think, but it's just what we can, and maybe Tommy Campbell as well. So we still believe we can, but we'll need to hold it together and drip feed a few back in over the next month.
Hey, Luke,
I want to sneak.
Sorry, mate. Luke, you've been able to field a side in the seconds?
Yeah, well, it's a very big VFL list representation today, Mark. So that's good. That all the boys have been training and working with Ash Hansen and our coaches get that opportunity. But it's a very inexperienced VFL side playing against a pretty strong Box Hill side.
I do want to sneak one more in. This week we saw how much you live it, how much you're invested in it, how much you care about your players, and it was very reassuring to see, I reckon, from the outside, and I'm sure it wasn't planned, it was just how you felt. Is to share that level of, I'm not sure whether it's vulnerability or insight, how did you feel about that sort of being out there for all of us to recognise?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Jared. I mean, I would have liked to have held it together a bit better, but on the other side of it, I'm not that apologetic, or it is the way I'm built. I mentioned after the game that I'm probably as emotional in good times as I am in bad. It's just, I suppose I sense, or I appreciate the contribution or the commitment that everyone has to the cause, and it's quite inspirational to me. And sometimes I get emotional about that. The emotions around what happened after the game last week, it was just so vivid. The noises, the sounds, the visual, and it was just different, and we can't relate it to life. It's not a life and death thing, and when we talk about cancelling, it's just the fact of the matter is that we need to play. We needed to play on Friday night, and so it was crucial that we did everything we can to prepare our players to play as much as anything, and part of that is almost a cleansing and getting ready as quickly as we could. So I'll always be like that. I'll always be a little bit vulnerable as far as the emotions go, but I'll try to hold it together as much as I can.
Looks all right from the outside. Good on you, Luke. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks, guys.
Luke Beveridge, the Western Bulldogs coach, with us there on the Saturday agenda and just the predicament. And Macca, when you hear that they can all come in and play roles, but to what level? So that's the question that sort of hangs over. That the soldier in, soldier out mentality that's the reality, is somebody has to come in, but not everybody comes in on the same level.
Oh, no, Libba's not replaceable. He's a unique player, phenomenal player. I think he's a lot better than most people realise, to be honest. I have him right up in the top echelon of AFL players. But I think what they have done very well is they've consistently changed their team so that there's always about 8 or 10% of the list who, in their own minds, they know that they're not quite ready and they know that they sort of still belong at VFL level, but they've been very good the last 18, 24 months at turning the team over so they all feel like they fit and they all feel like they belong, and they don't get into an AFL team where they're the fresh man in with 18 or 19 that they're every week. They actually come in knowing that they have a role to play, but they belong, and there's no old boys versus young boys, and it's been really refreshing watching what they've done.
The idea of Michael Hurley, I think, looms large at Whitten Oval.
Yes, absolutely. They are in for him. He all but said that. We knew that. I think that's one reason, I suppose, the Boyd deal gets a bit of scrutiny, Jared, is that because of the financial position with the salary cap. I think the other interesting point there, Jared, is that they will look for a Jack Redpath replacement, and the options would be fascinating. I mean, we all, wonder Cloak, who would it possibly be? For a short term, they can now make those decisions about topping up that they haven't been able to make really before, don't you think?
Yeah, and the necessity of having a one-year player for a very specific brief.
They got money in the cap for so long. They didn't have that option and choice. You can't go shopping with no money, and they've now, even with Tom there, they've got room to move and money in the cap to spend.
Yeah, and I think that with Hurley, if you're Hurley and you're Paul Connors, Hurley's manager, they would have to be the first club you would look at.
Yes.
They are the best fit if he decides to leave Essendon, in my opinion.
Yep. You mentioned ticking boxes. He would tick a few boxes at the Western Bulldogs for sure and certain.
I think most clubs would want him, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yep. But I don't think most clubs can get him.
Well, yeah. Unless you sack some and move some on and do all those sorts of things. Maybe you do that for this bloke.
So that's Luke Beveridge and the view out of last night and for what it means to two teams. We cast an eye forward, and there's nothing bigger now this weekend than Brent Harvey breaking the league record for the number of games, which has been celebrated right throughout the week and comes to fruition when Boomer takes the field tonight.
Breaks the tackle, handballs it out. Here's Boomer. Here's Boomer. The superstar delivers just when his team needed it most.
When I first started playing footy, I certainly wouldn't have thought I'd play 427 games. To get one was a huge goal, and I ticked that off, and then you sort of just move to 10, then 50, then 100. And once you start ticking those boxes and you've been here for a while, those milestones keep coming.
Petrie works it down to the front. It comes to Harvey, who boomerangs it home, the Boomer.
I honestly think this will be something that I sit back and reflect on after football career's finished. I think it'll mean and sink in a little bit more when I'm a little bit older.
One by Gibson, handpass forward of the play. Here's Boomer Harvey, 2 bounces, 3 bounces, trademark Boomer, straightens up, 4 bounces, 5 bounces, great goal Boomer in your 350th. That's what we wanted to see.
It just seemed like yesterday in 1995 at the draft. I still remember Ray Jordan's words to Neville Stibbart, our recruiting officer. Neville, you recruited a jockey, and the first time I saw Boomer, I thought, geez, only a tiny little bloke, but geez, he's been a wonderful player.
I've had my doubters along the way, no doubt, but that's all part of it. It motivates me to tell you the truth, to prove people wrong. In really early days, you think, maybe I am too small. But then once you cross that white line on the footy field and I get to do what I do and these bigger guys can't catch me, that's when I was really confident. And I thought, no worries, you might be a foot taller than me, a couple of kilos heavier, but it doesn't bother me when I'm out there.
Zeeble from the Kangaroos from half back around towards half. Ordered bounces. Oh, back Harvey. Harvey, look at him run. He has a bounce. Go Harvey! Harvey kick a goal, you star! Oh, How good was that?
It's just amazing, Brent Harvey. He's just such a professional footballer. He's so good at doing the little things, taking them on, backing himself.
North up to the 50 where Harvey's got a few steps on Mackie. He marks, he looks and he goes. And the old master has 4 in the first half.
Now Harvey from 49 metres, the impossible angle. Boomer Harvey. And that just about brings that house down.
It's about celebrating an incredible milestone, not just for Boomer and for North Melbourne, but for the AFL as a whole, because I think most of us are never ever going to see a record like this broken.
I love what I do. I think I've got the best job in the world. I love challenging myself. I'm a competitor. I love winning.
Wagner got hands to it, couldn't mark. Waite works in the way of Harvey. Harvey's ball towards goal. Was a little banana, and Boomer has 4.
I love the preparation part of football. There's something happens in my belly that I really like. The unknown type of thing. It's 22 versus 22, and that's what tickles my fancy. I love getting out there and trying to perform and doing my role or doing my bit for the team to get the 4 points.
Waite with the hand pass over the top, and Harvey springs forward once more and hits the third. Boomer Harvey lining up Dockland. He might play till he's 40 at this rate.
Tucky said on the 400s that records are made to be broken. They certainly are.
Now the kick into the 50. Clears the pack. Goal coming up to North Melbourne, and Boomer's got the half dozen. He can play till he's 60.
Day off full out of love with football. I'll put my hand up first and say I need to walk away. I'm still in love with it.
The way he's playing, he'll play 500.
No, I'm not sure about 500. That's I think that one's off the cards.
Hand pass to Harvey. He snaps from the boundary, and that's Boomer's moment.
The most driven footballer I've ever seen. He is an incredible role model for all of our current day players. The legacy he's going to leave our club for generations into the future is just going to be incredible.
Goldstein with it down. Here's Harvey. Here's Harvey. He's got 1. The champ's got 2. And the Kangaroos lead again. You just can't keep him out of it.
Boomer, doesn't he love that situation? What an absolute champion.
It's a chance for me to reflect. I've played with some guys in my junior careers that were very good footballers but never had a chance to play one game of AFL footy. So I'm doing this for them. I'm doing it for my family. I'm doing it for my friends.
Harvey gets through, regains his footing, snaps to the goal and kicks the major, as he has done in a record-breaking career.
Brent Harvey, this is a pretty great thing to live through, that tonight he will break the game's record. Brendan McCartney, you've seen a great deal of his career plotted against him, been thwarted by him from time to time, I'm sure. What's your overall impression of him?
Thwarted's an understatement. I think for 15 or 16 years you go to the footy against him and you say if he gets going and has a good day, he'll cause some problems. And even this year he kicked 6 in Hobart. He's just been a phenomenal player, an incredible player.
Well, I don't think there's much more to be said. I mean, every week we talk about this bloke we have for 21 years. I mean, David King spoke about it the other night. He said, we went to a reunion, it's a 20-year reunion, and here he is, a bloke still playing in our reunion. I mean, it's ridiculous. And so he's just been... I tell you what he has got. He's got a great body. His body's strong. He's got a great physical prowess and how he can withstand all the injuries and bits and pieces. I mean, that is unique. Unbelievable, because it's a tough game, and he's 2'6", you know. I mean, he's not even he could walk under a coffee table with a top hat on, and he still goes really well. So he's a for mine, deserves everything he gets. 400 games is incredible.
Oh, I love the way he lowers his eyes when he kicks into the forward 50, and so many players don't.
Oh, Jake. He doesn't lower his eyes. He goes to goal. He doesn't go anywhere near.
Oh, no, he
sometimes it does make the distance.
If he's 60, he doesn't bomb the ball. He doesn't just bomb it. I reckon that he's a very smart player, and he kept his speed. I mean, the speed of a guy at 38, incredible. He's still quick.
He plays the game, Jake. He plays footy. When he's out there, he does what you need to do. He plays the game. He's a lot like Jimmy. They play the game. They play footy.
He plays his own way too. Not too many can play like he does.
Yeah.
No.
And I tell you what, he got a little selfish there for a little while. If you remember that.
Yes.
He said that, and he said it with us the other night.
And
on
that's
360.
good.
Yep.
And that's
recognised
fantastic.
that. He thought the best thing for the team for a long time was that he had the ball, and now he's been sort of counselled away from that, and he understands the need for the role player and where he sits in the modern scheme of things. And that's a good development for a player who's always been see ball, get ball.
It wasn't like that when he first started. But
Does
he
he
ended
play
up in the right manner, which is good.
Yeah, definitely.
You think so, Macca?
Yeah. He's still got his speed, and you still can't catch him.
So the record break tonight in that critical game, North Melbourne and St Kilda. This afternoon we're heading to Canberra for the Giants and Richmond. There's a late withdrawal in Hawthorn Carlton. Cyril Rioli won't be there for the Hawks. We will reconvene in the Twilight Cellars at the MCG for Collingwood and West Coast.
That'll give us a chance with Cyril out.
Marco, Jake, thanks.
Thanks, Jared.
Good morning, Mr. Gray. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Cleaver Green is back in another shenanigan-filled series of Rake. And wherever he goes...
I've already seen your death.
Law and disorder follows.
And it would be extremely painful.
18 grand for a bottle of plonk. Are you insane?
Rake Series 4 and Series 1 4-box set. Available now on DVD and digital from ABC Centres, on mobile and online at abcshop.com.au. ABC Grandstand. For sports coverage like no other.
Is this the perfect start? You bet it is.
Grandstand AFL.
The big man takes it. What a strong mark.
2 bounces. What a burst. He kicks a goal and it's marked in the square.
Has a shot. Kicks a goal.
Oh, he is silk.
That's opportunistic. Isn't long enough. Yes, it is.
Grandstand AFL.
It's a quarter unlike we've seen before.
How did he do that?
And this is love in football if you've ever seen it. Can go for goal. He curls it beautifully.
How do you like that?
You come and watch football because of blokes like that. You're with Grandstand.
Big grab coming into the back. That's a wonderful mark. Oh, the mark deserves a goal. He swings back and it gets a goal.
The tone has been set. If the leaders are prepared to go down that path to ensure that they win, imagine what the rest are going to do.
Oh, the goal and the kick is there.
Grandstand AFL.
Chance to make the pay, and he does.
I don't think I've ever seen a quarter like this in my life.
He kicks over his head. Remarkable goal.
If you weren't here to see it, you couldn't quite believe what's happening.
He's through. Broke away. Got to 40. Kicked the goal.
Grandstand AFL.
This football is brutal.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
Welcome to a sunny Canberra. Welcome to Manuka Oval for Saturday afternoon football. It is the Giants and Richmond. It is very cold, but the sun is out and there is no wind, so we should be in for a fantastic afternoon at the footy. Adam White, Nathan Burke, Matt Clinch and also Jason Saddington are with us this afternoon. We'll hear more from Clinchy and Jason shortly, but Nathan, welcome to Manuka.
Thanks, Whitey. It's sun's coming out, which is great. It was 5 degrees this morning. It's slowly creeping upwards, but I think by the start of the game it'll be beautiful out there. The ground looks perfect. Hopefully a big crowd and in for a good day.
What do you expect?
Who knows? Looking at the Tigers, I know what I'm going to get from the Giants. They're in practice for the finals mode. So they want to make sure that everything that they do is spot on. Competition for spots will drive the players. Competition to be in the finals will drive the players. So they will be looking to play their game style and getting that completely down pat. Whereas the Tigers, not too sure with the Tigers. They're in a really strange position now. It's obvious they can't make the finals. So how is that going to affect the players? Is it going to force them to become a little bit selfish? Play for themselves, put their name up in lights in front of their coach, or is it going to go the other way and they don't want to get their name in front of the coach because they don't want to make mistakes, so they'll play very safe football. So Damien Hardwick has a really fine balancing act this week. Do I get my players to take the game on, or are they just going to be scared to make mistakes? Because if they get in front of the coach for making mistakes, not very long now, they'll be making decisions as to who's here next year and who isn't here next year. And a good or bad performance today can make you jump from one list to the other.
We'll talk to Brendan Lade from Richmond a little bit later on. In fact, we did talk to him earlier. and chatted to him just about a lot of those things, and he did have a few interesting things to say. Nick Maxwell from the Giants will also join us. That will be very, very soon. But I'm going to put you on the spot here before the game started and before we talk to anybody else. Could we be watching a premiership team playing today? Are they that good, the Giants, or they've still got a bit to do?
Their best is that good. I look at their list, and they've got strong defenders, got sensational midfielders. They've got some very good forwards on their day. So they have enough good players to actually win. My question is, I haven't seen them at the MCG in a big game, on a big day. If they can pinch a second spot behind Hawthorn, get a couple of home finals, well then the ball's in their court. But at the moment, the only question for me is mentally, how do they handle that big occasion? Because I think skillful-wise and player-wise, they've got the goods.
Okay, I mentioned Nick Maxwell is about to join us, Brendan Lade, Jason Saddington, who is head of the academy here for the Giants. He'll be part of our team right throughout the course of the afternoon, and Matt Clinch as well. But next, from the Giants, Nick Maxwell.
The 2016 AFL Premiership season.
This is ABC Grandstand.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
We are at Manuka Oval. The sun is starting to shine. We're not far away from the opening bounce between the Giants and also Richmond. We've got Nick Maxwell in the box with us, who is with the Giants. You've got the Giants top on it. It still looks a bit weird. I know you've been doing it for a little while now. How are you enjoying the role?
Yeah, I'm loving it, Waddy. I think just sort of coming up here and being involved in a different footy club is probably a good experience for me, given I spent 12 years at the Pies and hadn't really been inside another club. So, but probably what I've really enjoyed is the fact that all the young players are just so keen to learn, and they ask a lot of questions. And I think we've seen some real growth in the players I work with, particularly the leaders, and to see them stand up has been really good.
Explain exactly what your role is, because I find it fascinating.
Yes, I'm the leadership coach, which is the same thing I've been doing at the Storm for 2 years. And then obviously when Mark McVeigh, who was the backs coach, was suspended as part of the Essendon 34, we promoted Nick Walsh into the position, so he was the development coach, and Walshy has done a great job coaching the backs, but I guess I just add a bit of specialist coaching as well in terms of what's required out there, being I guess a bit more recently out of the game, so just working with our defenders, but in particular all the leaders. So I've been really enjoying it.
So is that 1, 2, 3 days a week? How does it work? Because I know you're still based in Melbourne, so how do you juggle between
so I do every game. So I'm on the bench. You'll see me in every game. So I'm on the cans with the coaches upstairs. So if they've got any messages to pass down to the boys on the bench, I'll speak to them. And Leon's on the cans with Brett Hand, who talks about the matchups and that type of thing and what has to go out through the runner. So a lot of my work's just about communication on the bench when the leaders come off, making sure that bringing them back to what our set agenda is for that game and what we want to achieve, and asking them questions about it, giving them feedback on it, all that type of thing on the bench. Then I'll come up for one other day per week where I'll come up and obviously work with the leaders, work with the defenders. So a lot of that in the first half of the year was on review day, so we could actually review, this is what we're looking for in games, this was good, this is something we need to improve on, all that. And then from there, now I'm starting to actually do a bit more main training sessions and those type of things. So that's basically what it looks like.
Leadership groups these days are not only responsible for the actual team, but it extends out into the wider club. Is that the way you guys are structured also?
Yeah, to an extent, Berkey. I think that you want to have a say, I guess, in terms of the whole club, but you also got to understand where you sit. And as a leadership group, you want to be aware of things going on. You got to understand that you're part of a whole club. You can't just have a football team who wins premierships. You need the whole club, and you need to your players to be doing their media so that the sponsors are happy. They can see the sponsors on the polo shirt, so they can put more money back in the club, so you can get good coaches to come in and do your job to make you better players and all that type of thing. So it is really a whole club thing holistically. I think that in terms of our players, just really trying to set the agenda on what we want day to day from a player's perspective. I don't want them thinking too big picture at the moment, particularly I guess with the group we've got, because it is such a young group, you want to make sure that they are aware of every little 1%er could actually make the difference between maybe making the finals or finishing top 4 or getting a home final, for example. So all those little things, you just keep bringing them back to that and making sure that guys are recovering right, making sure that they're planning right and they're not getting too ahead of themselves, because I know that if you listen to, I guess, a lot of the noise out there in AFL terms, a lot of people probably think that we've got a million first-round draft picks ready to come through and just step in and do the job for you any week, but in reality it's not really the case. You want to try and have, I guess, that 27, 28 players who can come in and do that job for you.
You know that leading into finals presents different challenges. When do you start addressing those, and have you started that already?
I spoke to the group away from the coaches probably 2 weeks ago and just sort of spoke to them about, I guess, a lot of the off-field issues that we've seen at other clubs and involving AFL footy, and I guess just really for our guys to recognise that they're in a really unique situation at the moment where effectively if you finish top 8, there's only 8 teams who can make the finals, and it's starting to look that way, that the top 8's pretty set. So basically the team that's going to win is a team that does the 1%ers better than anyone else between now and then, between now and that, what are we, end of September or we start of October this year, wherever it's going to be. So just making sure that they understand it's those little things that are actually going to help us achieve what we want to achieve, not who kicks 5 goals or kicks the best goal from the boundary or who takes the biggest hanger or anything like that. So I think it's just keep trying to bring them back and try and use your experience, which some of the senior players have got, but obviously I have and some of the coaches have as well.
How much input and say does your leadership group have with Leon? Are they heavily involved in game plans, tactics and structure of the week, or do they take his direction? Yeah, a lot of the game plan stuff is pretty set, Berkey. I think that you're there as a leadership group. You're there to actually implement what the coach wants and how he wants you to play. But obviously players will see things as well. So I think it's really important that the players out there can recognise what's going on out in the ground and not have to rely on the coaches. And I think that if you look, Hawthorn are clearly the best in the business. They've got their on-field coaches who are their senior leaders, and if Leon sends a message down to us on the bench and the runner might be out in the ground, it might take 3 or 4 minutes for him to be delivering the message he's got to come back to us, give him the message to go out and tell the players. It might be 6, 7, 8 minutes goes past, so in that time a lot can change in terms of a game of AFL footy, so we need our players to identify that out there. Our players, our leadership group will all spend over time, they'll run the leadership group meeting, so they all have that opportunity to do that every week, one guy will per week, and then he'll go and spend 15, 20 minutes with Leon as an individual giving feedback on things that came out of it for us. So it's really good for them as well to have that one-on-one time with the coach. Leading a big club like Collingwood certainly presents its challenges. Do you tell these guys how lucky they are to be up there in Greater Western Sydney?
No, I think one thing you can really fall into the habit or try and keep away from is in terms of senior coaches or anyone who's been there before or assistant coaches, is trying to talk about what I did in my time or where I was and all that. I think that players now, they tend to see straight through that, and as you know, a lot of them are probably out there on their day off catching Pokemon or doing something like that is nothing to do with anything we ever did growing up, Berkey, or when we were playing footy. So I think that it's just important that you're there to give them the feedback required. Obviously they know what you did when you were playing, but it's all about the now and what we have to achieve right now.
Can I ask about the maturity of the group? I was up here a few weeks ago when you played Collingwood, or a bit more north, up in Sydney, and 4 goals up, and then Collingwood got on a roll and you couldn't turn it around. And I think the general feeling from our box was they're very talented, but I'm not sure whether they've got the maturity to be able to be a premiership contender this year. For someone that is effectively making them a more mature group and getting them to understand, is that a fair thing to say, or is that something that's continually developing?
I think it's continually developing, but at the same time, if you had have gone back to round 4 or 5 when we beat Hawthorn by 75 points, you maybe said if they hadn't achieved what they had up until that point, you might have just gone, oh, hang on, that team there can't really be a contender against the team that we just saw. So I think that in this day and age, it's so even across the competition that if you are off that little bit, or you give teams a sniff, particularly, and that sort of comes down to today as well, you understand when you've been in that position where you know that you can't play finals, the first sort of quarter and a half is crucial when you're playing those type of teams, because they want to win. They haven't had many wins, and they want to go out there and have a crack. And you get players who are playing for their careers. You get the players who just pride-wise are always going to perform at the level that they're going to perform at, and that's your Cotchins and Martins and Rewalts and Rance, those type of guys. The guys who are playing for their careers, who I won't mention because they're an opposition team, but you can work that out yourself. And then you get the young players who are given an opportunity, and they're like, this could be my only chance to prove that I belong at this level. So they're going to do absolutely everything they can to perform. So you just got to make sure that, I guess, that middle tier who are playing for their careers, that you really whack them as hard as you possibly can. You want to make sure that they understand this is going to be a real hard battle and this is going to be a hard fight, and then just make them have that little bit of doubt, or are we up to this? Where are we as a team? And it's just important that you come with the right mindset, you come with the right attitude when you play teams you aren't going to be playing finals, just to make sure that you're not going to have to give them a sniff at some stage. And I think that that's what we did against Collingwood. We gave them a sniff, even in that first probably quarter when we were up by about 4 goals. They had a sniff. We weren't playing that well, and we let them get through 3 really easy goals from one end to the other, which is sort of an indication that you're not quite switched on when a team can go from one end to the other really quickly and score. So that'll be the aim for today, is to make sure we start really well and try and put Richmond on the back foot.
So the second question on a similar point is that against Port Adelaide last week, when you were up against it, not a lot was working for you. You're still in the game, but you're 20 points down in difficult conditions.
Yep.
It was like they had learnt a fair bit from, this is how you actually can turn a game around from within a game.
Yep.
And you start thinking, well, gee, they're quick learners.
Absolutely. And the other part of that, White, is when you look at the scoreboard and it was 20 points, we also showed them the stats that we look at, and we were miles in front in all those stats. So a lot of the ball had been in our front half, it had been in our forward 50, and we just weren't scoring. So when you look at it that way and you show them, you go, hang on, the scoreboard's going to look after itself, because when you get young groups and young players, they keep looking at the scoreboard going, that's the only thing that matters is the scoreboard. Ultimately it is, but up until that point when the game's decided, you've actually got to look at what's in our control, and the scoreboard's something that comes afterwards. You've got to look at what's in our control is how we perform right here, how we tackle, contested footy, or whatever the stuff you look at as a team. So when we showed them that at half-time, it probably gave them a better sense of, oh, hang on, we're 20 points down the scoreboard, but that's really irrelevant. We're winning this, this and this, and if we stick to our guns and keep doing what we think will make us a better team, ultimately the scoreboard will look after itself.
You're probably not going to answer this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Can this team win it? I mean, you know what it takes to win a premiership. Yep. Do you think this team can win it?
Well, I think when you look at our performances so far this year, we've beaten Hawthorn, Geelong, Western Bulldogs and Sydney. So Adelaide are probably, we haven't played West Coast yet. We haven't played North Melbourne yet, and we lost to Adelaide when we'd come off a couple of 6-day breaks. We had a couple of guys who were a bit under the weather, so and we didn't get blown away by them over there. So ultimately, we've performed against all the other clubs who are going to be challenging for a premiership. So I think a lot depends on what happens in the next 5 or 6 weeks. When you look at Hawthorn are probably going to finish on top. That second spot is the big one. I think that if Adelaide manage to pinch that, and you're the third team who have to go to Adelaide in that first final. Well, if you lose that and you come back, you get a home final obviously the next week, but it just makes that a little bit harder. I think that where we finish in the next 6 weeks is going to be huge for us and where we want to go. And obviously you've got to finish top 4. I think until people say every year this could be the year where someone wins it between 5 and 8, but until that's happened, you've got to keep going. You've got to finish top 4, so only 4 teams can really win it ultimately.
Is part of your role making sure that they are mentored, because they're still a young group, and this will be the first time they've extended past the 22 games, keeping them fresh mentally? Is that part of your role?
We've got someone, Rosie, she actually does a lot of work with some Olympians, so she's over there at the moment at the Olympics, and she's someone who works with a lot of players with their mental skills and I guess that psych side of it, so she's very good at that. For me, it's probably more just about bringing individuals back and bringing the group back to our focuses, not getting too carried away, because I think when you've worked so hard to achieve something, which, I mean, the teams who are going to be playing finals, they've all worked so hard to get to that point, it doesn't come easy, then it'd be a real pity to get to that point and not perform at your best for however many weeks you've got to go after that. And I think that's the big thing, is just bring them back. You've worked hard, you've earned the right to whenever that is, and if we get to that point where we have finished in the top 8 or we have finished in the top 4, you've earned the right to be here. Let's make sure it's not a one-week thing.
All right, last question, because I know it's getting close to game time and you've got to get out there and be part of the team. But I'm really interested about your dual captaincy. That you've got, it appears to be Phil Davis and Callan Waters, two very different people, but bringing different skills into that role to making this ultimate sort of leadership group. Can you explain a little bit more about those two?
Yeah, they've just got a great balance, the two of them. Obviously, I've never been associated with a team who had co-captains, so I think Phil's probably the one who is a bit more outgoing, has a lot more to say, a bit more, I guess, controlling and structure, and he'll hit you right between the eyes. But at the same time, me working with Phil, I want to make sure that he understands the empathy side of it, and that he'll actually go, oh, hang on, put yourself in the position of that young kid and where you were at that stage of your career and the different personalities, and then help him actually be able to give feedback in a different way. So that's something that he's certainly grown doing. I think with Cal, it's the other way. You've got to make sure that out there in the moment, and I've seen huge growth in Cal. I think that in round one, I spoke to him after the Melbourne game in review, and I showed him a couple of instances where they've kicked a couple of goals early in that last quarter, and he had an opportunity to really go in the middle and grab the other guys and go, all right, they're not getting this one, we're getting the next one, and really take the group with him. And he didn't take that opportunity, but it was about identifying this is the opportunity when they come and making sure that you can do something about it when it happens. So going back to that Hawthorn game, they kicked a couple of goals in a row, and Callan put himself from half forward onto the ball, grabbed them all together, won the contested footy, kicked it forward, followed it up, won another contested ball, gave it to Scully, and he kicked a goal. So in review, I identified that with him. I said, mate, that's exactly what I wanted from Melbourne. 3 weeks later, you've done exactly the same thing, and you've done it perfectly for me. I'm absolutely wrapped for you because that's what we want. So it's identifying those moments. So I think that we've seen it with Cornelio, we've seen it with Shield, and we've seen it with Devon Smith in the last 2 weeks. So obviously Buntine, he's the one, the other member of the leadership group who's out at the moment, but he's on his way back. So I think we've seen great growth in him, and we've just got to keep working with him.
Always love having a chat to you, Maxie. Thanks very much for coming up, and all the best this afternoon and for the rest of the season.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
And with the Melbourne Storm. Nick Maxwell, Collingwood Premiership captain, joining us in the box. More to come after this.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand. On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
Brendan Lade to join us shortly from Richmond, but first let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Anita Savage in the newsroom. Authorities in Singapore say an Australian-based man detained for terrorism-related activities had been maintaining contact with radical preachers in Australia and elsewhere. They say Zulfikar Muhammad Sharif made numerous online posts glorifying and promoting ISIS. An Australian consultant to the Nauruan government says refugee and asylum seeker children are being relentlessly bullied and subjected to racial vilification in local schools. Police say 3 people charged over the death of a 1-year-old boy north of Brisbane last month failed to provide reasonable medical care. And an investigation is underway into a small fire at the Olympic Village in Rio de Janeiro. Australia's chef de mission, Kitty Chiller, has criticised the fact fire alarms were silenced. ABC News.
It is turning into a spectacular day here at Manuka Oval. It is a sellout, and it is bright sunshine now. So when we arrived at about 10:30 this morning, or 10 o'clock this morning, it was about 4 degrees. But there's a few clouds in the sky, but pretty much blue skies ahead of us and not a breath of wind. So perfect conditions for football. I mentioned earlier that Nathan Burke and I went down to the boundary earlier to talk to Brendan Lade. So we did that interview a short time ago, and we started by asking him, how are the Tigers going to respond after such a disappointing finish against Hawthorn last week?
Well, we hopefully respond really well. We played, wasn't a great game to watch, I'd say everyone would be saying, but we were competitive for 2.5 quarters, and they got a couple before 3-quarter time, and then as overrun us like they did in the first game we played against them. So we're a little bit disappointed in our last quarter, some defensive efforts and some contested efforts. So we worked on them during the week, and hopefully it's a lot better today against GWS.
As one of the assistant coaches, is it part of the trick of it, when you're not playing finals, to find a way to motivate them, to keep them up? Because it's sort of unfamiliar territory for Richmond after being in the finals the last 3 years.
Yeah, Dimmer's been really good at that, and it's just a few little changes here and there, and just we're going to try a few things going in the last 5 weeks to really springboard into 2017. And we're playing some kids. Markon plays his first game today. He's 24, but you can say he's a kid, but it's his first game, and we'll see what they can do and see who can stand up for us.
How do you avoid coming towards the end of the year when players can potentially start to, you're not going to make the finals, start to play a little bit selfish? Has Dimmer been right across that, and is it very much a team focus these last 5 weeks?
Yeah, well, after the game, Dimmer was pretty strong on that straight after the game about we're not playing for individual, we're playing for the team still and playing for Richmond. So for us, that's been a big focus in every line, not just overall from Dimmer. So we've really worked on that, and it's hard because people are out of contract and they want to get more and more possessions, but we keep emphasising it's about playing your role for the team, and we have a few roles that some guys will play today, and be interested to see how they go.
You've got some young guys coming into the team. You've got some mid-level players. Is there a little bit case amongst some of those that potentially that they are playing for contracts?
Yeah, probably a few of them might be. Obviously, we've got 7 or 8 guys who are playing under 10 games today, so that's exciting for the club. But also, I think a lot of those guys might be out of contract. So. But what we have seen from some of our younger guys is some flair and some excitement and some genuine belief that they can play football and fit into our system. So we'll keep promoting that, and as you said, it's pretty hard to keep everyone focused on that one goal though.
In a couple of words, what's the Richmond style? Is it fast? Is it sort of maintaining possession? What can we sort of see being promoted in these last few rounds?
Yeah, well, probably in the past we've been a side that's kept possession well and kept it off the opposition. Through good kicking skills and maintain the possession. But we'll try and encourage a little bit more handball receive today. Look for our half-backs and our midfielders getting down there and helping out the backs to bring that ball out. So we should have some faster transitions. But in saying that, we'll still be slow and methodical at times as well, but there'll be times where we go faster as well.
Up forward, obviously Jack's up there, but who else is going to kick all the goals today?
It's funny, our Oppo report went through their forward line and they forgot everyone in their forward line's kicked over 4 goals in a game. And we've got 2 people in Ty and Jack. So their forward line's going to be hard to stop. But for us, Jack's obviously a main focus for us. Ty's had some good form in the VFL, albeit playing in the ruck, but he'll do a bit of both today as well. We'll try and put Hampson down there, give us some contests. We haven't seen him much down as a forward. Every time he played Richmond when he was playing for Carlton, he played well as a forward. So hopefully we can see a little bit of that. But, we've got to get some goals out of our midfielders.
Brendan, I want to ask you about Sean Hampson because he has been one of the real success stories at Richmond this year as a premiership ruckman yourself. Can you give us a bit of an insight into why he's improved?
It's opportunity. He's been having a good run at it. In the past, he's come in for 2 or 3 games and then gone out. You ask any player, if you're playing 13, 14, 15 games in a row, you start to build a bit of confidence and belief in yourself and your body. For him, it's been a bit about his body. But we really backed him in, said, look, we're going to stick with you, and really gave him some positive feedback in all that areas. And he's been really good for us, so has been a shining light for us, definitely.
So then how hard is that for you as a coach and a coaching group with you've got Ivo Maric, who's been almost like your or he's a leader of the football club, that he has to miss out to give Sean that opportunity?
Yeah, it's been hard for Ivan. He obviously missed a fair bit of the pre-season, so he was a bit underdone coming to round 1 anyway. But he's a superb leader. He does everything right at the club. He challenges blokes. He does all the little things that not many other people see. So for us, Ivan's been great, but it's been hard keeping him up. But he knows he's just got to keep playing well, and if an opportunity comes, he'll be ready.
The Giants, they're a scary team when they're up and running. They play particularly well on this venue, and so we look out now, the surface is perfect. You played cricket out there today. How do you stop them? Or is it you've just got to play really well and not worry too much about what they're doing? Yeah,
well, a big stat for us this week is going to be clearances. They've lost clearances 5 times this year and lost the game 4 of those times. So it's a big emphasis around us being competitive around the stoppage. We want to get into our half compared to theirs, and as I said before, their forward line's very potent. If we get into their back line and make them defend, put a lot of pressure down there. Who knows what might happen down that end of the ground. So for us, it's all about field position from stoppages and making sure we're going our way, not their way.
Good luck this afternoon, and we'll see what happens.
Thanks, boys.
Brendan Lade, who spoke to us earlier today. It is the Tigers taking on the Giants here at Manuka Oval, and it is it looks fantastic when you look out over Canberra, because often, Berkey, when we come here to watch these games, there isn't too many people coming to some of the matches anyway, but this is a sellout. They're meant to be packed in today to see Richmond and the Giants.
And the weather is playing the game as well. I'm just checking here. It's just jumped from 7 to 8 as I've been speaking. So a lovely day out there. But interesting there, Brendan Lade, a couple of things come out of that interview. One is that they are addressing the fact that they may have some players that are playing for themselves. and they had to address that. They've got some young players playing for their careers, and they've got other ones that senior players potentially playing for their careers. So interesting to see how that plays out today. Another one was just around the clearances. The fact that they've identified a weakness in the Giants, that when they do lose the clearances, they're more than likely to lose the game. The issue for the Tigers is that in forward half clearances, they average 12 points a game. That's the second worst in the league. So it's one thing to win the clearance, the other thing is to actually score from it. So that will be a big turnaround from the Tigers if they can win both those areas.
Yeah, he did give a bit. Even saying we might tinker with a few different sort of game styles today as well, a bit of experimentation. I thought it was quite interesting.
It was, and just threw out there that the big fella Hampson's going to play forward, so I'm sure that the Giants are all across all eventualities, and without Griffiths being in the side, I'm pretty sure that they would know that Vickery would take his turn in the ruck.
All right, we'll do our full preview next. Jason Saddington to join us, also Matt Clinch. Dan Conifer is on the boundary, so our full team not far away. We're only 15 minutes out from the opening bounce, the Giants and the Tigers on Grandstand AFL.
He's through, broke away, got to 40, kicked the goal.
Grandstand AFL.
The players, the coaches, the fans, the faithful, all aiming for the one ultimate goal. This is ABC Grandstand's coverage of the 2016 AFL Premiership season on ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
Bright sunshine here at Manuka Oval in Canberra for the round 19 game on a Saturday afternoon. It's the Giants and Richmond, our feature match for broadcast this afternoon, before we swing down to Melbourne to the MCG for West Coast and Collingwood, the Saturday twilight game. And then it's Brent Harvey's record-breaking game as the Kangaroos take on St Kilda for most of our audience around the country. So it really is a super Saturday of AFL football. Adam White, Matt Clinch, Nathan Burke, Jason Saddington, and also Dan Conifer, your team this afternoon, as I welcome in for the first time this afternoon, Matt Clinch. Matt, welcome.
Hello, Whitey. Nice to be in Canberra. First time I've been in since I was about 16 years of age. So Dan Conifer gave me the tour via Parliament House. I'm looking forward to seeing some footy this afternoon.
What did you do when you went there as a 16-year-old? Was it a family holiday?
Yeah, family holiday. Saw all the normal tourist sites.
Museum?
Yeah, the AIS was my highlight.
The Mint?
The Mint, yes. Yeah, we just ticked them off. We did the drive from Melbourne up to Canberra. Yep. 3 kids in the back. Not all that enjoyable, but the highlight was getting here at the end.
Yeah, very good, very good. I've already said hello to Nathan Burke. In fact, he's been part of our pre-game show already, so just acknowledge that you're here.
Hello, everybody.
For all the audience that have just joined us. And Jason Saddington. It's great to have Jason with us this afternoon, part of the Academy at the Giants. So you're going to give us a real insight into some of the younger players this afternoon, Jason.
That I can do. Good to be here. It's only been a couple of weeks since I've last been in Canberra, by the way. Not since I was 16. Spent a bit of time here, like you mentioned, with the Academy. We've got a centre here in the ACT. A lot of good, young, talented kids coming through. And one of them playing with the Giants today. Harry Himmelberg was here in the Giants Academy just last year. So I'm sure he'll be excited to play out there at Manuka today.
So you're wearing a beanie. Do you have to, like, because you're like the enemy to so many clubs in Melbourne that you're not allowed to be recognised and all that sort of thing because you're poaching all the good talent and you're developing all these young stars?
No, I'm not going to talk about that. No, I'm wearing the beanie because it's been much warmer in Sydney. Oh, you guys coming from Melbourne, it might be a little bit different. No, look, the Academy's going strong. We have got some good talent coming through again this year. We've been able to see a lot of the kids. Southern New South Wales is the hot talking point. But we're seeing the kids in that area really grow through the work that we're doing with those guys in the program. And, I think this year it would be a few kids in the first round of the draft come out of that area again, which is great.
And, I mean, this is a serious question. How important is it for the development of football in New South Wales? You as a former Sydney player and now obviously working with the Giants, to have these mechanisms in place to give an opportunity for people to play AFL and not another sport?
Yeah, we face big challenges, even in southern New South Wales, where footy is probably played a bit more regularly than maybe in Western Sydney or even here in Canberra. But rugby league's very good, very big down in those areas, and we've got a lot of kids that play rugby league, play cricket, basketball, soccer. that they're always competing against. So being able to have the academy there to really hook the kids into a high-level program in and around AFL football, and give them that pathway, I suppose, into the AFL and into the Giants, really does help us, attract some of that best sporting talent, which there's a lot of in some of these areas.
And Western Sydney, is that growing as well? Obviously, that's sort of, I'm not sure whether it's your heartland, but are you able to develop local players in that area as well through the academy, or is that just a sort of a natural thing that they come into the club?
Yeah, we're seeing some real growth in Western Sydney with our academy players. Excitingly, we sort of look at our 13s, 14s and 15s who we work with as well, and there's some really good young kids starting to come through in Western Sydney in those age groups. We're striving to find that next AFL player out of, that area. We're seeing some good inroads taking place. But again, there's a lot of young people and families in Western Sydney that don't even know what AFL is, let alone, really keen to take part in it. So we've got our challenges, but we're making some good inroads.
And the last question I've got for you before we start to broaden the discussion about today's game. We had Nick Maxwell in the box earlier, and he was talking about the chances this year of what is possible. And he was pretty diplomatic, Berkey. He didn't sort of say it couldn't be done, but he didn't say absolutely yes. So have you been surprised, Jason, in how quickly this rise has taken place this year compared to last year?
Yes and no. We know they've got the talent, and they've, even last year they showed they could play against the best teams and beat them. But they've developed a lot more consistency, and I think, if you look back to round one when I think they lost to Melbourne, the game they probably thought they, should have gone into and perhaps won, I think that was a real kickstart for the season for them. That don't get ahead of yourselves. There's so much work still to be done, and they probably jolted into action from that performance in round one. And once you get confidence up, you knock off Geelong and Hawthorn very early in the year, I think you start to believe. And this group, yes, they've got the talent. I think they're excited. They're believing that when they do play well, when they follow coach instructions, when they play competitive, tough brand of footy, that they're a good team. So their best is certainly good enough, but there's of course still a bit of water to go under the bridge.
Absolutely. The Giants and the Tigers. The Tigers, you might hear in the background, the theme song has been played. They've crashed through the banner. They're going through their final warm-ups. The Giants will come from right underneath us. In fact, they're coming out right now, led out by Callan Ward, Stephen Canelio and Steve Johnson, the first three, onto the field here at Manuka Oval. There's some flames and all sorts of things going on here. As I said, it is really starting to get quite a good crowd here. They're really packing in all around the ground. So Nathan Burke and Jason Saddington, the full preview. What's going to happen this afternoon? What are you looking forward to seeing?
Personally, I'm looking forward for the Tigers to actually just have a crack. Their tackling has been, nothing short of atrocious since about round 12. They're last in the league for tackles. So when you're not going to play finals, and if you're the coach, I'd be asking for those simple, basic things to be done. Not to get ahead of ourselves, not to play for yourself. It's not all about possessions, but I'll be looking to reward players who win the contested footy, the ones who are prepared to tackle and chase and do all the one-percenters. To me, that is where Damien Hardwick must be stressing this team what they must do today. So if they don't do it today, then to me something is drastically wrong with the Tigers. So I think I'm going to learn a lot about the Tigers and their mindset today.
Now, I think big challenge for the Giants is their third week on the road, even though it's a home game here in Canberra. How are they going to, be able to deal with that and react to that? Having been in Brisbane, Adelaide last weekend, and now here in Canberra, it's probably a bit of a test to see about that, some of that maturity. That Nick Maxwell was talking about. Do they have it? Can they cope with the third week on the road against a team that's probably going to throw a lot at them? Can these young boys, or young men, stand up? They're in good form, the Giants, though. They have been playing good football, especially their second half last weekend against Port Adelaide. They're a young, exciting team. Can they continue on in their ways?
We had a quick chat to Lenny Hayes down on the boundary line, new assistant coach. He's loving life up there in Sydney. And we were talking about the Giants being in that enviable position of if they play their style of football, it really doesn't matter what the Tigers bring. Obviously, they'll make changes and they'll make adjustments, but if they play the way that they want to play, allowed to play their game style, take the ball inside 50 the way that they want, they'll win this game. And it won't matter what the Tigers do, and that's a really enviable position to be in.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at the Giants, they've been a very good clearance team, a very good contested ball team, and I think that's what allows them to, get their outside run. Everyone talks about how well they can run outside and spread and the speed of their game, but it's their hard work inside which is what sets them up. So they do. You're right, Berkey. If you've got the strong platform around contested footy, if you go out and do that, it doesn't matter what the opposition throw at you, you're going to be able to control your performances more often than not.
And one of those young players, probably less heralded than some of the other big names, is Stephen Coniglio. I was just looking at his stats. You compare him to Dylan Shiel, and he's very much the equal in every category, and in fact he's ahead in some categories. Contested footy, he gets a couple more than Dylan Shiel a game. Inside 50, he's about 0.2 behind, but in clearances he's slightly ahead. He's a guy that to me has really come of age this season.
He's a huge leader at the club too. He's very interested in all the players, all the young men, and what they're up to, and gets very involved. A massive leader at the club. But the other beauty about Coniglio is he can also do a run with roll, and he's done that throughout the year. He can stop an opponent but still find the footy himself, which is an amazing trait to have. So he's been a huge part of their midfield this year with Dylan Shiel, like you said, Callum Ward. They've got some really good balance inside.
And so it'd be interesting to see the game plays out, but potentially a guy like Coniglio, do you send him to a Cochin or a Dusty Martin? Obviously the two prime movers for the Tigers. If you can shut one of those two down, well, there's potentially 30 possessions that they're not going to get. So it'd be interesting to see whether he does that, or whether Leon Cameron just says, you know what, let's just go head to head and see what happens.
Yeah, I think they'd probably like to back themselves in. You'd certainly want to be accountable and curb the influence of someone like a Dustin Martin, certainly Cochin. If they're struggling to find the footy, Richmond are going to struggle to find a spark, someone to be able to send them forward. So you want to be mindful of them, but I don't think you want to take away too much from, the Giants won't want to take too much away from what they want to do as well. And I think Coniglio of late has probably just been that ball winner, and I think they'll probably look for him to do that again today.
And big games are required from a couple of the Tigers. Not talking about Jack Revolt up forward, but Sam Lloyd and Ty Vickery, and even, as Brendan Lade told us, Hampson will spend a fair bit of time up forward. Really interesting stat that he brought out, and he said Tigers have only had 2 players kick 4 or more goals in a game this season. To me, that's astounding. They need to find people who are going to hit the scoreboard. He put a little bit of pressure back on the midfielders to push forward. I'd love to see Dustin Martin get the majority of his possessions in the forward half, because he's a guy who can hit the scoreboard. So that spread of goal kickers today, they need 10 goal kickers if they're going to be competitive today, I think.
And you need some of those big guys to take some marks. Vickery certainly. And even Hampson, if he is going to play forward, you need them to be taking some marks, even some contested marks, get their hands on it. I think that allows Rewalt, Lloyd and some of the smaller players, even Martin, have some more impact up forward. So, Vickery back in the team, this is a big game for him, and he's probably one of those players that's in focus down at Tigerland. I'd be interested to see how he can bounce back today, how competitive he can be, and if he's able to have an influence for Richmond up forward.
I'd love to see him get up around the middle.
Yeah.
Spend a fair bit of time in the ruck today, just get his hands on the footy. If he's going to go forward, well, go forward for 10-15 minutes and have a bit of a spell, but still try and kick a goal. But he needs to get his hands on the footy, because as a pure forward, he's not going to cut it. He's not going to last long in this league if he's playing 90% of the time as a forward. He needs to potentially do what a Tippett's done in Sydney, turn himself into a ruckman who can go forward and be dangerous, rather than the other way, a forward who can spend a little bit of time in the ruck.
All right, let's go downstairs, because Dan Conifer is riding the boundary for us this afternoon. Looks deceiving, Dan. It looks bright and sunny and beautiful, but what's the temperature?
Yeah, very much a deceptive picture here at Manuka Oval. The oval itself is bathed in sunshine, but it is still only about 8 or 9 degrees. And if you're down here in the grandstand like I am, and so many fans here in Canberra today, it's even colder than that. So expect the players, when they come down into the dugouts to be rugging up or on the bikes and doing everything they can to stay warm, because it is certainly not 8 or 9 degrees where I am. It is much lower than that. There's not much of a breeze to speak of, so some great conditions for football, and the pitch here at Manuka, as always, looks an absolute treat. You could play lawn bowls on it. It's that smooth out there, and that's after a few games of football already on it today. So some great conditions for football. Having a look at the two interchanges for the two sides. Richmond, as per program, on the starting from the dugout, Kane Lambert for them, Anthony Miles, as well as Reece Conker and Oleg Markov. And for the Giants, only one change. Nick Haynes is out with illness. In for him, out of the emergency list, is Adam Kennedy. And the interchange players for them, Sam Reid, Zach Williams, Nathan Wilson and Tom Scully.
So Richmond have got a Markov and a Mark-on for this afternoon's game. Tips, Berkey?
Giants by, I like to be kind, but I'm going to say 48.
Jason, are you allowed to tip as you're wearing your Giants hoodie?
I will. I'll say Giants by 60.
Oh, okay. I like that. Clinchy?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Giants by plenty is probably the answer.
Can't really disagree with any of that. We're almost ready to go. There's a bit of a wrestle on at centre half forward for the Giants. The Giants kicking to the Manuka end in this first term. We're almost ready to go. It's Grandstand AFL footy from Canberra. The Giants and the Tigers. You're with Matt Clinch.
So the Giants have had big wins here in Canberra in round 2, defeating Geelong by 13 points, Port Adelaide in round 4. What a thrashing that was. And looking to keep their unbeaten streak here in Canberra alive as they take on the Tigers this afternoon after a disappointing loss to Hawthorn last week. The opening bounce to get things underway. It's a pretty accurate bounce in the middle of the ground as Mumford and Hampson do battle. It's Hampson who picks it out of the middle of the ground. Could have been a throw. It was to get it to Grigg. And the ball will come back and be a Giants free kick in the middle of the ground. Shane Mumford to take it. Quickly gives away the hand pass to Williams, who kicks a long ball inside the 50. Lobbed the target, ran at it with one hand, couldn't claim the mark. Grimes over the footy for the Tigers, trying to clear the defensive 50. One way, then the other. Quick hand pass over the top to Mark-on, who'll get the clearing kick. His first disposal in AFL footy. And it's Himmelberg who takes the mark, centre wing, under our broadcast position.
He's going to go inboard to Heath Shaw, who drives the ball long inside 50 for the Giants. Lob was up there, couldn't take the mark. Patton, a crunching tackle to keep the ball inside 50. And it will be thrown up only 20 metres out from goal.
First centre bounce, Stevie Johnson come off the back of the square, ran straight through the middle. I think he's in a bit of a pesty mood already, Stevie J.
And so is Stephen Caniglio. He was having a bit of a crack at Cochin, and then Martin, really in their faces early on in this game. Mumford wins the tap down. There's a whistle, a free kick, and it's going to the Giants. 20 metres out from goal. Players from both sides looked at the umpire. They heard the whistle. They didn't know what way it was going. It is going to the Giants, and it is going to Callan Ward.
Yeah, he was just trying to make his way through that centre bounce, and I think it was Grigg who wrapped him up with two hands. There was a lot of players. There's probably about 20 players around the ball, so well done by the umpire to spot that there was only one person holding in amongst that whole group.
So just right of centre, will be kicking from 25 metres out, with Grigg standing the mark at 20, and Callan Ward is kicking the goal. So it's only taken just over 90 seconds for the Giants to be on the board. It is the first score.
Very early on there, even though the ball was all up in the Giants' forward half through that first minute, you can see Richmond forwards pushing very high up the ground. Looks like they might really push up high, try and congest it a little bit, make it a bit tougher for the Giants to get some of that run. We'll keep an eye on that as the game continues to progress.
Interesting for the Tigers too, they're starting Basher Hawley in the forward line. Normally he's made his name for himself as a halfback flanker with his kicking skills, but starting as a small forward.
Missed those 11 games with a wrist injury, Basher Hawley. So the Giants strike first after a couple of minutes here in Canberra. Hampson once more to do battle against Mumford. Neither ruckman got hand on the ball. Shield with a hand pass away to Mumford, so the Giants will go forward once more. Patfull with a kick to half forward. Cameron came out. Rance right there with him. Patton with a quick hand pass. The Giants trying to top it forward through Stevie Johnson. Can't get clear. Now Floston's well tackled. He's under pressure and Dean holding the footy. So Shield will take the free kick. Slightly left of centre, kicking from 50.
they're always dangerous when they hunt like that, the Giants. Rush up in their defence, straight in your face. Don't have a lot of time on the footy. Very good defensive actions up in that front half there. Another shot on goal.
So Dylan Shield with a couple of goals last week against Port Adelaide. 28 disposals, one of their best at the Adelaide Oval. Looking for a couple of quick goals for the Giants to burst out of the blocks from outside 50. Shield to the goal line. It's a good kick off the boot. And he carries the journey. So the Giants start fast in Canberra. 2 straight 12 to Richmond, yet to score. They haven't gone forward to the centre after 3 minutes in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, I might revise that 48-point margin and just extend it slightly, but a lovely finish there by Shield. He kicked it from around about 52, 53 metres from just a walk-up start. I don't think there's much of a wind out there to speak of, but a walk-up start and went 4 or 5 metres through the goal. So very impressive kick. He's come off a spell, and Ryan Griffin goes into the middle. So no respite for the Tigers.
It's not an encouraging start if you're a Richmond fan. Perfect bounce back in the middle. Hampson in the ruck, won it down. It comes back to Hampson, who loses it in the tackle. Canelio got a handball out there. It went nowhere. Cochin gets taken without the football, so he'll get a free kick, the Tiger skipper. He kicks out wide to Lambert, who handballs on to Hunt. Hunt will kick down the line to Rioli, who marks between wing and half forward. And on the far side of the ground, he goes in short to Grigg. Grigg with a handball. Back to Taylor Hunt, confronted. He gets past Steve Johnson. He kicks the ball into the 50. No mark taken. Mopping up for the Giants here is Ward. He gets the handball to Mumford, close to the boundary. Handballs it out to Kennedy, who kicks around his body. He keeps the ball in play, but it'll be coming back because a good defensive mark's been taken by Taylor Hunt, creating that wall across half forward for Richmond.
At right half forward, he goes short, asking a bit of Lambert, who can't claim the mark but fights for it at ground level up against Ward. Overrunning the footy was Rioli. Quick kick out of the congestion for the Giants, but should be swept up by Grimes, who works it back to Rance. Can come into the middle of the ground where the Tigers have set players across half back. The Giants are the opening 2 goals. They lead by 12 points. Martin sliding on his knees, claims the mark on the back of the centre square. He goes to the short ball into the middle of the ground, never made it to Hawley. They've turned it over. Here's a chance. Breaking clear was Green. His hand pass over his shoulder found Smith in the end, and now Stevie Johnson goes for Lobb, who takes the mark. Slightly left of centre, 40 metres out. The Giants had all the time in the world to move that ball into attack.
It looks like Richmond's just trying to sort of hit the short 25-metre kicks and chip it around through the middle or the back half part of the field as their tactic early. Probably would have worked, apart from the poor kick from Martin. I think it was the right idea, but shocking execution.
Rory Lobb from 50. It's out to the right off the boot. And the first blemish from the Giants this afternoon. 2-1-13 to Richmond, yet to score through 6 minutes in the opening term.
Jaden Short to bring it back into play for Richmond at the Manuka end. And to the right of screen, if you're watching it on the television and listening to us. Kicks out towards the ruckman Hampson, but it's been marked by the giant ruckman in Mumford, who gives the handball to Cameron. Cameron looks hurt as he kicks the ball inside 50 into the pocket. No mark taken there by Sam Reid. He was outnumbered in the end. Markon gets a kick away, but straight to Tom Scully, who's marked at the 50, right half forward, just inside the boundary. Wheels onto his left. He goes long. He gets good purchase on it, just short. And it's knocked through for a rush behind. So it is the Giants 2-2-14. Richmond yet to score after 7 minutes. Cameron staying on the field. He looks like he's okay.
He just, when he kicked the ball with his left foot, Sam Lloyd dived across an attempted smother. So I think it's just a knock in the shin. Nothing too major to worry about.
Short once more with the kick-in duties for the Tigers. He goes for Hawley, who takes the mark at full stretch on the defensive 50. Turns on the left boot and beautifully moves the ball to the middle of the ground for Sam Lloyd. Now onto the right boot. He's got Ellis, who's streaming forward. Coming the other direction was Williams, so the Giants did well. Now Mumford offers support. Ellis did well to fight the ball over the boundary line. Maybe a throw in 50 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Terrific work from Zach Williams. Worked really hard to get across and cause that spoil. It's been a massive player for the Giants in terms of their attack from half back this year, but great to see him do some defensive work as well.
Hampson in front position at the throw-in, tried to tap it down to Martin, and now Grigg with the kick inside the 50. It's a vacant goal square as Revolt races back. Tomlinson's there as well. Good work from the Giants defender. Tapped it towards the boundary a third time. Kept it in play and then gathered the footy. Off a step, kicks the ball to half-back. Sam Reid caught from behind. Rance takes it for Tigers. Hand pass away to Ellis. Now a linking hand pass and a chance for Markoff inside the 50. No Tigers player there, but well crumbed by Taylor Hunt. Hand pass away to Sam Lloyd. Snaps on the right boot. Kicks across the face. And in fact, it doesn't score. Out for a boundary throw-in up against the left behind post. It's the Giants by 14 points.
Looks like another injury to the Giants with Sam Reid, hurting his ankle in that tangle earlier with Alex Rance. And we'll keep Dan Conifer on top of that. Throw in left forward pocket for the Tigers. One down by Hampson. Taken by Zach Williams of the Giants. Gets tackled. Handballs to Mumford, who falls over and subsequently gets tackled by 3 Richmond forwards. And the ball's locked up for a throw-up. Same spot, still left forward pocket for the Tigers. Hampson knocks it back towards the boundary. Mumford got there first. Handball missed the target. Cochin deep in the pocket. It's a centering ball that goes right across the face. Lloyd scampers after it. Can't keep it in play. It'll be thrown in now in the right forward pocket for Richmond.
Sam Reid staying on. He went for a bit of a sprint there after that ball and looked okay, but still hobbling over there on the other side of the oval. We'll keep an eye on him.
Dan Conifer with us this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Ball gets thrown in. Mumford reaches over the top, wins it down to the front. Comes out to Canelio, who will clear for the Giants. Into the middle of the ground. Spectacular attempt there by Lobb, and he's got front on contact, so he didn't complete the mark, but he will get the free kick.
The ball has to be returned to Lobb, which allows the Tigers to get a couple of players back into defence. The Giants by 14 points after 10 minutes. Lobb's going to go back to Himmelberg, who takes the mark on the back of the centre square, and now short to Heath Shaw. Dylan Shield has just come off the bench and he'll receive the ball. Just the required journey, centre wing, under the broadcast side. Call to play on, he'll kick to half forward. Lobb tries to make position. Patton is the target. Over the back is Jeremy Cameron, but Alex Rance takes a good mark for Richmond. Hand pass missed Boston, but he's got enough time to gather it. Only 15 metres out from his defensive goal, and a good pass to Grigg, who marks it right half back. 1-2 working beautifully with Lambert. Now Ellis off a step, kicks in the direction of Hooley. It bounces in front of him, and also Wilson, and over the boundary line, and a throw in.
Is that the old slight handball that just behind you, Berkey, so he's got to give it back to you 1-2 by Sean Grigg?
The Tigers are experts at that one.
It's been the Richmond Academy, Berkey.
Yep.
Not sure about the Giants Academy. Hampson wins the tap down to the front. Comes back to Hampson. Palmed out a handball to Conker, who fell over. Martin didn't, kept his feet. Handball back towards Miles, missed him. Martin went back and got it again. He'll get it again here, Martin, with 3 handballs. Gave the don't argue. Now Richmond can build towards half forward. A long kick in the Lloyd direction. Patfull got in the best position to knock it away from him and then locked the ball up for a throw up. 55 out from Richmond's goal right half forward. So we've played 11 minutes in the opening term. The Giants 2-2-14. Richmond yet to score, but the Tigers have been better over the last few minutes. From the throw up, nothing eventuates there. There's a couple of Giants players calling for a free kick for holding the ball, and they get it. So on the bottom of the pack, there is a Richmond player that Canelio is lying on top of. It's Miles, the former Giant, who has to throw the ball to Canelio, who will take the free kick at left half back.
The umpire just having a word or two to Canelio, who is arguing his case. Quick hand pass over the top to Kennedy. So from left half back, the Giants kick long. Steve Johnson looks to come in from the side. Didn't compete in the end, but roves the ball from Patton. Sweeping hand pass to Lobb at left half forward. Good hand pass to Scully. Kicks longer than that. Bubbling ball towards Cameron. In front position. Well done by Boston. Works it back to Markov. A chance for Richmond to clear. Asprey goes very short. Dropping the mark though. And a chance for Floston to clear as he receives the ball from Asprey.
So they go out wide this time to the grandstand side of Manuka Oval to Brandon Ellis, who loops a kick over the top, and Drummond now has the ball. He'll kick to true centre wing in front of the interchange gates to Hampson. Richmond looking better here. Hampson up towards half forward. Rioli's made some space. 60 from goal, left half forward. He wanted to move it quickly. There was no real option he liked. So in the end, he's forced to kick long towards the top of the square. Revolt is there. Also lob for the Giants. He dropped the mark at the critical moment. Williams slaps it out towards Wilson, and Wilson is off and running. Takes a bounce at defensive 50, goes in short to Kelly, now across to Devon Smith. First time we've seen the Giants really run and explode. The kick inside the 50, Green got held without possession, will get a free kick. It was clever work there from Green. Rather than take possession, he decided to knock it on, and Fostone anticipated he would take possession and tackled him to the ground.
And that's a worry for the Tigers if they're going to bomb the ball to that spot around about 20-30 metres out from goal. If they don't retain it there, then the Giants are just going to be off and running down the centre corridor. And they're probably one of the best teams in the league at using the ball to advantage.
Now, Green's opened the angle here and gone with the snap, and it was a very good idea, because from 40 metres he's got the Giants' third goal. He's been getting lessons from Stevie J. He was about 45 out. Everyone thought he was going to go the drop punt. He just casually opened the angle and snapped it home. It is 3-2-20 the Giants. Richmond yet to score. 14 minutes played.
He's become a real goal kicker, Toby Green. Quite a surprise packet, I think, as a small forward this year. I don't think there would have been many people who expected Toby Green to have the impact he has as a forward, kicking goals. Quite a skillful goal there, running around. Good bit of composure. I think Stevie J has been teaching him.
Well, it's 32 goals for the season.
That's a fantastic effort, because you look at their team and it's probably one thing that they're missing. They don't have an Eddie Betts type of small forward, so they've had to create some, and they've done a fantastic job at it.
The Giants by 20 points. Vickery one down the tap, but beautifully read off the back of the pack by Johnson, who finds Patton coming out to take the lead. Well, that's a position you wouldn't see Stevie Johnson regularly, streaming off the back of the square, but didn't that work exceptionally well?
Yeah, I've written down here, watch Stevie Johnson. Every centre bounce he started off the back of the square, he's just come streaming through, and he's been pretty much unopposed for the next 5 minutes after each bounce as well. So he'll be in for a big day today, I'm tipping.
Who says old dogs, or in this case old cats, can't learn new tricks? Patton from directly in front, 40 metres out. He pushes it out to the left, and just a minor score. The Giants by 21 points, 3-3-21 to Richmond yet to score.
Jaden Short for Richmond, hesitating, bringing the ball back into play. Now he does. A wide ball, Cameron up, so is Vickery. No one could mark. Kelly with the crumbs to Himmelberg, who kicks back towards Green, who marks again. This time in the right forward pocket, right up against the boundary, 40 from goal.
What's he going to do this time, Berkey? Run it out on his left, or
has he got a left foot one? No, I'm not too sure. Look, you're 3 goals, 3-0. Why not try a big long banana?
And he's removing some furniture. Just a plastic green chair and a cameraman and all sorts of things has moved, and then he suddenly doesn't even take the shot. He centres it up to Wilson, who has a flying shot from outside the 50 and misses everything to the right hand side. Out on the full, free kick Richmond, free kick Jaden Short.
I know there's team things to do, but sometimes, just have a shot of banana. Why not?
Nathan Wilson is probably one of the better kicks at the club. It was you'd expect him to nearly kick that one, so it wasn't a bad option by Green.
Short kick looking for Vickery, nudged out of it by Mumford, very short, and the mark is taken by Tom Scully. So he'll have another shot on goal for the Giants, shooting from just outside 50, slightly right of centre. And a chance for the Giants to really open up an advantage now.
Just winning the crucial drop of the ball contest at the moment, the Giants, whether it's going inside Richmond's 50 or the Giants.
Scully with a hip and a Scott from 50 on the left boot, hits the goal. So the Giants race out 4 goals to nothing in the opening term. 4-3-27 to the Tigers, yet to score through 17 minutes in the opening term.
It's basic errors that are costing the Tigers. Wilson kicked the ball out on the full. Tigers brought the ball back into play. They had no shorts, so they just kicked long 50 metres down the line. It ended up being Mumford against Cochin. They were the two that were contesting the ball. Cochin's not going to win that battle. Mumford then turns around, kicks to Scully, it's a goal. Where's the big players? Tyrone Vickery was in the area. He has to say, if you're going to bomb the ball long, I'm going to either mark it or smash it out of bounds so we can reset. Cochin cannot be left to go against Mumford.
Bounce back in the middle. Worrying signs already for the Tigers. Mumford taps it down but straight to Grigg. Kicks up towards Revolt, who was caught behind. Couldn't take the mark from that position. They dive on the loose ball at the 50 for Richmond. Miles goes in low. He's tackled by Devon Smith, and the ball will be thrown up. Still bright sunshine here at Manuka Oval, but it is a cold winter's day. Mumford wins the tap down. Shield prizes it clear and kicks it inside the centre square, but to a contest. Vickery gets a handball out. Cochin emerges with the football, breaks one tackle and a second, gives the defensive handball to Short, who's gobbled up there by Lobb to the ground. He had no prior opportunity. It'll be thrown up inside the centre square. 18 played, first term grandstand AFL. It's the Giants leading 27-0.
Mumford wings down the tap, but straight to Miles of Richmond. Kicks inside the 50. Martin comes out on the lead. He and Heath Shaw wrestle for it. Bit of a toe poke from Heath Shaw as Martin goes once more. Sliding in now, it's Shaw who's thrown to the turf. And the umpire will ball it up at left half forward for the Tigers.
I like the move of Martin forward on a Heath Shaw, because it's going to force Heath Shaw to be accountable to somebody. And you can't leave Martin alone, because he will score goals, but you also need to stop Shaw's run.
Mumford knocked it down beautifully to Smith, who gets a clearing kick from half back. Lob the target, nudged underneath it by Rance, but the pack fell over. Couple of Giants standing as Cameron Tampas missed his intended target. A chance for Richmond. Markov with a good tackle, can't break it clear. Here's Green, who comes up with a footy. Vacant goal square, heads in that direction and bounces through his second. The Giants 5-3-33 to Richmond, yet to score. 20 minutes played in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
And Alex Rance getting up very gingerly. He's got a knock, looks like a knock to the forehead just above the right eye in that marking contest, whether it's a stray knee or an elbow. But certainly he is not one player that they can afford to go down at this stage.
And again, Toby Green causing all sorts of trouble for the Richmond defenders. Very dangerous up forwards. He's now gone into the midfield, this centre bounce. But when he does slide forward, Richmond will be wanting to check the best matchup on Green.
Alex Rance is coming off after that checkup from the doctor, and going on in his place is Nick Luston.
It's 53 disposals to the Giants, 52 to Richmond, yet it's 33-0 on the scoreboard. From the middle, socket off the ground by Shield, went nowhere. Tigers mark on goes in, was too slow holding the ball. He got his handball away, but that was too late. Green with a free kick, handballs out to Canelio, now to Kelly. Kelly inside 50, that's a poor kick, and Vickery takes the defensive mark for Richmond. Distributes a handball to Taylor Hunt, who thought about the handball, then goes with a kick. It was quite clever the way he shaped that to Brandon Ellis. Then gives the handball to Jaden Short, who was running past. Kicks into the direction of Rioli, going back with the flight. Took it on the second bounce. Inboard handball to Grigg. He has to go back to Rioli. Rioli confronted by Williams. Has to go backwards with a handball to Short, who then kicks into Hooley, who takes the mark forward to the wing. He plays on. That was clever, but the kick, though, was directionless. And Phil Davis, all alone, in the tangerine-coloured boots, takes the mark for the Giants, 30 out from Richmond's goal.
Giants by 33 points as he goes into the middle of the ground. Griffin takes the mark. Quick hand pass to Patfull, now to Scully. They're running through the middle of the ground. Kelly at centre half forward, kicks inside the 50, and Johnson racing back. Takes the mark in the left forward pocket, 20 metres out. Brilliant end-to-end ball movement from the Giants. Stevie trying to play on the mark. The umpire hadn't set the mark. He snaps the goal and the umpire says, no. Back behind your mark. I don't know if the umpire's right, but anyway.
But Becky, what about had no Richmond players even stopped or even thought that might have happened?
Everybody in the crowd was just going, Stevie's just going to ran on his right foot, and three Richmond players all had their back to it. He actually walked around and kicked around the corner. If it wasn't for the umpire, it would be a goal.
Take two, turns around, snaps the goal. Steve Johnson makes it 6-0. 6-0 in the first quarter, and they are opening up a sizable gap against the Tigers, even though it's only early. 6-3-39 to Richmond, yet to score. 22 minutes played.
So Richmond been able to get the ball in their hands. They've been able to work it up to probably half forward. Their inside 50 kicks have been poor, just going in long to contest. Giants outnumber, but on the rebounds, their defensive work has been appalling. Giants able to just walk through, easy hand passes, uncontested marks, loose players. And generally uncontested marks inside 50. They've just got to fix Richmond. They've got to fix that going inside 50, but then on the rebound, they really have to work harder defensively.
Not sure how much of a difference Alex Rance will make given their predicament, but he's back on. He's gone on in the place of Kane Lambert.
One down in the middle there by Hampson for Richmond at the restart in the centre square. But again, nothing really eventuates initially, and the umpire has to come in and call for it.
But Ty Vickery playing as a loose man in the Tigers' defence.
Umpire throws it up. Hampson wins it down. Again, it comes out the Giants' way, though. Griffin, haven't heard much of him so far, but his kick was good to Cameron, to Ward, streaming through the middle, out to Johnson again.
Same spot. Let's see if they wake up to it this time. Yes, Ty's at least standing there, which is good on him.
Oh, Vickery was a wake-up this time, but he's still going to do it, Johnson, and he's still going to kick another goal. The Giants are having a picnic. We've only played 23 minutes and they're already 45 points in front. The Giants, 7-3-45, Richmond no score.
And I do not understand the reasoning of having Ty Vickery play as the loose man. The loose man has to be a player who can read the play.
Yeah.
And that's not one of Ty's strong points. Okay, if they bomb the ball long in the air, he'll be able to contest. But that's not what they're doing. They're pinpointing the passes going inside 50. So get somebody who can read the play and get where they're supposed to be, because at the moment it's just a waste of a player.
The Giants lead by 45 points. Cold afternoon in Canberra, but plenty for GWS fans to cheer about. Shield with the clearance, bubbling ball only as far as Hooley, who picked it off and kicks the Tigers forward. It bounces in front of Heath Shaw, revolt from behind, tries to tap it to Cochin's advantage, but Davis in the middle. Heath Shaw slipped over, now on top of the footy, has to knock it out as Revolt lays the tackle. It comes to Shield, who's brought down. So a ball up at right half forward for the Tigers, but they're trailing by 45 points.
The other thing with Vickery playing loose back is the other back six probably should play in front of their opponent, but they're playing behind. Knowing Vickery's you've got support in behind, but they're just playing in behind their forwards.
Cochin handball to Ellis, who kicks into the 50, and Lloyd comes out and marks. 40 from goal directly in front. So Richmond's first genuine opportunity here to get on the scoreboard at the 25-minute mark.
Cochin's one of few at the moment that's looking at least dangerous. He's quite good in around the contest, a couple of clearances.
Sam Lloyd shoots at goal, kicks it poorly, hooking, one behind. But Richmond is on the board.
You're not going to get too many shots at goal today, and he's put one out of bounds. It was a snap admittedly, but he had more time than he thought. That went out of bounds, and that should have been through for a goal. So 2 wasted chances by Lloyd.
Wilson plays onto himself, got the Shepherd from Davis on the mark, and kicks long, looking for Lobb. Patton in front. Big fly from Asprey. Couldn't come down with the footy. Cochin the crummer. Hand pass to Asprey. Bounced off his chest. Shield fights for it. Got it to Sam Reid. And now a chance for Williams. Cut through traffic really well. On half back. Round Cochin. Hand pass to Shield. Able to try and get past a couple of Giants. Marcon did well to lay a tackle. Cochin with a hand pass over the top for the Tigers. Back to Marcon. Heath Shaw throws into the turf. Cochin with a short pass to Lloyd. I don't think that was the required journey. Umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. 55 metres out from goal. Kicks to the lead of Revolt. Almost a juggling mark. Going back was Conker. Patford with a quick hand pass out. And the Giants are away through Kelly, who runs at half back.
Handballs to Griffin. He's almost made it to the wing. No one really on the chase, so he can take his time and decide where to kick. He goes wide to Johnson. What a kick that was. Johnson marks 70 from goal. Coming forward is Sam Reid, who'll mark in the pocket, running back with a flight. Only 25 out from goal in the left forward pocket.
Again, no pressure on the Giants running up the ground. Like Griffin, he had 5-10 seconds on the ball, just waiting for an option. Eventually something's going to open up. He's able to execute. There's just no pressure on the Giants ball carriers whatsoever.
Stevie Johnson waiting for a handball.
Sam Reid is going to go with the traditional drop punt and make it 50 points. This is amazing. We've played 27 minutes in this match and the Giants are already 50 points in front. It's 8-3-51 to one behind.
Love Stevie's enthusiasm. He's got 2 already. He'll be thinking, I'm in for 8 today. And Sam Reid was having a shot for goal. He was 5 metres in from the boundary line, Stevie went and stood on the boundary line and said, hey, handball it to me, and I'll do one of my kicks around the corner. But Sam said, no, I'll do it myself.
Well, we did speak to Stevie J that day. He had 5 or 6 to half time, and he said, I was thinking double figures.
He'll be thinking 8 at least today.
So the Giants 50 points in front, and we're not even at half time. A free kick for 2 high, and it's going GWS's way.
Not even at quarter time.
No, sorry, quarter time against Grigg. Long ball inside the 50 over the head of Cameron, and working well is Rance to take the defensive mark for Richmond. Chips the ball to Taylor Hunt, who juggles it, can't claim it. Cameron forces him over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in at half forward for the Giants. So round 4 against the West Coast Eagles so far is the biggest first quarter score against the Tigers. 6-2, 6 goals, 8 West Coast to Richmond, 2 goals straight. And the Giants are looking to smash that. 8 goals in the first quarter. Quick kick towards Patton, couldn't be claimed, and Grimes with a sweeping hand pass for Richmond. Gave it to Cochin, and now to Hooley. Out to Lambert, who can run the wing. Has a bounce as he's corralled by Patbull. Looks to kick further afield. Revolt 2 on 1. And it's a poor kick as he's Shaw takes the intercepting mark.
He had Shaw in front of him, and he had Davis behind him. The kick had to be absolutely spot on, and the Tigers aren't capable of making that kick.
The kick into Wilson, who marks at defensive 50, so it was a centering ball. The worry here for Richmond is the Giants will sense an opportunity to really boost their percentage from this situation. So I don't think they'll relax. As Williams gets up to the wing with a kick to Shield, who handballs on to Griffin, who's got plenty of space, plenty of time to penetrate deep towards Patton, but Rance got a spoil in and gets it out of play for a throw-in.
The Giants are 3 points ahead in percentage in front of Sydney and Geelong. So a big win today would it's almost be an extra 4 points.
No doubt. Ball gets thrown in. Mumford wins it down. Hooley crashes through but got tackled by Canelio and Johnson. And we'll have another throw-up, this time 30 metres out from the Giants' goal at the Manuka end.
Umpire tosses it up. Mumford and Vickery. Mumford swats it towards the boundary line. Short there for Richmond. Hand pass intercepted, and it goes over the boundary line. And a throw in 15 metres around from the Giants' goal. 8 goals to none in the opening quarter. Toss back in. There's time for the Giants to do more as Mumford taps it down. Ward could have almost been taken high as he tried to break through a tackle. Lunging in there is Lambert. Vickery fights for it. And the umpire is going to ball it up 35 metres out from the Giants' goal.
So still inside forward 50, the Giants. They've got 8. Can they get 9 before quarter time? Ward, third man up, taps it straight down to Martin, who squeezes a kick clear towards the wing. Low down, Himmelberg dropped the mark, still fought on for it. Once the ball hit the turf, Conker crashes in for Richmond. Davis paddled out cleverly to Kelly of the Giants. Handballs to Scully. Now to Shaw. Shaw's kick into the 50. Cameron's down there wrestling. Couldn't mark, but did get a hand to it. Toby Green shrugs the tackle. Handballs to Cameron. Gets past one. Has to handball the ball to Smith, who kicks deep into the pocket. And Canelio jumped over the top. It gave away free kick. It's going to be a free kick to Trent Cochin in the back pocket. We've almost reached quarter time.
Cochin chips the ball out of defence, looking for Hampton to charge at it. Intercepting mark taken by Williams, who's going to go back for the Giants to Heath Shaw. Unloads with a long kick in the direction of Green and Patton. Patton got hands to it. Scully crumbs and Kelly kicks the goal that won't count. It's after the siren. An incredible first quarter from the Giants. 8 goals, 3, 51 to Richmond, 1 behind. They lead by 50 points at quarter time. An incredible start. The goal kickers for the Giants, 2 goals to Toby Green. Individuals to Shield, Ward, Scully, Johnson and Sam Reid. Meanwhile for the Tigers, no scorers to trouble about.
No, there is not. The one behind kicked by Sam Lloyd. So quarter time here at Manuka Oval in Canberra. The Giants 8-3-51. Richmond 1 behind. You're listening to all the action on Grandstand AFL.
Audio, video, photos and stories. There's a world of great sport content for you to explore on the ABC Grandstand website. Get the latest results and stories. Stay up to date with AFL, NRL, cricket, A-League, golf, in fact, all things sport. Simply log on to abc.net.au/grandstand. ABC Grandstand.
Grandstand. On radio, online, and on digital radio. Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
First time we've seen the Giants really run and explode. The kick inside the 50. Green got held without possession. Will get a free kick. It was clever work there from Green. Rather than take possession, he decided to knock it on, and Boston anticipated he would take possession and tackled him to the ground. Green's opened the angle here and gone with the snap, and it was a very good idea, because from 40 metres he's got the Giants' third goal.
Cameron Tampas missed his intended target. A chance for Richmond. Markov with a good tackle. Can't break it clear. Here's Green, who comes up with a footy. Vacant goal square. Heads in that direction and bounces through his second. Patfull now to Scully. They're running through the middle of the ground. Kelly at centre half forward. Kicks inside the 50 and Johnson racing back. Takes the mark in the left forward pocket. 20 metres out. Brilliant end-to-end ball movement from the Giants. Stevie trying to play on the mark. The umpire hadn't set the mark. He snaps the goal and the umpire says, no. Back behind your mark. Take two. Turns around, snaps the goal.
Comes out the Giants' way though. Griffin, haven't heard much of him so far. But his kick was good to Cameron, to Ward, streaming through the middle. Out to Johnson again. Vickery was a wake-up this time, but he's still going to do it, Johnson, and he's still going to kick another goal. The Giants are having a picnic.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
You might not have heard any Richmond highlights there. That's because there aren't any. The Giants 8-3-51 at quarter time. Richmond one behind. And to make things worse for Richmond, I'm going to give you a score. The Tigers in their last two quarters of football. Opposition 17 goals 6, 108. Richmond 2 goals 4, 16. That's their last two quarters of football. Nathan Burke and Jason Sannington, what have you made of the first half hour?
Well, goodness me, we thought they would blow them out. I tipped 48 points. They're 50 up already. So, I think I've probably underestimated, but it's just been all the Giants. And one of the key things is there's not a lot of difference between the stats. Slight possessions in favour of the Giants, but the way the Giants actually handball, they actually handball in an attacking mode. And they're handballing to a player running forward. And if he gets in trouble, he handballs to another player running forward. Whereas the Tigers are only handballing when they're in trouble. And a lot of their handballs, they're just sloppy. They're at players' feet. When they do manage to get a 2-on-1, it's a bad handball that the player can't run forward, then he's got to go backwards again. It's just that basic skill error and the attacking use of the handball, to me, is a real difference between these two sides.
The other big one for me is Richmond's defensive effort is quite poor. As soon as the Giants get control of the footy, there is no intent to come hard at the ball carrier. They just peel off. Players like Griffin, Scully, Shield have that much time on the footy. They're not going to turn it over if they've got that much time with the ball. They'll just wait and wait and wait till the right option opens up. And they're able to use it. I mean, 21 inside 50s for a quarter is huge. Every time the Giants get it, they're able to take it inside, and they're getting shots on goal. So Richmond's defensive effort really needs to lift. There has to be a major focus on that. Don't worry about the attacking stuff. If you can't defend, you're going to have no chance to put yourself in a game of football. You have to compete.
Some of the stats to quarter time, the disposals the way of the Giants, 94-78, as Jason made mention of. The inside 50s, a dominant performance from the Giants, 21-10, but the marks inside 50 as well, 8-1. Uncontested possession, GWS's way, 60-52, and the contested possession, 35-26. The possessions from an individual point of view, Dylan Shield with 8, Green and Scully with 7. Shane Mumford right up there with 6 disposals as well, including a clearance. For the Tigers, 9 disposals for Cochin, 7 for Ellis, and 5 for Rance and Lambert.
One of the things Damien Hardwick mentioned during the week was intensity, and the fact that Richmond lacked that at the back end of the third term and in the whole of the fourth term against the Hawks last weekend. And I cannot feel any intensity down here at all, any urgency, any pressure amongst the Richmond Tigers players to fight for the ball harder or chase after it faster. It's lacking energy, to say the least.
And there's a fine coming for the club as well, because Giants were out in position. The 1 minute siren had blown and Damien Hardwick was still talking to his players, so they hadn't broken up in time. So add insult to injury.
We're ready to go now, though. Second quarter action from Manuka Oval. The Giants leading by 50 points. 8-3 to 1 behind. In the middle, Martin crashes through, falls over at the critical moment. Miles got a hand to the football. Still all happening in the centre circles. Here go the Giants. Canelio gets the handball out. Now Zach Williams. He goes deep inside the 50. Asprey dives, can't take the mark. Markov for Richmond. He mops up and kicks out wide to Conker, who dropped the mark, but he got his arms chopped against Adam Kennedy. So a free kick to Conker in the left back pocket for Richmond.
Didn't have a possession in the first quarter.
Conker hits it very high out towards the boundary. Vickery couldn't take the mark. Spoil came over the top by Tomlinson and out of play for a throw-in in front of the Jack Bingleton scoreboard. Now, Dan, you work here, you live here. So at the end that the Giants are kicking, is that the Parliament end?
The end of the Giants kicking this time?
Yeah.
I don't think any of the ends are the Parliament end. I think the grandstand side, the side that we're all on, is probably the Parliament side of the ground. You've got the Manuka end, the Cafe set end, and then you've got the Northern end.
Dustin Martin with a 1-2 to get Richmond a half forward. He's short with a hand pass for the Giants, asking Kelly to race after it. He fights for it with Markon, who's tied up against the boundary, and eventually happy to see it. As the Giants had a 2-on-1, a boundary throw-in on half forward for Richmond. I think Damien Hardwick would be happy to pay that fine, Nathan Burke, and get the extra 30 seconds to try and inspire his charges.
Depends how they respond.
It's completely true. Hampton one down the tap, and Miles will get a free kick for too high against Shield.
It's interesting he spent an extra 30 seconds down with the boys because he was about 2 or 3 minutes late getting down to the huddle in the first place.
Might have been trying to work out what to say. Miles with the hand pass to Markov, who off a step sends the Tigers inside the 50. Vickery will have to fly against a couple. Davis had hands to it but couldn't juggle the mark. Williams with a hand pass back to Heath-Shaw. 30 metres out from his defensive goal. Johnson had to wait a long time for it as Grimes came charging in. A chance for Richmond once more. The kick was over the head of Hooley. Drummond comes out, can't juggle the mark. Miles can't claim it. Cornelia with a hand pass for GWS. Got it to Smith and now to Steve Johnson and spread it wide where Kennedy takes the mark for the Giants.
He's at right half back for the Giants. He's going to go from one half back flank pretty much to the other as they'll try the grandstand side. The kick up towards Ward. Good mark. And it might be 50, and it is. He got knocked down after he completed the mark. And Ward's going to come from half back pretty much to half forward.
I've seen later hits not paid 50, so it's slightly stiff.
Shield had come from the bench wanting it at half forward, but Ward didn't see him, and instead he's kicked straight to Taylor Hunt of Richmond, who handballs to Martin, back to Taylor Hunt, almost had his head taken off. As he got it back, I'm not sure whether he should have taken it back because he really should have been tackled properly and it would have been holding the ball at the top of the goal square. Oh, Hunt's just turned it over anyway. He's kicked it straight to Adam Kennedy, a 20-metre pass in the corridor, and Kennedy will line up for goal 30 metres out straight in front. That was a birthday present.
Well, I'm not sure what's going through Taylor Hunt's mind. He called for the handball running directly into Cameron, who luckily gave him a free kick around the neck, gets the free kick back and kicks it straight to a Giants player.
So Adam Kennedy straight in front to the northern end. He has got it. He's got it. It was close to the right-hand goal post, but it's a 9th goal to the Giants, and the lead is 56 points at the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. GWS 9-3-57, Richmond 1 behind.
This is where it's hard for Richmond and as a player to stay in the game, isn't it? I mean, you can't help at this point start to worry about your own performance as opposed to the team things they should be doing.
Yep.
Clearly they need to focus in on the team things, winning their defensive efforts or halving contests, something like that. But you can only imagine right now some of the demons or thoughts that are going through the Tigers players' heads.
Trent Cotchin back on for Adam Markon.
So the Giants by 56 points. Richmond still searching for their first goal as Hampson wins down the tap. At the very bottom of the pack is Miles trying to knock it out for Richmond. And we'll have a ball up still inside the outer of the centre circles. Tossed up, Mumford and Hanson. Mumford claims it, tries to knock it out. Too high, the tackle from Dusty Martin. And the Giants' big man will take it in the middle of the ground. There was some concern whether he'd get up for this match, but was right to take his position. Quick hand pass to Cornelio, who spreads it wide to left half forward. Tomlinson takes the mark. GWS into attack once more. Long kick inside the 50. Looking for Johnson in front position. Couldn't take the mark. He stands up in the tackle from Asprey. Gave the hand pass to Smith, who burst clear. Quick hand pass to Kennedy. Now to Himmelberg, the defender. Dribbling kick forward into the pocket. And it rolls over the boundary line in front of Kelly. And a throw in 15 metres out from the Giants' goal.
It is a packed Marnica. I've never seen so many people here for a game of AFL football, but I think they're all a bit shocked with what they're seeing at the moment. Taylor Hunt took possession of the ball, fell over at the critical moment. Devon Smith feeds out a handball. Griffin snaps across the face, and it bounces out of play into the pocket, so right across the goal face, right across the scoring face. And another stoppage, another opportunity for the Giants, now deep in their left forward pocket.
Second sellout here at Manuka. I think the Territorians are on board the Giants, which is great to see.
Second sellout of the season and third for their time down here in the capital.
Hampson knocks it down. Miles will clear for Richmond. Vickery takes a strong mark at half-back against Tomlinson. His high kick towards the wing. That'll favour Davis, who just sewn back and marked comfortably on his chest. Revolt just 10 metres out of position. Davis to Himmelberg. Himmelberg's kick is a shocker, but Kennedy was all alone in the centre square. He was able to collect. Handball to Scully, bounces off a tackle. Handballs to Wilson from the centre circle. Spirals the ball inside 50, but a good defensive mark taken there. And the Tigers will be able to settle things down with Closter.
Cochin with a hand pass to Grigor, now to Martin inside the centre square. Revolt one-on-one with Phil Davis, works it to the back. Revolt after it, if it sits he can snap on goal. It does, he dribbles with the right boot, and finally the Tigers have a goal. 7 minutes into the second quarter, and Jack Revolt is able to break their duck. The problem is they trail by 50 points. GWS 9-3-57 to Richmond 1-1-7.
It was one of the few times that the Tigers have actually attacked through the centre corridor and allowed Jack Revolt to work one-on-one against his opponent. Every other time they've come forward, they've either been contesting against 1 against 2. The previous kick by Ty Vickery to Jack Revolt just was not in his favour at all. So at least give your forwards a chance. Let them work one-on-one, get the ball in there quickly, get it to his favoured side, and if he's good enough, he'll score goals. And we know Jack's good enough to do that.
Absolutely doesn't lose many one-on-ones, does he? It's exactly how he wants it.
It's taken 37 minutes for the Richmond Tigers to get their first goal. From the middle, Mumford, a handball to Griffin, gets well tackled, got a kick away. Cornelio gives the handball to Shield, who is away and running with 2 bounces, legs pumping, almost at half forward now, kicking up towards Patton, but cutting it off was Rance for the Tigers. Handball to Brandon Ellis, back to Rance, who gets tackled to the ground, only 40 metres out from the Giants' goal. He didn't have prior opportunity, it'll be thrown up.
Another couple of terrible handballs by the Tigers, but I don't mind it. I'd rather them do that than just try and chip the ball backwards and sideways.
Thrown up. One down by Lobb. Kennedy got a bad bounce. And there was Marcon. He gets tackled at the top of the 50 by 2 Giants players. It'll be thrown up.
At half forward for the Giants. Lob up against Hampson, who wins it down. Greek tried to go back through traffic. Good tackle laid by Tomlinson. It comes to Cochin of Richmond. Cuts through traffic. Hand pass to Martin. We'll go backwards to Cochin. The two combine to work it to half back, where Ellis gives away the hand pass to Greek. Chips the ball to half forward. Revolt working up the ground. Takes the mark between wing and half forward. Rioli heading back to the goal square. Revolt kicks shorter than that. A free for a hold, and it's going to go Lambert's way against Patfull. Ball just bounced in front of him, an awkward half volley. And the former Brisbane Lions defender was deemed to have had a fistful of the jumper.
He just got caught not watching the ball there, Jolie Patfull, and once he turned and realised it was coming in, he had nothing to do other than hold on to his opponent, so he couldn't mark it. So just got caught not watching the ball there, Joel.
So Kane Lambert will shoot from 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle. And the Tigers string a couple together on the trot. Lambert on his approach. kick on its way. It's out to the left and it misses. And just a minor score. Richmond 1-2-8, trailing the Giants 9-3-57. 10 minutes played in the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
At least there were some proactive handballs in that passage of play. They weren't just handballs because I'm in trouble, actually handballs forward.
Short kick short to Patfull, and Patfull will go out to the outer side of the ground. Lob is up for the Giants, couldn't complete the mark. Vickery in there providing some sort of pressure, but at ground level it's a Giants ball to Canelio. Got tackled as he got his handball away, and that's resulted in a turnover. Martin, a handball out to Taylor Hunt, who's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Jack's getting a little frustrated. Bit of yelling going on there, bit of emotional type behaviour as the Giants kick it back towards the wing. It bounced off Alex Rance's head, fortunately straight back to him. A handball to Grimes, a handball out to Jaden Short, who tracks the boundary, kicks towards Lambert. He couldn't quite complete the mark. It bounced off his chest, but was able to get the handball away. Now the kick inside the 50. Revolt's got 2 to beat. Davis over the top. Spoils it out of bounds for a throw-in. There is another game being played at the moment in the AFL. 23 played in the opening term in Launceston. It's Hawthorn 2-5-17. Carlton 4 behinds.
Thrown in on half forward for the Tigers. Vickery, the lone ruckman, flicks it over the back, but straight to Lobb, who kicks it out of bounds on the full. So a chance for Richmond to go forward once more. Short will take the free kick at left half forward. The Giants have pushed a number of players into defence. He'll set it up to the top of the square. Revolt comes out. Big fly, got up but couldn't claim the mark. Had hands at the back as well as Phil Davis took the mark. And it's going to go back and actually be a free kick to Rory Lobb, which is good effort, Whitey, to put your hands on a guy who's 206 centimetres.
That's a Warwick Kappa sort of effort. The Giants out towards half-back. Scully's got 2 to beat here, and he can't do it. Asprey shrugs the tackle. Handballs to Vickery. On to Conker. Right half forward. Revolt, this time with the one hand, can't mark. And it goes through that one mitt and out of bounds for a throw in 40 around from Richmond's goal. 12 played. Second quarter. The Giants by 49 points. A goal each in this turn. Manager umpire collects the ball, throws it back in. Vickery in front, Lob over the top. Shield with the crumb. Handballs to Lob. Gets tackled. Handball straight to Miles. Handball to Revolt on his left. It won't be a goal. Hit the fat part of the ball and it's gone out of bounds on the full. No screwage in that kick. That's out of bounds. So free kick to the Giants in the right back pocket to be taken by Himmelberg.
This is better by the Tigers. They're peppering away now. They've had 3 shots for goal in this quarter, so it's a much better effort.
Himmelberg with a long kick to half-back. Great courage from Rory Lobb, who went back with a flight and took an excellent mark. He played on and put Smith under pressure. Kennedy tied up against the boundary. Marcon trying to push him over. Now picked up by Taylor Hunt. He's under pressure as well. Good tackling from Rory Lobb, the big fella.
They're coming from the low base, Becky.
3 shots at goal. It's pretty impressive. One did go out in the full, so it doesn't really count, but it's a shot at least.
Thrown up. Lob won the tap down. Tomlinson gave the hand pass to the Giants straight to Martin, who's dragged down holding the footy. Great tackle by Steve Canelio, who wins it back for GWS.
Yeah, Martin tried the big don't argue, and he gets away with it 9 times out of 10, but not against Canelio.
He's coming up for his 12th disposal. It's a short defensive kick to Tomlinson, who's going to transfer play to the grandstand side of Manuka Oval to Davis. He's at defensive 50. The co-captain kicks up towards the wing. It's a nice kick. And Wilson takes the mark. They can handle on to Reid, who's got some space, nearly at half forward. He kicks deep. Steve Johnson's lurking. Can't quite complete the mark. Off the ground, Greed, soccering. No, missing to the right. That ball bounced violently to the right when it looked like it was going through for a goal, but only a behind. The Giants 58, Richmond 8, 14 played, second term grandstand AFL.
Short to bring the Tigers back into play. He'll play onto himself and swing it to the broadcast side of Canberra. Hampson caught behind. All he can do is try and make a physical intent and a bit of a jumper punch to the back of the head as Nathan Wilson took a good strong mark. Wilson at left half forward. High ball inside the 50 for the Giants. Cameron looked to fly. Asprey took the mark. It's going to be a Richmond free kick in the marking contest, and it's going back to Alex Rance. From the defensive goal square, he spots the loose man, where the mark is taken by Rioli at left half back. Just his 5th disposal as he works it to Taylor Hunt. In fact, it comes back. And a good short pass where Drummond takes the mark centre wing for the Giants.
Drummond gets the hurry up from the umpire, kicks towards half forward, all Giants. Lob, kicks it back towards centre half forward, Patton out of position. Asprey takes the defensive mark for Richmond. Handballs to Rance, spreads out to the half back flank. Hawley gets there on the bounce. Got a handball away to Grimes, back to Hawley. They've worked it well here, the Tigers. Hawley kicking towards Conker. It missed Conker though, and it's gone out of bounds on the bounce. If Conker had been able to get there on the full, he was away and running inside 50. Missed the target. Instead, it's a throw-in, 70 metres around from Richmond's goal at right half forward. Up to 15 minutes in the second term. Shallow throw-in. Hampson wins it down straight to Ward. Ward gets pushed. He got a free kick.
Much like the first half, Richmond with a bit of time inside 50 a few minutes ago there, but again not able to capitalise on the scoreboard.
Just 1 goal, 1 apiece in this second quarter as Ward kicks a long ball to half forward. Lob in the middle of the pack as it's punched down for the Tigers. Good tackle laid by Sam Reid to ensure the ball is going no further. Asher Hooley on the very bottom of that pack. Quickly thrown up. Hampson wins down the tap. A free kick for a hold. It's advantage for Richmond as Ellis kicks off a step. It's partially smothered as Himmelberg claims it for the Giants. Hand pass back to Ward. Tied up against the boundary line. Smith could have been legged. He sure kicks a banana off a step and kicks it straight to Jaden Short of the Tigers.
It's like he was wearing a Giants jumper the way he was able to spot him up. Cochin comes from the bench. He wants it short, but Jaden's going to go longer towards Revolt in a wrestle with Davis. Neither can mark the ball. It's gone out of play for a throw-in.
It's become quite an arm wrestle, which will probably please Damien Hardwick. At least it's quite a contest out there now. Richmond probably, if anything, have got more control of the play at the minute.
Jason Staddington with us this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Martin sharks it off the boundary throw-in, kicks up towards Vickery. He can't mark, and it's taken by Williams. Handballs to Cameron, immediately tackled just outside the centre circles. He had no time to get a disposal away, so it will be thrown up. It just looked like he didn't sense what was coming from behind.
It's probably because the first quarter he would have had time.
That's right. Martin hacks it out of the stoppage. Goes about 15 metres Richmond's way. Drummond gets tackled by 2 Giants players. Still inside the centre square. It will be thrown up. It's 58-8. 18 played second term.
The Tigers away from the centre circle. Hampson tries to knock it down. Shield with a quick hand pass to Cornelio for the Giants, and Kennedy is out. Wants to draw his opponent. Hand pass over the top to Ward. Not a lot to go to as he kicks the half forward. Scully offers a lead. Great double lead effort as he marks in front of Taylor Hunt. Repeat effort there. Swings on the left boot as he looks to move the ball quickly. Mumford from the back flew. Spoiled the pack. Now Short under enormous pressure. Quick hand pass comes out to mark on. The Tigers have turned it over though. Tomlinson with a hand pass. Kelly can't find a teammate. Now on the second attempt he does. Himmelberg the defender. Draws the opponent. Hand pass to Patton. Snaps on the left boot. It's across the face. And in fact it fails to register a score. Out of bounds on the full. Up against the right behind post. GWS by 50 points.
A short kick to the man called Short. Jaden Short in the back pocket, having received it from Vlostone. Now Vlostone wants it back at the Giants goal square, but Short's going to kick long and kick it straight to Cullen Wood of the Giants, who centres it up to Zach Williams. He'll go into the centre circle, so this is a transfer play operation from the Giants as Himmelberg kicks it deep into the 50, and Sam Reid will mark. So they worked that well from one half forward flank to the other, and then when the entry came inside 50, Reid was all alone, 30 from goal, just left of centre.
Yeah, he was able to just float inside 50 there, Sam Reid. I don't think anyone was aware of him. Any Richmond players were aware of Sam Reid floating in. In the end, it's a fairly uncontested mark. Gives him another shot on goal.
He's already got one. A good set shot kick from deep in the pocket in the first term. This is an easier assignment. And it is the same result. So the Giants get their 10th. They're up to 10-4-64, leading Richmond 1-2-8. So the Giants by 56 points as we tick into time on in the second term here at Manuka Oval.
And it's brilliant to see Sam Reid back playing senior footy. He thought the career was done, 2 years to 12 months ago. I'm sure he never imagined that, in 2016 he'd be out playing senior footy at Manuka, packed house. Was that 56 points up on Richmond, kicking a couple of goals. A tremendous story and a great, test of perseverance for him to get himself back there. And he's playing a role in the Giants side as a forward. It's a bit of an enforcer, putting a lot of pressure on the opposition, knocking players out of the way and just trying to cause some carnage.
Jason Saddington on Grandstand AFL this afternoon. Back in the middle of the ground, a chance for Greg, whose kick was partially smothered for the Tigers. Mumford fights for it. Hampson hand pass it straight to Kelly for the Giants. His hand pass finds Griffin. He gives it away to Cornelia, who streams forward in the middle of the ground. Kicks to the lead of Steve Johnson. One grab, two, got hit in the face. And a win the free kick against Markov, who was right there trying to spoil in the marking contest. Now, Steve Johnson's slow to rise. Might have got him right in the eye.
I don't think there's a week he doesn't get hit in the face, Stevie Joe.
I've just seen the replay. I don't know if he actually did.
He's coming off blood rule.
It's just clipped him on the right eye, I think, and just over the eye might have a little bit of blood. And he'll be upset about this because that's a shot at goal he's missing out on.
He'll be upset with you.
He's yelling at the umpire too.
You seem to think that he was acting.
He threw the head back after there was contact. There was, in fact, contact on the replay.
Yeah, just slightly above the right eye, a little nick.
If the umpire missed it the first time, he would have got it the second time.
I do agree.
Do you think he was asking the umpire if he can have the shot before he comes off?
Yeah, he said, can I wipe it and have a shot?
Shake of the head as he comes to the bench. So it means Ryan Griffin has been given the ball for the shot on goal. He'll kick from 50 on a 45-degree angle.
It's great to see Ryan Griffin back out there from the Giants' perspective as well. We've missed large number of the season so far through injury. As you build into finals, good for him to be getting back into some form.
Having missed the last 3 weeks, Griffin from 50, no problems with the distance. It's just out to the left and a minor score. So GWS by 57 points, 22 minutes played in the second quarter.
They'll just roll out the Giants, the number one draft pick from a couple of years ago, and Lockie Whitfield, just to add a little bit more class to the midfield. As the kick comes into play, it's not been marked by Richmond. It's been taken by the Giants, but Wilson's handball was intercepted by Martin. Now the Tigers are away and running. Greg sharing it with Brandon Ellis, and then Brandon Ellis kicks up towards Revolt, out near the boundary, took it on the third bounce, handballed it away from Tomlinson, and then got tackled without possession of the ball. So Revolt was quite canny there to be able to win that free kick. Between wing and half forward left for the Tigers, kicking to the Manuka Shops end of the ground. Revolt kicks it inside 50. He wants Hampson, edged underneath it by Mumford. And it was Himmelberg sharing it with Cornelio, and now Green with the kick. That's a nice one. And they can just build again on the outer side with Tomlinson taking the mark at right half back.
He'll kick around the wing, looking for Cameron through his hands, and Rance centre wing chips the ball for Richmond, and the mark is taken by Ellis between wing and half forward. Revolt offers a short lead. He honours that. Juggled the mark right up against the boundary. Quick hand pass to Short, who off the right boot sends Richmond into attack. Vickery 2 to beat. In front was Shaw. Now Cameron bursts out of the back. Shane Mumford it was who tried to break his way clear. Himmelberg under pressure. Sam Lloyd tries to rip the footy clear. Scully with a hand pass to Patfull, and now to Heath Shaw. Thought about kicking across his defensive goal mouth. Now he will. Very short to Wilson, which was just the required distance as Conker stands right on the goal line.
I like the look of Himmelberg so far. He's up to 12 possessions already. That's the second most for the Giants, so certainly hasn't looked out of place.
Wilson kicks up to Lobb, who is in a three-man marking contest, and with his height advantage just reached over the top and plucked it.
Himmelberg, originally a product of the Riverina before coming up here to Canberra to play with Eastlake.
Don't tell the Victorians that.
Apparently Jason Sannington's had a big involvement in his improvement. Coaching inside the centre square for Richmond. Kicks it deep. Is Revolt there? No, he's not. He couldn't get to the front. And once the ball hit the turf, it was all the Giants. Heathshaw with 2 bounces. Reaches defensive 50. Kicks up towards the wing. Cameron's out here. He marks on his chest. No one around him. So no one on the mark. He can do whatever he likes. He's looking at his options and he's just going to go on a bit of a gallop and then kick the ball inside 50. That's not a great kick. Asprey dropped the mark with the late pressure from Patton. Instead the ball's going to be thrown up. No, a free kick, a push. Free kick to Richmond, 40 metres out from the Giants' goal.
Harry Himmelberg's younger brother Elliot's heading to the National Combine this year in his draft year.
Grimes went short to Miles, who takes the mark, still inside the defensive 50. Thought about taking Sam Reid on the mark on. Goes back to Rance. Kicks for Asprey, who marks just in front of Kelly. Wants to move it quickly. He's got Conker at half-back. Well, he could chip it over the top to Lloyd, but he took an eternity to get back behind his mark. Wilson was doing a good job. Chips it over the top to the space which Hooley has created. GWS by 57 points. Hooley goes short to Martin. This is not really helping their cause as well as they go backwards to Asprey. Now all the way back to Rance, who's only 15 metres out from his defensive goal. Bouncing ball for Short, who overran the footy. Ellis with a clearing kick to half-back. Bounces for Grigg, who's hand pass over the top, looking for Vickery. Trying to spin out of a tackle. Got around Cameron. Now the hand pass to Grigg. Kicks the half forward, and Rioli is able to juggle the mark at left half forward.
He's too far out to score though. He can go short to his skipper. The umpire says it wasn't 15. On his left, Cochin. He kicks towards full forward, but coming down low and marking was Mumford. In fact, the umpire said he dropped it, but there was no pressure from the Tigers, so Mumford was able to get to his feet and handball to Heathshaw, who spreads out to the left half-back flank to Wilson. Took it on the bounce. Handballs to Devon Smith, confronted by Martin, so he gives the handball to Kelly. Kelly, the Corvette, the way he moves. Long handball to midfield to Ward. He got tackled, absorbed that tackle. Handball to Griffin. Griffin to Scully. Handball as he was tackled over to Reid. Took it on the bounce. Took the tackle from Asprey. He's in trouble though. Drummond for Richmond. Handballs it out, or is it a throw? No, it's still a free kick, but it's a Richmond free kick going to Drummond, who was pushed as he tried to get that handball out.
Stevie J's got a massive bandage on his head to stem the bleeding, and he's about to come back on by the looks of things.
Miles swings it to Ellis at left half-back, and now to Sam Lloyd, who takes the mark centre wing. He goes very short to Greek. Still has it centre wing, defensive side. Vickery's offered a lead. He's ignored that. So goes short to Short. Jaden Short just inside the boundary. Umpire waves to play on. He's going to go backwards across half-back. Has a bounce as he heads in that direction and all the way back to Grimes inside the defensive 50. Plays on with a hand pass to Rance, able to brush off Batten as he kicks to Drummond, who overshot the pass over his head centre wing, and Cornelio's able to run onto it for the Giants. Directs Patton to come at him, and he takes the mark on his chest. Back to Scully, who was running past. Now to Cornelio, who kept going at left half forward. Thought about going very short, instead chips it into the pocket. And sliding in, taking the mark is Smith.
They were out then, the Tigers too. It was a bad miss, was it Drummond's kick?
Yep.
Just in between two Richmond players.
Yeah, they've done that a few times today when they've managed to get a loose player out.
Yeah.
Devon Smith opens up the angle, snaps on the right boot and kicks it right as the siren of halftime sounds. So Devon Smith joins the goal kickers for the Giants. In that second term, just 3 goals 2 to Richmond's 1 goal 1. I say just 3 goals after they kicked 8 goals to 1 behind in the opening term. And at half-time, it's GWS who lead by 63 points, 11-5-71 to the Tigers, 1-2-8. 2 goals for Toby Green, Johnson, and also Sam Reid. Individuals for Scully, Shield, Smith, Callum Ward and Kennedy. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, Jack Revolt is their lone goal scorer.
An ugly first half if you are a Richmond fan or a Richmond player, with the Giants leading by 63 points. At 7 minutes into the second quarter in Launceston, Hawthorn 2-5-17, leading Carlton 5 behind. So the Hawks by 12 points. Their thoughts on the first half, at least their initial thoughts, as Richmond leave the field. The Giants not far behind, Nathan Burke and Jason Saddington.
I'll give Tigers credit that quarter. They didn't go into their shell and just try and maintain possession. They weren't overly trying to kick the ball backwards and sideways. Sure, the last couple of minutes they did, but for the majority of the quarter, at least they tried to attack. They brought the ball through the corridor a couple of times and they actually looked dangerous, and they had probably a 4 or 5 minute period. The ball was up their end, had a couple of shots for goal. Revolt kicked one out on the full, but they looked better. So credit to the Tigers, and credit to keeping the Giants to only 3 goals.
Yeah, and I probably harped on a little bit at quarter time around the Richmond's defensive efforts. They were much better that quarter as well. Chase tackled, harassed the Giants. Giants had a lot less time on the footy and therefore had to probably kick down the line or bomb inside 50 a bit more often, which helped the Richmond defenders peel off and help each other out. So it was a much better defensive effort that quarter from Richmond. It probably controlled a little bit more than 50% of the play that quarter, had their chances, like you said, Berkey. Apart from a few skill errors, they could have actually kicked another couple of goals when they were out. And it was good to see Jack Riewoldt get involved in the game because the ball was up that part of the ground. If he's involved in the game, obviously Richmond are a far better team. So whilst I think the Giants had an extra couple of goals on top of them to extend the lead, it was certainly a far better effort and a step forward from what we saw in the first quarter from Richmond.
So Berkey and Jason, from a coaching point of view, when Richmond serves up what it does in the first quarter, you think of all the planning you've done all week, do you then go back to what you'd planned all the week at half time or even maybe at quarter time, or does everything have to just be thrown out the window and you've just got to start again? Because obviously half an hour versus 5 days, there's a big difference, but something wasn't working.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't the game plan that wasn't working. It was their adherence to the game plan. So for mine, I go back to, boys, we said we're going to do this all week. Let's at least try to do it and see if it works or not. So I certainly wouldn't throw it out the window. I think Brendan Lade hinted when we spoke to him before the game. First thing he mentioned about game plan was handball receives. We're trying to get that up so he at least generates some run. And to me, we can, when you're behind, you can say, we've got to get contested possessions and tackles, all that sort of stuff up. To me, I'd be saying to the Tigers, I want to win the handball receive count, because you know what that means? That means we've got numbers around the ball, and it's going to draw players to the ball. In the first quarter, the Giants were the ones who outnumbered them at every contest. So tell your players, handball the ball. That's going to draw players to the contest. If they don't have it, at least they're going to be there to tackle. So that would be what I'd be working on.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. You just probably strip it back to a bit more of the basics, but the basic part of the game plan, it might be focusing on one area, like you mentioned, around the handball receives. Let's at least get that part right, and then let's build on some of the other things throughout the rest of the game. And you probably go in now at half-time saying, okay, what we spoke about, we wanted to improve that area, we've done that. Let's now continue to do that and build the next stage on top, and at least work back into the game. I don't think you talk about or think about winning the game. You talk about just getting back into the game and giving yourself some control of the game and being able to execute what you want to execute.
So the other question I've got for you before we go to the news, from a Leon Cameron point of view, it was almost the perfect first quarter, and then the second quarter, maybe Richmond getting better, but maybe a bit of human nature just sort of taking the foot off the pedal. Does Leon Cameron really get into them at half time, or is it like, we kind of understand the situation here, we're 63 points up, we want to play better, but we kind of know what's going on?
I don't think he'd relent on his basic things like structure. If they're structuring upright, still structuring upright, then that's fine. But if they stepped away from structure, he'd hit them between the eyes. If they started to play selfish, he'd hit them between the eyes. So I think if they went away from what they were trying to do, he'd certainly whack them. If it was just a case they just didn't quite execute and were just a slight bit off, there's probably a bit of leniency there. So I think it'd be pretty positive. I don't think they've stepped away from anything through that quarter and thought, well, this is a little bit easy, let's drop off. I think Richmond just lifted their intensity a touch.
Yeah. Being selfish for me is the thing that he needs to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Okay, so half-time here at Manuka Oval in Canberra. The sun continues to shine, And as we've said quite a few times throughout the course of the afternoon, it is a really good sight here at Manuka. And a lot of orange in the crowd as well. It's not just Richmond supporters making the trip up, stupidly making the trip up. There's quite a lot of Giants fans in the crowd. So it is the Giants by 63 points. And 12 minutes into the second quarter in Launceston, Hawthorn, low-scoring affair, 2-6-18. Carlton just got their first goal, 1-6-12. So the Hawks by 6 points. Those that enjoy your cricket, the test match hasn't started on day 5 because of bad weather, but they're hoping to start shortly. So we'll have some score updates throughout the course of the afternoon as well from the cricket. And a reminder, after this game, we're going to the MCG. Jared Waitley, Mark McClure and the boys will be at the G for Collingwood and West Coast. That is the Saturday twilight game. And then depending on where you're listening to us now, most of our audience will be going to the big Brent Harvey game. North Melbourne and St Kilda from Docklands, as Brent Harvey breaks the record for most games ever played by an AFL player. And then also some of the audience will be listening to Brisbane and Port Adelaide from the Gabba. So that's a bit of a snapshot with what is to come. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Anita Savage with ABC News. Hundreds of protesters have gathered outside Sydney's Town Hall in response to the treatment of children in detention exposed on the ABC's Four Corners this week. Antoinette Lattouf reports.
Around 500 people gathered in what organisers dubbed an emergency rally to hold those accountable for the mistreatment of children in detention in the Northern Territory. Speakers demanded action now, saying a royal commission will take far too long, arguing there's already plenty of evidence documented about the abuse. Antoinette Lattouf, ABC News.
An Australian consultant to the Nauruan government says refugee and asylum seeker children are being relentlessly bullied and subjected to racial vilification in local schools. Only 15% of the children are now attending school, compared to 90% when education was provided inside the detention centre. Jason Ross, who was contracted by the Nauruan government to devise an anti-bullying program for the schools, says the children are too scared to attend.
I would be seeing some of particularly the older boys coming and just hitting the asylum seeker and refugee children, grabbing them bags, calling them names, teasing them. And as a result, these children felt unsafe in the schools.
The Deputy Prime Minister Barnaby Joyce has hit back at claims by the opposition leader Bill Shorten that the decision not to nominate Kevin Rudd for the United Nations top job is pathetic. Mr Joyce said the decision was not a captain's pick by the Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, but a majority decision by Cabinet. He also said the decision was based in part on character references made in the past by the Labor Party itself.
It was not the appropriate decision. There are so many others that the Labor Party themselves have not sort of derided, like Stephen Smith or Kim Beazley or a whole range of others. But we had to deal with the fact that the Labor Party themselves, by their statements against Mr Rudd, by their actions against Mr Rudd, had disqualified Mr Rudd from that job.
Pope Francis has walked silently through Auschwitz on a solemn visit to the former Nazi death camp. Europe correspondent James Glenday reports.
The Pope walked alone through the camp gates under the infamous inscription Arbeit macht frei, or work sets you free. But of course few went free from Auschwitz. 1.1 million people, mostly Jews, were slaughtered at the extermination camp in Nazi-occupied Poland, and after entering, the Pope sat silently for several minutes. And like his German and Polish predecessors, he decided not to speak inside the camp. Instead, he met Holocaust survivors, spoke with Poles who had risked their lives to hide Jews from the Nazis, and prayed at the death wall, where so many prisoners were executed. James Glenday, ABC News.
US officials say it's still safe to visit Florida, even though it's become the first American mainland state to confirm cases of the Zika virus transmitted by local mosquitoes. The infection is linked to severe birth defects, but the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is not recommending that pregnant women limit travel to Florida. The state governor, Rick Scott, says plans are in place to fight the disease.
The way you do well at this is you get ready. We use the same techniques that we use for other mosquito-borne diseases, and we've been very successful at that. We're a tourism state. We continue to welcome families here, but we'll continue to tell people to stay prepared and wear mosquito spray.
An investigation is underway into a small fire at the Olympic Village in Rio de Janeiro. The incident has sparked criticism by Australia's chef de mission, Kitty Chiller, over the silencing of fire alarms. About 100 officials and athletes were briefly evacuated when the fire broke out in rubbish in a car park at the block accommodating the Australians. Australia's fastest man, Josh Clark, has withdrawn from the Rio Olympics and won't compete in the 100 metres. Clark suffered a hamstring injury earlier this year and has given up his spot due to form. The 21-year-old sprinter says he feels he's run out of time to reach the standard of performance required for the event. In cricket, Australia will need another 185 runs for victory when play resumes shortly on day 5 of the first test against Sri Lanka in Kandy. The visitors are 3 for 83 in their second innings. Captain Steve Smith is unbeaten on 26. Adam Voges is on 9. Now taking a look at the weather in Brisbane, sunny and currently 22 degrees. Sydney mostly sunny and 19. Canberra mostly sunny 9. Melbourne showers tonight, currently 13 degrees. Hobart late rain at times and 10 at the moment. Adelaide a shower or 2, 16. Perth showers developing, currently 18. Darwin sunny and 32. I'm Anita Savage, ABC News.
Speaking Out has given a voice to Indigenous politics, sport and culture for over 25 years.
Our children should be conversant in both their own languages and English. And they can't be equipped to do that if they don't have bicultural education.
It's difficult to think of any more disadvantaged Australians than Aboriginal people with disabilities.
Speaking Out, Sunday nights on ABC Local Radio, or listen on demand at abc.net.au/speaking out or via the ABC Radio app.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Really should have been tackled properly and it would have been holding the ball at the top of the goal square. Oh, Hunt's just turned it over anyway. He's kicked it straight to Adam Kennedy, a 20-metre pass in the corridor, and Kennedy will line up for goal 30 metres out straight in front. That was a birthday present to the northern end. He has got it. He's got it.
Hodgson with a hand pass to Grigor, now to Martin inside the centre square. Revolt one-on-one with Phil Davis, works it to the back. Revolt after it, if it sits he can snap on goal. It does, he dribbles with the right boot, and finally the Tigers have a goal. 7 minutes into the second quarter, and Jack Revolt is able to break their duck.
Zach Williams will go into the centre circle, so it's a transfer play operation from the Giants as Himmelberg kicks it deep into the 50, and Sam Reed will mark. He's already got one. Good set shot kick from deep in the pocket in the first term. This is an easier assignment. And it is the same result.
Cornelio's able to run onto it for the Giants. Directs Patton to come at him and he takes the mark on his chest. Back to Scully, who was running past. Now to Cornelio, kept going at left half forward. Thought about going very short. Instead chips it into the pocket. And sliding in, taking the mark is Smith. Devon Smith opens up the angle, snaps on the right boot, and kicks it right as the siren of halftime sounds.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio ABC Grandstand.
Halftime here at Manuka Oval in Canberra, the nation's capital, and the Giants 11-5-71 leading Richmond 1-2-8 as the Tigers come out onto the field already, well and truly before the umpires. The grid matches by the Auskickers are still being played as the Tigers have come out onto the field. I'm not sure that means anything, but they've come out very early.
I think they're trying to reverse the fine they might have got at quarter time.
That's
it
right.
went too long. Let's try and get out early. We might get the dollars back.
That's right. Allegedly, if you get to 12 demerit points, you get that 12-month period where you're not allowed to give up anything for 12 months. Maybe they're going down that idea. The Giants by 63 points at half-time. Now, the cricket still hasn't started yet, but about 10 minutes away from starting in Sri Lanka, with Australia up against it, against the Sri Lankan spinners. And I can also report that from Launceston, once it comes up on the screen, give you a updated score there. Just waiting. It is Hawthorn 2-8-20 leading Carlton 1-7-13 at the 22-minute mark of the second term. Hawthorn by 7 points. And I can also say that this is Richmond's lowest half-time score since 1997, so nearly 20 years since Richmond's been this low at half-time. Score of 8 to the Giants 71. The Giants players also out on the field early. There's no umpires out there, are there?
Nope.
No? It's very rare for both teams to be out before the umpires. Anyway, Nathan Burke and Jason Saddington, what are we going to see in the second half?
Berkey, that's okay.
Have a think about it. Have a think about it. Matt Clinch can go through the stats and we can go back to it. Neither of experts overly keen to get involved, so Clinchy, go for it.
Like Damien Hardwick, we'll buy you a couple of minutes at quarter time while you ponder your thoughts. Obviously, the Tigers trailing at quarter time, 8-3 to 1 behind. It was their fifth biggest quarter time deficit in their history. That stat provided by Insight Lane. At the last time they were trailing by 50 points at quarter time, round 6 in 2007 against Geelong. In terms of the disposals, the Giants lead 195 to 177. The clearances, the Giants way 20 to 16. The contested possession, GWS on top, no surprise, 71 to 55. Uncontested, 122 to 119. The marks inside 50, 11 to 1. The inside 50s are 35 to 21, the Giants way. The tackles, GWS also lead 34 to 28. The clearances, the Giants way 20 to 16. The hit-outs, the Tigers way 20 to 18. Some of the individual stats, Steve Cornelio leads the way with 18 disposals, 2 clearances and 4 tackles. Heath with 13, Tom Scully with 12, Dylan Shield with 12 as well. 11 for Himmelberg, Smith and Wilson. Meanwhile for the Tigers, Dustin Martin with 16, Ellis with 15, 14 for Cotchin and Rance, and Jaden Short has 12. Down the other end of the page, Sean Hampson with just the 3 disposals. Ty Vickery with just the 5 disposals. Meanwhile for the Giants, John Patton is at the bottom of the page with just the 4 disposals, and Sam Reid with just 4 as well, but a couple of goals.
Okay, what do we want to see? 10 goals from Richmond would be nice, so we'll get a nice even game at three-quarter time. No, seriously though, I'd like to see Richmond probably hit the scoreboard a little bit more through this quarter. I think they got their defensive game back on track. Able to get the ball inside 50 a little bit more, but let's see, Rewalt, even Hampson or Vickery, those guys, getting a few more shots on goal, maybe a few more marks inside 50. I think it's just that last bit that they need to try and build on now through this quarter.
Well, Jason, to back that point up, sorry to cut in, but Richmond did have 11 inside 50s in that second quarter, and the Giants only had 14. So in general play, it was quite even. But as you said, it was that last kick inside the 50 or the actual shot at goal that was letting them down. Yeah, well, but apart from Rewalt, they don't look like they got someone that could take a mark and go back and have some set shots on goal. So it'd just be good to see a few more perhaps marks inside 50 and go back and hit the scoreboard a little bit more from the Tigers. From the Giants, I'm sure they want to continue to win that contested ball clearances, get that back up, and perhaps get a bit more of their outside run going. Whilst Scully and Shield and those players have been good, I don't think they had as much time on the ball through that quarter, so they'd like to get that run out and probably see a little bit more from Jeremy Cameron up forward.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Jeremy Cameron there as well. I'd like to see him coming from deep and leading at the footy.
Yep.
Most of his work today has been outside 50. He's been up on the wing at certain times and kicking the ball inside 50. That's not his go. His go is not swinging around on the left and bombing the ball inside 50. I want to see him, and to me, if they're going to be dangerous come September, they need to find that leading guy inside 50. I don't know whether it's Patton. It should be Jeremy Cameron. At the moment, it's not Jeremy Cameron. So for me, I want to see him inside 50 leading at the footy, not trying to get the one over the back that he does, for me, a little bit too often.
It is half-time at Launceston. Hawthorn 2-8-20 leading Carlton 1-8-14. A very low-scoring affair down in Tasmania. Here is the Giants 11-5-71 leading Richmond 1-8. The Giants by 63. We're pretty much ready to go for the second half, and you're with Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL.
So what can Richmond offer in this second half, or will the Giants continue to boost their percentage? Bounce to get the second half underway. Hampson flies high and wins it down. Bounced off the chest of Dustin Martin. Cornelio tries to break out. We're still inside the outer of the centre circle, and we'll do it once more. Good to see Ty Vickery back in attack. Spent some of that first half in defence. Tossed up. Hampson from behind won the tap but gave away the free kick. Advantage is paid as Cornelio kicks it off the outside of the boot. Scully races after it. He traps it at left half forward and then looks inside the 50. Kicks in the direction of Lobb, who has a couple to beat. Coming in from the side, Grimes got a shove. And it is going to be a Richmond free kick. So Grimes to take it only 5 metres out from his defensive goal.
Jeremy Cameron just gave him a massive old push straight into that contest.
Grimes kicks out towards Ellis, has to jump into the back of Ward, couldn't complete the mark. Cameron gets to the contest late, toe pokes it towards the boundary, and by the time he picked it up, it was out of play.
Even that last inside 50, Scully kicked the ball in, and it was Jeremy Cameron running from centre-half forward back with the flight of the ball. That's the one I want to see him streaming at the play with the ball.
Hampson taps it down to Martin from the throw-in. Kick got smothered. Mumford comes through, wins the ball, handball to Shield. Now to Devon Smith, who kicks the ball into the 50 for the Giants. There is Jeremy Cameron. He was sort of coming towards the ball, Berkey. He was sort of cribbing sideways, but got himself in to the perfect position and hugged the ball to his chest.
Yeah, at least it's a mark inside 50. That's what I want to see, him marking the ball and having at least half a dozen shots for goal every game.
It's hard to believe that the Giants are 63 points up at half-time and Jeremy Cameron hasn't scored. That's also quite scary if you're a Richmond fan. He's 40 metres out from goal. These are usually bread and butter for him. And that one is no exception. So just like the first quarter, the Giants get onto the board really quickly. And the lead now 69 points. GWS 12-5-77. Richmond 1-2-8. 2-play, third term.
I haven't seen much change structurally for the Tigers. Pretty much the same lineup as they had at the start of the game. I'm just trying to see where Bashir Hawley is. We know that he started forward and just got a bit of a licence to drift up the field. At the moment, it looks like he's starting on the wing.
So the Giants with the first goal of the second half to open up a 69-point advantage. Steve Johnson back out there with the head bandaged. Mumford wins down the tap in the middle of the ground. Hawley came off the wing, claimed the footy. The hand pass to Martin, taken high by Tom Scully. And he'll have a free kick in the middle of the ground. Possession number 17 for Dusty as he goes short to Conker. He'll kick to half forward where Vickery comes out on a lead. Marks on his chest. Revolt offers the lead. He ignores that. So now Vickery will have to kick longer. Or will he? He goes wide where the mark is claimed by Ellis. Patton claims he got a fingertip on it. Into the 50 he goes. A 3-on-1. And in the end, Rory Lobb takes the mark for the Giants.
That's a terrible kick. You've got Sean Hampson 15 metres out from goal, and you kick the ball to Rory Lobb, who is 50 metres out from goal. So kick it over his head, let the big fella try and mark it, or at least bring it to the ground.
That's exactly what it was, a terrible kick. As the Giants work it out to the open side, and here they go. Patfull takes the mark. Handballs to Scully. Scully down to the 50 to Toby Green, who was behind, and Alex Rance read it well, took the mark. Kicks in board to Taylor Hunt. Hunt a short pass into the corridor to Marcon, who is going out wide. There's not a lot of intensity to start this third term, it's fair to say. Drummond takes the mark close to the boundary, pumps a handball over the top to Flostone, who kicks down the line himself to Hampson, who marks on the wing, out of sight of Manuka Oval.
He has it centre wing. How will the Tigers go forward this time? A 1-on-1, Williams, and a good mark taken by Rioli. He has it at right half forward. Rioli chips the ball as Vickery comes out on lead. Never quite made it to him. Drummond tries to juggle it. Marcon with a hand pass back. Well picked up by Patfull for the Giants. Drummond had it for a moment, then lost it. Shields hand pass picked off by Marcon. He gives the hand pass to Drummond. Now to Martin. 45 metres out from goal. Turns onto the right boot. Partially smothered as Phil Davis takes the mark. Hand pass to Ward. Now to Tomlinson. They've worked their way out of defence by hand. Although Cornelio thought about going backwards. Gives the hand pass to Tomlinson, who hadn't moved, and he spears the ball to the bandaged Stevie Johnson,
who handballs it on to Scully. Scully inboard handball to Shield. Shield walks into the centre square, and he's just waiting for the leads to come. None did, so he kicks to a stationary target, and that is Jonathan Patton, front part of the square. Lobb leads into the pocket. Cameron wants it deep, so Berkey is not leading here. He's not going to lead at all. He wants it in the pocket. Patton was waiting for him to lead. It never happened. He was still kicking in the Cameron direction, and by the time he made that decision, He was outnumbered and Asprey took the mark, and now there is a whistle and a 50-metre penalty.
I think it was against Patton.
Yeah, whether
where
he
he
said
kicked the ball,
something
whether he
or-
said something to the umpire, yeah.
Might have been telling Cameron to lead.
Yeah, that's right. I think everyone would like the last 5 minutes back and would start the second half again. In Richmond's case, start the game again. Asprey, with that 50-metre penalty, has gone across ground to Glostone. He'll kick down to Jaden Short. He'll mark and then kick on to Hooley. Hooley's got a bit of space on the wing.
Elects not to play on as Rory Lobb stands the mark. Centre wing. He's going to go backwards to centre half back, where Alex Rance takes the mark. Now into the middle of the ground. Oh, Glostone slips over. Here's a chance for the Giants as Kennedy knocks it forward. Toby Green tries to claim it. Bit of a bubble as Martin gets involved. Glostone tries to redeem himself. He's brought to ground. Good tackle laid, and we'll have a ball up the Giants' side of the centre circle.
Two Richmond players had opportunities to play on then. Hooley first and then Rance second, yet neither of them took it.
GWS by 69 points. Mumford third man up. Hooley thrown to the ground by Kennedy. Good tackle. Dylan Shield with a hand pass to Canelio at half forward. Can't break clear as Ward tries to do so. Now quickly hacked out by Ellis. High up and under kick into the middle of the ground. He sure sat underneath it. Couldn't claim the footy. Oh, Conker's thrown to the turf. Phil Davis with an aggressive tackle. And a bit of pushing and shoving going on. Conker wouldn't have liked that treatment, and it's going to be a free kick for too high, and it's going to go the way of the Giants. It's probably the physical intent you won't mind as a coach, but very frustrating for Richmond.
Yeah, they're
still not separating.
Preferring to fight rather than actually take the kick because no one knows where the football is. Reece Conker's got the ball. He's now given it to the umpire. Jack Revolt having a chat to the umpire as well. I think the umpire should perhaps just give the ball to a player and we can start it.
Not sure what he's waiting for.
No. It's number 24, you're not playing, you're the umpire. Give it to the player. Now he does that. And Phil Davis handballs to Patful, who kicks into the pocket, and that somehow, after all that delay, Josh Kelly is sitting all alone inside 50, 40 metres from goal in the right forward pocket.
Jason, you could have run out of the box down the grandstand out on the ground and picked him up by the time that ball went to him.
There is no doubt the behind-the-goal footage of that will be in the Richmond Review this week. I don't know how anyone didn't pick up Josh Kelly.
Josh Kelly from just inside the 50 with the drop punt, and he's hooked it. He's missed to the right-hand side and only a behind. The Giants 12-6, 78. Richmond 1-2-8. We've played 8 minutes in the third set.
We haven't seen that lift in Tiger intensity that we wanted, and it just seems a little bit lacklustre.
Oh, Short got a shepherd on the mark from Rance, but he's turned it straight over to Callum Ward, who marks it centre half forward. He squares the ball up to Wilson inside the centre square. Richmond pretty much have their whole team inside their defensive half. He goes for Cameron, who comes out on the lead, just couldn't claim the mark. Stevie Johnson threw a boot at it, comes to Sam Reid, snaps the shot on goal and kicks his third. They just wanted the ball more, the Giants. GWS 12-5-77. 13-6-84. The champion data screen hasn't updated to the Tigers 1-2-8. That's 9 minutes played in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
And Cameron came hard at the ball, Berkey. Didn't quite take it, but it spilled to ground. I think there's about 3 Giants guys all waiting uncontested at the front of the pack. Sam Reid was the one that it went to, and nice easy snap for him. Going back to what you're talking about before, Berkey, what you liked about Richmond in the second quarter was taking the game on a little bit, run and carry with their handball. And you're spot on, they've just gone away from that. It's more of a slow play type build up through this quarter. I'm with you, I'd like to see them just generate a bit of run again. Back in the middle with Lobb in the ruck against Hampson. Hampson won it down, but there's a whistle, a push, a free kick that is going Richmond's way to Miles. And now, no, not 50. Green was told to go away. Miles kicks long inside 50 for the Tigers. Nearly a mark to Hampson. Dropped it once he got to that front position. Ball loose. Crashing in hard was Greek for Richmond. Now Hawley, a handball to Cochin. Fans it wide with a short pass across his body to Revolt, who has it at the 50 at right half forward.
He's not going to get many opportunities to get set shots. So even though he'll be kicking from probably round about 53, 54 metres, I think he's probably going to take this opportunity.
He's kicked Richmond's only goal of the afternoon, Jack Riewoldt, in the second term. This will take one of his best kicks. He gets close to the man on the mark. It was so close, he actually hit the man on the mark. Ricocheted into the pocket to Lobb, who got a handball to Kelly. The Giants can clear again. Kelly's kick is perfect. And Patton takes the mark for the Giants on the left half-back flank. No one manning the mark, so he can play on. Riewoldt comes at him. Patton goes into midfield, into the centre square with a good ball to Williams, who squares it wide to the half-back flank to Heath Shaw. And now they've got the loose man, Canelio, on the wing.
Canelio takes the mark, gives away the hand pass as Tomlinson kept running. Kick inside the 50. Coming out, almost trying to claim it with the one arm. But in the end, Alex Rance takes the mark and swing the ball back. Taylor Hunt has it just in front of his defensive goal. Short pass to Miles, made him work as Patton punched it down. Taylor Hunt's there to try and clear it for the Tigers. Hand pass over the top to Grigg. Has some room through the middle of the ground. Kicks all one-on-one. Riewoldt and Phil Davis over the back of their head. Tomlinson crumbed it beautifully. Tackled by Sam Lloyd. Gives the hand pass away to Wilson. Now back to Kennedy. GWS through the middle of the ground as he squares the ball wider. And the mark is taken by Shane Mumford. Waits for Heath Shaw to run past. He kicks, setting a bit of a challenge for Toby Green, who actually claimed it in front of Markoff, but spinning ball inside the 50 is picked off by Cochin for the Tigers.
Cochin clears out to the open side to Hawley, who stretches and marks at right half-back. Inboard handball to Taylor Hunt, who was running past, almost at halfway. Short pass into Grigg, who gives a handball back to Hawley, who'd never stop running. Forward of the centre, kicks towards Riewoldt, who marks, same spot as before at right half forward.
Yeah, this one's going towards the goals as well.
Well, he is at least pretending to pass.
That's it, you do a bit of waving, you better look like you're going to pass it off when you know you're going to have the shot the whole time.
He has actually said to the umpire, give me my 30 seconds, I'm taking the shot. There is no shot clock here either, so he might even have more time. Riewoldt gives himself a lot more room this time from the man on the mark. Kicks to the goal square, off hands. It's a behind. Richmond 139, the Giants 13-6-84. We've played 13 minutes in the third term on Grandstand AFL.
We laugh about it, but it's pretty selfish stuff there by Jack. He was never going to make the distance from that far out, yet twice now he's gone back and had a shot. Just get the ball in quickly. At least give your big players and your crummers an opportunity.
GWS by 77 points as Wilson went short to Shaw and now to Himmelberg. It's going to go backwards to Heath Shaw and across the defensive goal face where Williams takes the mark. Plenty of room to have a bounce and with the right angle out. Good effort by Hawley intercepting the markers. They tried to find Phil Davis, just couldn't juggle it inside the boundary. Now to throw in at right half forward for the Tigers. Good crowd in at Monica Oval this afternoon. Shallow throw in as Lobb from behind tries to fight for it. Lambert with a hand pass to Hawley for the Tigers. Taylor Hunt takes the game on, runs through the middle of the ground and a bullet pass which finds the chest of Jack Riewoldt.
Now he'll kick from inside 50, so now go back, take your time, put it through.
Pretty much directly in front, kicking from 45 metres out. He's been the only player who looks like kicking a goal for the Tigers at various stages today. Riewoldt with Richmond's lone goal scored in this match.
I think we need the shot clock here because
taking a fair amount of time. Now Jack is on the slow walk. Riewoldt from 45. It's not a bad effort off the boot. It just misses to the left-hand side. And a minor score. The Giants by 75 points. 15 minutes played in the third term.
We've hit a milestone here at Monica. The Tigers have hit double figures and the temperature has as well.
Shaw kicks into play to Kennedy in the back pocket, who handballs on. Nathan Wilson will kick towards the wing. It is a contest between the two 18s. Cameron and Rance gets to the back. Flostone gives the handball to Hampson. Got tackled, turned it over. Ward with the handball. There's a whistle though here. It might be a Richmond free kick. Going to Rance, who has held too long in the tackle. Rance goes short. Just a little 20-metre ball to mark on. Conker wanted it short. Mark on instead. He's going to go long. Davis and Revolt. Davis with the spoil. Another whistle. Another hold. Another free kick. And it's going to Richmond. It's going to Jack Revolt.
Well, the umps are doing their best to get Jack a goal. He's just not complying at the moment. 3 shots in the last 7 or 8 minutes. This will be number 4. 2 haven't scored. 1 behind. Hopefully he corrects his mistakes.
Yeah, Phil Davis just had a big handful of Jack Rewalt's jumper. Don't know why he was complaining about the free kick. It was pretty obvious.
This time it's left of centre on the left half forward flank to the northern end. From 45 metres, that's a better kick, Jack. Straight through the middle. And the Tigers have got a second goal. Richmond up to 2 goals for 16. The Giants 13-6, 84 at the 16-minute mark of the third term. I hesitate saying that score because it has got on the scoreboard the Tigers 1-4-19.
Good math.
Yeah, I don't know how you get 19 out of anything. Even the correct score is not 19. But you're right. Jack Revolt is the only guy up there in that whole Richmond forward line who looks even half like scoring. Yeah. Even getting the ball inside his forward 50. Hampson had the opportunity. He dropped what should have been a bit of a sitter of a mark, but the rest of the other 5 forwards not getting anywhere near it.
Mumford wins down the tap, back in the middle, got it to Ward, and now to Kennedy. The Giants to head forward. Lob comes out on a lead, well punched away by Rance. Sam Reid is the crummer, kicks inside the 50. Cameron in a wrestle. It comes to the back of the pack as it's punched away. Jaden Short races after it and rolls over the boundary line. So since quarter time, the Giants have kicked 5 goals to 2. The problem is that it was 8 goals to none in the first quarter. So they have been far more competitive, even though they haven't troubled the score as much. Thrown back in. Mumford tries to tap it down. The Giants deep in defence. Bit of a shove on Macon, who can't keep the ball alive as he tries to tap it along the boundary line. And a throw in 25 metres out from the Giants' goal.
He's been quite busy in his first game, Marcon.
Yeah, he's
been around the ball, 10 possessions. Hasn't looked out of place at all.
Another shallow throw in. Hampson went under the ball. Mumford took possession of it, got tackled, and nothing's happening. Seen a few shots of Leon Cameron in the box. He's a bit frustrated what's going on at the moment, even though his team leads by 70 points. Hampson taps it down, clears the congestion. Devon Smith got a handle on the footy, then lost it. Brandon Allison, Greek fight hard for Richmond. Griffin with a big tackle along with Steve Johnson to lock it up, and it'll be thrown up about 35 out from the Giants' goal, still in the left forward pocket.
One thing the Tigers have done is they've restricted the handball use of the Giants. They're not running in waves and numbers, which was so damaging in that first quarter. We haven't seen that pretty much since quarter time.
Mumford palms it down. Ward for the Giants gets tackled well by Conker, and another stoppage in the left forward pocket for the Giants.
In juniors, the umpire would just pay a free kick here and open the game up, so hopefully he does the same.
A good dozen players surrounding this ball up. The Giants deep in attack. Hampson got hands to it, couldn't clear the area. Grimes spins out of a tackle. High up and under kick off the left boot. Going back with great courage was Kelly. It's punched away from him. And it rolls over the boundary line. A throw in 45 metres out from the Giants' goal. Sun beating down on Manuka Oval. Quite giving the heat that some of the locals would like. An enjoyable afternoon as Hampson wins it down. Ward can't break clear. Kennedy comes in from his side. Marcon as well. And the ball will be pulled up 50 metres out from the Giants' goal.
You'd throw a blanket over 30 of the 36 players at the moment. So I'm not sure either coach will be wanting this.
Ball thrown up. Again, Hampson winning the tap down to Grimes. Kick got smothered. Still only 50 out from the Giants' goal. And Steve Johnson on the bottom of the pack. It'll be thrown up. So Richmond, look, they were dreadful in the first quarter. They kicked 1 behind. The Giants kicked 8 goals 3. So it was 50 points the Giants' way at quarter time. It currently stands at 68 points 20 minutes into the third term. Griffin, third man up, taps it down. Into space to Devon Smith, who gives the handball. Josh Kelly 50 out on the boundary. Centering ball to the goal square. Rance. Too good there for lob. And he gives the handball off, and now Jaden Short will kick down the line for the Tigers. Patful all over the top of Cochin. Prevented Cochin from taking the mark, and then he got high contact. He'll get a free kick, the Richmond skipper, as he went down the line.
Alex Rance has been fantastic.
Yeah.
He's the one Tiger that I think is absolutely winning his position well. He's won majority of the one-on-ones he's been involved in, and without him down there, the score would be even uglier.
Cochin straight in the corridor to Martin as they try and swing play to right half back, where Grimes takes the mark in front of Steve Johnson, gives the hand pass to Rance, who is trying to create from half back. He finds Revolt at half forward. He turns and kicks towards Lloyd in the Rance in the Rioli in the pocket, who offers the lead. And he's able to juggle it right up against the boundary in the right forward pocket.
It's one of the few times they've been able to switch the ball and then keep the ball moving, rather than switch the ball and stop. And the difference is the ball goes from one end to the other and you've got a shot for goal.
Rioli almost starting up against the fence as he tries to thread the needle. It's near side all the way, and in fact it fails to score. So the Tigers remain on 2-4-16, GWS 13-6-84. 22 minutes played in the third term.
To me, I've seen young Rioli quite a few times this year, and he's out of his depth. He's a guy that needs a good season, 2 seasons in the VFL. Learn how to play the game, toughen up to play the game, and then get a go. He's just getting a go too early at the moment.
That was an excellent mark from Markov, who marked the kick from Shaw for the Tigers. The ball goes back inside 50. Revolt's down there. So is Lloyd. And Lloyd juggles the mark for Richmond. 25 metres from goal in the right forward pocket.
Question without notice to you, stats gurus. Is this the first Oleg that has ever played AFL football?
Yes.
Sam Lloyd for the Tigers for a third. And he's got the job done. So he becomes the second goal kicker for Richmond. The Tigers up to 3-4-22. The Giants 13-6-84 at the 23-minute mark of the third term. GWS by 62 points.
It's good to see someone different take a mark inside 50 for Richmond other than Rewalt. Something we have been looking for, Berkey, and it was a nice strong mark there from Lloyd, stood under the footy. He's had some impact this year, hasn't he, at times? Sort of a new player on the scene. Obviously kicked the winning goal after the siren against the Swans, but certainly a player that's given some impact at times. Not so much today, but a good little mark there in goal from Lloyd.
13-5 the way of the Giants for marks inside 50. GWS lead by 62 points. Back in the middle of the ground, Mumford wrestles for the ball, wins at ground level. Hand pass to Shield, and Scully slipped over. Cochin races and lays a good tackle on Wilson, who has to knock it out to Scully. Now to Smith, linking hand pass on the wing to find Shield, and now to Ward. He spotted Toby Green loose at left half forward. It bounces in front of him. Needs to get around Hooley. Hand pass over the top, just a tad too far for Canelio, who couldn't claim it. Now he lays the tackle on Vickery, who tries to knock the footy out. Richmond on half back as Miles is wrapped up. So Scully laying the tackle, and we'll have the ball up.
It's all a bit ho-hum at the moment. We're going to try and get a bit more excited. 50 metres out for the Giants goal. Mumford down to Scully. Handball back into the mess. So he goes again, Scully. Looked like he'd been taken high. The umpire said no, it'll be thrown out. 24 played third term here. The Giants by 62 points. 2 quick goals to start the third term in Launceston to Hawthorn. So it's 5-2-40 to 1-8-14. The Hawks in control there now. As Scully from the stoppage clears inside the 50 in the end for the Giants. Patton couldn't mark. Crumbs to Miles. He gets tackled to the ground by Canelio. That was a good tackle, and the umpire will come in and throw it up.
One of the reasons why Leon Cameron won't be happy at the moment is you did mention percentage at the start of the game, Whitey, and it is very important because the top 8 are just so close, and percentage will determine potentially a home final.
Vickery taps it down. Hooley got a bad bounce. Let Steve Johnson in. He got a handball out to Smith, who gets tackled to the ground. Tried to take too many on. The umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt, and it'll be thrown up instead of what I thought was going to be a holding the ball decision to Richmond.
Yeah, he ducked his head a little bit there, so for me that's prior opportunity. Lucky not to be a free kick against.
Giants in attack. Mumford flicked it over the back to Steve Johnson, who ran into a dead end. Ward with a quick hand pass to Scully, to Canelio. They're giving up ground. Now Wilson off a step from 50, liked it off the boots, and it hits the post. A little left goal post and a minor score. So 2 goals, 2 apiece in this third term, but it's the Giants who lead by 63 points.
On the back of an 8-goal burst in the first term, the Tigers back into play. Asprey was the target. Cameron with a spoil. Was that out on the full?
Yep.
It was by Drummond. Accidentally socketed off the ground. Kelly with a free kick to Green. Now, they wanted to go forward, the Giants, but the field umpire wants to have a conversation with the boundary umpire to determine whether that really was out of bounds on the full, or whether it's going to be thrown in. And it's going to be thrown in. So,
on the full.
One boundary umpire was clearly indicating out on the full, which it was. The other boundary umpire wasn't so sure, created confusion, and now it's going to be thrown in. Clearly it should be a free kick to Richmond.
And they're 60 metres closer than us up here in the box, and we could see.
He kicked it out on the full. It hit the fence on the full.
There's no doubt that was out in the full.
Anyway, ball gets thrown in. Cochin for the Tigers on hands and knees. Handballs it out, but only as far as Kelly. Running the wrong way, Drummond gets him and wins a free kick holding the ball. Well played by the youngster. Oh, the handball wasn't so good.
Straight to Cochin and now to Short, who runs the boundary centre wing. In front position, trying to juggle the mark was Shaw. It comes to Jack Revolt, who gets a little toe poke forward, but picked up by Smith. 2 Tigers players tackle him to the turf. Umpire lets it play for a few moments. Miles tries to knock it forward. He can't claim it. Smith over the top of the footy. Martin on the very bottom of the pack. This is all about 60 metres out from the Tigers' goal, and the umpire is going to play holding the footy.
That's your junior free kick, trying to open it up.
That's it. Well done, Well done. I like that.
Martin is entitled to get to his feet and say, what the hell was I meant to do? As Smith is going to go backwards to Williams. Chips the ball to half back, and Phil Davis takes the mark.
He handballs it on to Patfull, who's almost reached halfway. He kicks to centre half forward. Cameron up, couldn't take the mark. At the back, the Tigers have got the numbers. Grimes and Asprey, and now Rance with the kick. Out to Brandon Ellis, who marks at left half back. Ellis, little 20-metre ball to Vickery, who'll handball back to Ellis. Brandon Ellis will kick down the line towards the wing. He wants Revolt. He has a lot of Giants players around him. He at least created a contest. Mumford paddles the ball backwards to Lobb, who runs out of room, and it'll be thrown in on the wing.
As good as Jack is, he's not going to beat Lobb, Mumford and Davis with Shaw on the ground. So why kick the ball to him? Somebody else has to present and make an option.
In the shadows of the grandstand, the ball gets thrown in. Hampson down to Cochin, who's just come from the bench. He was overwhelmed by the pressure. Canelio, handball. Was okay to Scully, but Drummond another good tackle to lock him up. And again, another stoppage on the wing.
Damien Hardwick's made his way down from the coach's box.
I think he'd be pleased too with this quarter. Whilst they haven't kicked a big score, their effort's been certainly better than the Giants.
2 goals, 2 apiece in this third term. That kick from Dustin Martin off the outside of the boot. Out of bounds on the full.
Just to confirm, that one definitely was out of bounds on the full.
So it's out of the stadium on the full.
Plenty of the fans in orange getting their opportunity to cheer. He sure was trying to tell Steve Canelio, don't worry, I'll take this one. The umpire was going to allow that. So Canelio from half back kicks in the direction of Lobb. 2 to beat in front position. Vickery ensured that he laid on the turf, and he is grabbing at his left ankle. So concern there for GWS. Cochin's hand pass is intercepted by Griffin as Rory Lobb hobbles over the boundary, not able to put any weight on that left ankle.
He's in a lot of trouble as the ball gets thrown in. Mumford in the front wins it. Sam Reid, a defensive handball to Canelio, has to be quick. He was to Kennedy. Another handball on Zach Williams. A deep kick. Now Cameron again is outnumbered here. The ball gets right to the back and tumbles out of play for a throw-in that completes the third term. Three-quarter time here at Manuka Oval in Canberra. The Giants 13-7-85 leading Richmond 3 goals for 22. The goal kickers for the Giants, 3 to Sam Reid, 2 each to Toby Green and Steve Johnson, and singles to Shield, Ward, Scully, Smith, Cameron and Adam Kennedy. For Richmond, 2 goals to Revolt and 1 goal to Sam Lloyd. So in that quarter, Richmond kicked 2 goals, 2, and the Giants managed 2 goals, 2 as well. So fairly uneventful quarter of football, it's fair to say. 13 minutes played in the third term in Launceston, and the Hawks have kicked away 6-11-47, 32 points up on Carlton, 1-9-15. So in 13 minutes of football in the third term, Hawthorns kicked 4 goals to Carlton's no goals. This is all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio, News Radio and Grandstand Digital.
You got the whole world in your hands.
ABC News Digital, local, national and international news live to your mobile device. Access to breaking news in the palm of your hand from Australia's most trusted news source. On your mobile and online at abc.net.au/news.
Grandstand AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Hampson taps it down to Martin from the throw-in. Kick got smothered. Mumford comes through, wins the ball, handball to Shield. Now to Devon Smith, who kicks the ball into the 50 for the Giants. There is Jeremy Cameron. He was sort of coming towards the ball, Berkey. He was sort of cribbing sideways, but got himself into the perfect position and hugged the ball to his chest. 40 metres out from goal. These are usually bread and butter for him. One is no exception.
Oh, Short got a shepherd on the mark from Rance, but he's turned it straight over to Callum Ward, who marks it centre half forward. He squares the ball up to Wilson inside the centre square. Richmond pretty much have their whole team inside their defensive half. He goes for Cameron, who comes out on the lead, just couldn't claim the mark. Stevie Johnson threw a boot at it, comes to Sam Reid, snaps the shot on goal and kicks his third. They just wanted the ball more, the Giants.
There's an excellent mark from Markov, who marked the kick from Shaw for the Tigers. The ball goes back inside 50. Revolt's down there. So is Lloyd. And Lloyd juggles the mark for Richmond. 25 metres from goal in the right forward pocket. Sam Lloyd for the Tigers for a third. And he's got the job done.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Local Radio and on digital radio, ABC Grandstand.
Three-quarter time, the Giants 13-7-85, Richmond 3-4-22 here at Manuka Oval. Let's go down to the MCG. Jared, you're not with me today.
No, Whitey, we've gone our separate ways. It's a bit blustery here at the MCG. It's a wintry afternoon and it feels like the weather might play a role. It might close in on us before this match is out. In the twilight, it is Collingwood and West Coast. We know West Coast travails on the road so far this season and their form here at the MCG, so they've got so much to prove. It's no Yo here today. Elliot Yo is a late withdrawal and Malcolm Carpeney is going to make his debut, a small forward hailing from South Australia who's had a couple of years on the Eagles list. He gets his crack at it. Collingwood, this is another of the games they want to prove that they're better than their form suggests. And we all think they're a great chance unless West Coast snap into gear at the home of football. That's in the twilight. Collingwood and West Coast coming up, Whitey.
Thank you, Jared. So that is our next match for broadcast. Before, some more comments from Nathan Burke and also Jason Sannington. Dan Conifer, what happened with Damien Hardwick there at the start of this three-quarter time break?
I have no idea, because we commented that he came down a little bit earlier just before the siren went, but then he went back upstairs and it was probably about 3 or 4 minutes into the actual three-quarter time break before he came back onto the oval. So, and then he didn't go straight and talk to the players. He went and had some talks with his coaching colleagues before going in there into the middle of the huddle where he is now. So no idea, all very strange.
He did seem a little angry or agitated with a couple of people, Berkey.
I think they are ground managers. They're not umpires who are traditionally in the grey and green. He called one of them over and did have some harsh words and then took off back up into the box. So all strange. I think there's more things to worry about in terms of how your players are playing.
Maybe he's trying to call the game off like he did in the pre-season. That would be smart.
Yeah, well,
for everybody.
Are they wearing AFL lanyards? The only thing is if they tell him what happened quarter time when they were so slow to come back out.
Potentially, who knows? But let's hope for a better last quarter, because to be honest, that was a bit of a stinker of a quarter, that one. The umpires had the ball in their hands far too often, too many stoppages. The Tigers just weren't taking the game on like we wanted, and neither were the Giants. The Giants, their run and handball and overlapping, which was so effective in that first quarter, got them so many goals, it's just disappeared. So if I'm Leon Cameron, I'm saying, boys, I want you to run and run and run and overlap and handball and use the ball wisely, bring it through the corridor as much as you can, and put this team to the sword, because if we win by 10 goals only, that's a travesty.
And a wasted opportunity from a percentage point of view. Let's go. Final quarter action here from Manuka Oval, Richmond and the Giants. Mumford winning the tap down. Shield onto the loose ball, but then had a fumble and lost it. And the Tigers, through Lambert, were able to soccer the ball towards half forward. But mopping up for the Giants was Heathshaw. A handball to Davis. Around the body towards the wing. Loose ball at the front of the contest. Shield goes in. Handballs it out. Now Williams getting the handball out to Shaw. Kick smothered effectively by Marcon, who then handballs the ball straight back to Zach Williams. Handball to Shaw, who has another go under pressure, close to the boundary. Jaden Short, good mark under pressure from Devon Smith. He's marked forward to the wing for the Tigers.
He could head Richmond into attack, but he seems slightly reluctant to do that. Now he does, in the direction of Revolt. He's got 2 to beat. Phil Davis was his direct opponent. Joel Patfull was the loose man in defence. Plays on and has a bounce in front of his defensive goal. Hand pass over the top to Himmelberg and now to Williams. It's beautiful to see the linkage by hand out of defence as Tom Scully gets on the end of it. Now the kick to centre wing where Reid takes the mark. Johnson wants it short. He heads in that direction into the corridor. He still has it. Centre wing. And now moves it further field to Wilson, who takes the mark for the Giants. He goes for the lead of Patton. Oh, the ball went through his hands. It's picked up by Asprey. Hand pass back to Grimes, to Rance, who works it all the way back to Vlosten. And now the mark is taken by Short in the defensive goal square and eventually ends up in the hands of Basher Hooley.
Hooley will kick towards the wing, but it's vacant territory, really. Heathshaw slaps it into the centre square for the Giants to Mumford. Handball to Canelio, to Williams, who has a fumble, trying to get the handball away, forced to tackle instead. He's at least able to lock it up. It'll be thrown up inside the centre square.
Probably part of the game that has dried up for the Giants, that run off half back. You know, we haven't seen it a lot today from Shaw or Wilson or Williams, who have been very damaging throughout the year. It's really dried up, certainly since quarter time.
Canelio gets the clearance, but it's cut off by Taylor Hunt, who gives the handball away. Grimes has a fumble. It's at the 50. Devon Smith applies a good tackle. And the umpire decides he's going to throw the ball up 50 metres out from the Giants' goal, kicking to the northern end, left half forward.
We'll get Dan Conifer to keep an eye on Rory Lobb, who went down to the rooms with that ankle injury just before three-quarter time. Stevie Johnson from the ball up towards the goal square. Good mark taken by Rance. 1-on-1 with Sam Reid. He clears the defensive 50. Vlostone going back with a flight, able to juggle the mark. Left half back for the Tigers. He comes inboard and finds Martin. He goes short once more and Hooley takes the mark. Only 30 metres out from his defensive goal, Basher Hooley, as he goes short to Cochin. Now swings it to right half back where Taylor Hunt takes the mark. Chips the ball to Hampson, who picks it up with his shoelaces. Now to Hooley, has to get rid of it quickly. Over the top to Marcon. And now to Grimes, who has it centre wing on the broadcast side. Kicks to half forward. Conker was looking to lead the back towards the goal square. And Phil Davis took the easiest of marks to the Giants.
Jack Revolt was screaming at Dylan Grimes, and justifiably so. He was all alone and he missed him by 20 metres. Tom Scully now for the Giants is away and running, almost to the wing. Kicking up towards Patfull. Shield over the top if he wants to give the handball, he does. So he's almost at half forward, now he is at half forward. 60 from goal. Cameron there, takes it with the one arm into the goal square, snaps the gun. The Giants up to 14-7-91. The lead restored at 69 points. Richmond 3-4-22. 3.5 minutes played in the final two.
Well, Dylan Grimes, he kicked that one along the boundary line, completely missed Revolt, as you said, and then just trotted off the ground into the bench. I would be almost half keen to say, well, just don't stop at the bench, young fella. Keep going up and have a shower, because that is not AFL standard.
Just looking down to try and see if he's been given the phone. I don't think he has. The Giants by 69 points. Sean Cameron with that great one-handed mark. Bounce back in the middle of the ground. Mumford wins down the tap. It's been deemed a shove in the ruck contest. Hampson with the hand pass away to Grigg, who kicks a high ball inside the 50. Himmelberg in front position. Revolt trying to fight for it, outnumbered once more. He comes up with a footy. Hand pass out to Grigg, who's tackled by Steve Johnson. We'll have the ball up 45 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Stevie will be fairly flat. He kicked 2 in the first quarter and hasn't troubled to score since.
Had one taken off him because he had to leave the ground for the blood rule. Comes to Green, who squeezes a kick off the outside of the boot. Conker in front position, takes the mark in front of Ward. Just inside the centre square. Kicks in the direction of Revolt. Once more in a wrestle with Phil Davis. They both turn to the umpire. No whistle came. Soccer comes out for the Giants. Green with a hand pass over the top. Grigg can't claim it. Himmelberg tackle. Tom Scully over the top of the footy for the Giants. Worked it to Cornelio and now to Kelly at half back. Dribbles the ball around the boundary line. Vlosten came out, attacked it well. Claimed the footy and now needs support. Mumford jumps on top of Martin. Threatened to throw him to the turf. The Giants still trying to clear. Mumford with a hand pass to Scully. They've just got more numbers at the contest. Shield with a hand pass centre wing. Combined with Kelly. Now to Scully, who kept running. Into the middle of the ground he goes. Kick inside the 50, looking for Sam Reid. Went with a one arm, couldn't claim it. Brought down. Good work by Asprey in defence. Now Rance under pressure for the Tigers. Should get out of trouble with a hand pass to Taylor Hunt.
And Taylor Hunt goes short to Conker at defensive 50. Handballs back to Taylor Hunt. Hunt's kick to mark on, who marks defensive wing. You don't usually see someone pick up Dustin Martin and throw him to the ground, which is what Mumford did do before. A short kick now into Lambert, true centre wing. There's no one leading further down the field, so he has to kick to a contest. Oh, good mark to Hampson. That stuck for him as he reached up into the sky to take the mark. Revolt is wanting it short, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to poke it to Revolt, but it was too late to do that. Williams took the mark easily. It was telegraphed into the corridor with Johnson now, who'll fan it out with a check side kick into open territory to allow Heath Shaw to bounce onto the tumbling ball. Takes a bounce himself, kicks up to Sam Reid, who marks. He's got plenty of space, but there are no Giants inside 50, so he has to stop and wait for the numbers to come. Steve Johnson is one of those who floated down from midfield. He's 60 from goal. He looks up, and Green's got out here, and Green will mark. 25 out in the right forward pocket. Richmond defenders guarding space, not players, and Green got in between 3 defenders and took the mark unopposed. That's what happened, wasn't it, Berkey?
Exactly what happened, Whitey. They just stood watching Stevie. Stevie was faking, am I going to kick it, am I going to kick it? And they just watched him instead of watching their players. And Green ran into a hole, and if he didn't kick it to him, he probably could have chose 3 others to do the same thing to.
Toby Green kicked 2 goals in the opening term, hasn't kicked another one since. From 25 out, in the pocket, he's kicked the goal. And now goes out to 75 points. The Giants with the only 2 goals of the final term. At the 8-minute mark on Grandstand AFL of the final quarter, the Giants 15-7-97 to Richmond 3-4-22. Now in Launceston, the Blues, they are on their way back. They've kicked 4 goals themselves in this third term, and it's Hawthorn 6-11-47, only 7 points up on Carlton, 5-10-40 at the 26-minute mark of the third term.
Just an update on Rory Lobb. He's still down in the sheds being examined with 8 minutes left, 8 minutes gone, I should say, in the fourth term. It doesn't look like he'll be back, but there's been no definitive call yet.
Dan Conifer down on the boundary. Back in the middle, Hampson one down the tap, trying to combine with Miles. Back to Hampson, who can't clear. Good tackle by Toby Green, who rides Miles into the turf, and we'll have a ball up. GWS by 75 points. And claim their 13th win of the season. Thrown up, Hampson wins it down. It comes to Miles, who kicks off the outside of the boot. Bouncing ball to half forward where Drummond's knocked off the footy. Wilson races after it, taps it towards the boundary, towards his own advantage. And eventually it bounces across the line and a throw in on left half forward for the Tigers. 9 minutes played in the final term. The ball's tossed back into play. Hampson and Patton in a wrestle. Hampson wins it down. Quick hand pass out from Cornelio to Kelly. His kick is smothered. Conker has it for the Tigers. He's tackled and taken to the turf. And we'll have the ball up.
It's really hard to pick out some standout players from this game, certainly since quarter time. So, Burke, you're going to have a tough job at the end of the game. I've handballed that one already, so I don't have to worry about that.
From the throw up. Very smart, Jason. Toby Green, a handball onto Shield on the wing. Handball over the top to Scully. Here they go. Scully with a bounce to 50. Balances up. Open square. Bounces it home for a goal. That's the Giants at their best. In full flight. A second goal to Scully, a 16th goal to the Giants, 16-7, 103 to Richmond, 3-4-22. It's a game-high 81-point lead.
Well, Tom Scully keeps kicking a couple of goals. He might feature in that top three. I think he's had a good game today. He's up to 24 possessions now with the 2 goals, 79% efficiency. He's just looked a bit of a class above some of the others on that left foot. Certainly a class above the Richmond team, who their skills today have been nothing short of terrible. They're kicking to advantage. Even when they do just go back and kick it long, they're kicking to advantage of their teammate has been atrocious.
The Giants by 81 points. Dustin Martin gets the clearance for the Tigers though. Kicks to a vacant half forward on the bounce as Tomlinson races back. The bounce did the Tigers a couple of favours as Lloyd picked it up. Hand pass never made it to Vickery. Tomlinson trying to knock it to his teammates' advantage. And we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from Richmond's goal. 3 goals to none in this final term, the way of the Giants. Third man up was Greek trying to tap it down to Cochin, but it's Griffin who wins it for the Giants. Almost brought down by Marcon, and yes, holding the footy. And now Cochin with a bit after the ball has come away. He is unhappy with Toby Green, who's on the bottom of the pack. Those two in a wrestle as teammates come to separate them. Adam Marcon goes into the pocket. Not a bad option as the mark is taken by Hampson. 25 metres out from his attacking goal, about 10 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket.
There's a little bit of wrestle in the centre circle after the last goal was kicked too, that was that Cochin was involved in, so I'm not sure who's that upset who, but there is a little bit of heat out there around Cochin and I think Green.
Sean Hampson in the right forward pocket for the Tigers' first goal of the final term. The slow build-up. He starts it out to the right, tries to work it back. He can't do so. And a minor score. The Giants by 80 points. 12 minutes played in the final term.
The Giants do have a reputation of being a little bit mouthy. Do you teach that in the academy coming through? Is that something you bring them through with?
The kick into play. Jason Sannington, no comment.
It's got to start somewhere.
He had the opportunity to really knock that on the head, but didn't say anything. Williams for the Giants, kicks up towards half forward. Rant slow down, dropped the mark he should have taken. Now he's in trouble, he's lost it, holding the ball. Free kick to Sam Reid, pretty much at the AFL logo. He'll chip down a floating ball towards Devon Smith, who couldn't mark. He then tripped over. Griffin got there just in time towards the boundary. Handball back inside to Scully. Got tackled, lost the ball. Rance has another go. He's tackled again. Loses it. Griffin, he gets tackled by Martin. Brandon Ellis, a handball into the traffic and into the mess. And eventually gets knocked out of play for a throw-in 50 metres around from the Giants' goal in the shadows of the grandstand.
Big Alex is getting a little bit frustrated at the moment. He's just got to make sure that he calms down and doesn't do anything silly.
Yep, no doubt. He just has the propensity to do something a bit silly here in these sort of circumstances in the past. From the throw-up, there's a free kick going Richmond's way here against Griffin, who held Vostone too long in the tackle. So a free kick to the Tiger defender, who squares it up to Hawley. Now to Greg, and Richmond out to the far side of Manuka Road.
Markov takes the mark and goes short to Taylor Hunt. Now very short to Dustin Martin. Still on a defensive 50 for Richmond. He's asking for Ellis, who's in a wrestle with Shield. Ball on the logo on the broadcast side. Shield taps it out cleverly to Scully, to Mumford. Now the hand pass to Smith, who ran into a dead end. Good tackle by Markov, holding the footy. And Richmond will win it back. Ellis wants to take the advantage, but it has to come back to Markov.
Waiting for Big Mummy to get a kick. He's had 16 possessions, all handballs.
Short to Martin and now to Taylor Hunt through the middle of the ground. He goes. Revolt comes out on the lead. Punched away by Davis, who chopped the arms. According to the umpire.
Well, the umpire that was right behind that, about 10 metres away, thought that was fine. The ball bounced out of Revolt's hands, who he's playing on, and kicking it into the man on the mark.
So Phil Davis comes up with the footy. So I thought there was nothing surer than Jack Revolt would have the shot on goal. 2 goals won so far this afternoon, and one that didn't trouble the scorers as Davis finds Patton on right half back.
Can't even call that a smother when you actually mark the ball when you're standing on the mark.
3/4 time at Launceston, Hawthorn by 12 points. 7-11 to 5-11 over Carlton as the Giants come back towards the grandstand side of Manuka Oval, with Tomlinson going with a short pass to Canelio to Smith. Smith running down from half back when he eventually kicks the ball. He was looking for Steve Johnson, but Nick Glostone pinched it and took the mark when Steve Johnson didn't realise he was behind him. And now an inboard pass to Marcon. Marcon, centre half back, spreads it out wide to to Rioli, who then kicks on to Sam Lloyd, who's just forward of the wing. There's some space here for Hawley. He kicks it in his direction. Hawley's made some good space there to take the mark at left half forward. Out on the boundary. Short pass. Wants Revolt, who stretches and marks. Tomlinson thought he was going to mark that, but Revolt, with good acceleration, got in front and took the mark. About 45, 46 metres from goal, but he is up against the fence at left half forward. Jack Revolt has kicked 2 of Richmond's 3 goals. The Giants currently leading by 80 points. In he comes, Jack Revolt. This is his toughest shot he's had all day. It's not a bad looking effort, but it'll fall a little short. And Phil Davis takes the defensive mark for the Giants and gives a quick release handball to Heath Shaw.
4-on-1 in that goal square, the way of the Giants. And he finds Patton at right half back.
It's unusual. Rewalt's had 3 or 4 shots today. We just hasn't registered a score at all. It's either fallen short or drifted across the face.
Shane Mumford came off while he was lining up for that kick as well, for a round of applause from the Manuka crowd.
Dan Conifer on the boundary. Patton switched the ball to Himmelberg, and now they'll work it to Ryan Griffin, who tries to burst away from Ellis, and now the hand pass to Kennedy. Centre wing. High ball inside the 50, looking for Reid or Steve Johnson in front. Asprey takes a good mark for the Tigers. Releases the hand pass. Markov looks to come through the middle of the ground to Dustin Martin, who thought about the hand pass. Turns on the left-hand side and spots Grigg on the wing. It bounces in front of him as he has time to collect it. He gestures at Revolt to lead towards him. He goes shorter than that. Over the top to Hooley. Left half forward. Now Revolt comes on the lead. Davis in front position, punches it down for the Giants. Rioli over the footy, trying to knock it out. Kennedy comes in from the side. And the ball is locked up 30 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Really good defensive positioning there by Davis. He realised that the dangerous space was in front of Revolt, so that's the space that he took, went and stood in front of him. Hawley tried to pinpoint the pass, but just was too difficult a task.
Hampson taps it down, but Shield paddled it to his own advantage, collected and kicked to the wing. Giants with a 2-on-1 here, Sam Reid and Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson soccers off the ground and chases his own ball, then got knocked out of the contest, allowed Rance in. Handball to Short, to Tail Hunt and back to Short. He kicks into Dustin Martin, back part of the square, marks the ball and plays on, kicks towards Rioli. Wilson read it well though for the Giants, spelled away from Rioli, and then goes and huts the ball himself, picked it off the turf and kicked it up towards Cameron, dropped an easy chest mark, has time to stop and pick it up and create and kick long to Steve Johnson, but again Asprey coming in late knocks it out of play. It looked like the Giants had 2 or 3 options inside 50, but none of them ended up being used. It was the longer kick instead, which has resulted in a boundary throw in 15 metres around from the Giants' goal.
Ball spinning back into play. Patton in front position against Hampson. Grigg Shuffles out a hand pass. Cameron is after it. He leaves it for Zach Williams, who turns on the left boot looking for Sam Reid. Rance is in front position. The Tigers defender comes up with it. Hand pass to Short. He'll swing a hand pass towards the boundary line. Flosstone has it. He'll go very short. And the mark has been taken by Markov at left half back. He's got a bit of the ball in the last 5 or 6 minutes as he finds Taylor Hunt still inside the defensive 50. And now the Tigers' big man in Hampson turns the ball to Ellis at half back, chips it to Lloyd, almost trying to juggle the mark in front of Himmelberg. Mark not paid, now he needs to knock it out. Patton weighs the tackle, took an eternity releasing it. Himmelberg's hand pass intercepted by Ellis. He slips over, grabbed by the man bun, and the two with a wrestle now. Ellis and Himmelberg. Smith gets involved and they wrestle over the boundary line. Miles is involved, Shields as well now. The umpire's going to pay a 50-metre penalty.
If only Richmond showed this much fight when it mattered in the first quarter. Himmelberg, who's just adjusting his hair, has been marched from the wing to about 40 metres out from goal, so it's probably about a 65-metre penalty.
He was drafted as a forward too, Harry Himmelberg, so I'll back him in on this set shot. I think it might be going for his first goal career footy.
He's on his way, Harry Himmelberg, to the northern end, kicking from about 45 metres out. He has gone close, but it's just hanging out to the right and missing only a behind. The Giants 16-8, 104, Tigers 3-5-23.
Spent too much time in defence now.
A statistic that Tigers fans won't want to hear. If they end today on 23 points, it'll be their lowest scoring clash since 1958 when they lost 51-21 to Carlton.
Dan Conifer with that stat as the hand pass comes to Williams. Long kick inside the pocket looking for Smith, and he juggles the mark, but he was over the line. So Taylor Hunt a bit relieved that that ball was deemed to be over the line. Has it right up against the left behind post as he kicks out of defence. Long ball, Jack Reebok 3-on-1 as he tries to compete. Kennedy knocks it to the advantage of Kelly, dribbles the ball inside the 50. Racing back is Adam Markon, who's brought to ground, tied up against the boundary. The umpire will ball it up.
About 35 metres out from goal, in front of the video screen, the big video screen, which shows the Giants leading by 81 points. Mumford tried to grab it out of the ruck, fumbled it, the ball went back out of bounds for a throw-in.
And I think the video screen showed just before some probably disappointing news for the Giants around Rory Lobb. I think down on the bench with a moon boot on and ice on his knee, so that doesn't sound or look too promising.
Ball thrown in, Hampson down to Markon, who clears for the Tigers. Reebok on the bounce, got a handball to Hooley. His kick was smothered, taken by Kelly. He gets tackled. Got a handball though to Canelio, all happening close to the boundary, and it's gone back over. This time the ball to be thrown in front of the Jack Fingleton scoreboard.
One thing we know about the Giants is they won't take the foot off the pedal. They pride themselves on going right to that last bounce and even scoring goals right in the death of the game, so they'll keep pushing.
Kennedy with a clearance for the Giants. Into the 50 they go again. Cameron's down there. Rance did well. Trapped an awkward bouncing ball and then absorbed the tackle and got taken out of play for a throw-in. So we played 23 minutes in the final term. The Giants by 81 points.
It helps when you've got players up forward that like a goal, doesn't it? There's Stevie J, Devon Smith, Jeremy Cameron, all don't mind kicking one.
Mumford just knocks it forward in the direction of Stevie J, who has it. Glosson buries him to the turf. Might have got him high. He did.
Oh, I don't know whether he played for that one. Like to have a look at that one again. I think Stevie might have pulled something out of his bag of tricks here.
Look on the replay.
I think he's collapsed and dropped the ball, and the umpires felt sorry for him.
30 metres out. He's set up for the snap across the body, and he's kicked his third. After 2 goals in the opening quarter, had to leave the field for the blood rule on an occasion where he could have kicked another. But 3 for Stevie J this afternoon. And he has well and truly set his place in this side this season.
He's coming off for the blood rule again. This time he's got a whack in the lip. So, he won't look too handsome tonight when he gets home with a sore eye and a sore lip. But I'd like to have a look at that free kick again, because I think Stevie milked it as much as he possibly could.
33 goals this season for Stevie J, surpassing his 30 goals for the Cats last season. The Giants by 87 points, 17-8-110 to the Tigers, 3-5-23.
And while Stevie J came off bloodied and busted, the official crowd number came up, 14,974 here at Manuka today. Again, as we said earlier, the second sellout of the season for the Giants.
The Tigers almost to half forward. It was all really messy, but at least they got it that far. Rioli throws it out to Hampson. Umpire wave play on. Still inside the centre square. Martin on the bottom of the pack. It will be thrown up. So sun continuing to shine here. The lights are also on. The shadows lengthening in the afternoon sun. Hampson down to Cochin. Cochin tack it off his kick. Lambert went in, so did Scully for the Giants. Have a little slick for Wilson, so Scully went and cleaned up his own mess. He gave a handball to Davis, who shakes a nice kick around his body to Ryan Griffin, who's on the defensive wing. They're all lining up for the ball in defence, so he will kick it backwards to Tomlinson, who's looked good today for the Giants. He kicks to Shaw. Shaw takes a bounce. He'll go straight down the middle with a nice kick to Kelly. Inside the centre square, just defensive side of centre. They're all just happy to share it around now. I think the scoring might be done. Maybe one more time. As Williams kicks up to Patfull, who's all alone on the wing. There's no one on the mark, but he's not interested in playing on and going forwards. He goes backwards to Williams. Williams to Shaw. Another defensive kick. See if you can get them to go forward, Clinton.
These are Dream Team possessions at the moment, just racking up the stats as he's Shaw. Possession number 28 for him, looking for Tom Scully, who juggles the mark in front of Rioli. Kicks to half forward, bouncing ball for Canelio. Ryan Griffin slipped over, and now a chance for Richmond through Ellis. Kicks to half forward. Revolt once more with 2 to beat. Himmelberg in front, and Davis came from the side to punch the ball out of play.
They work well together, the Giants' defence, and try and get that 2-on-1 on every occasion that they can. So it's a good sign of a good defence when they can manufacture that 2-on-1.
Harrison Himmelberg in just his third game. Punched down by Mumford. Ward tries to keep it alive around the boundary line. Was clipped high by Cochin. Takes the advantage and keeps running. Has a bounce on the wing. Now a second. Hand pass over the top to Williams, who looks to put down the burners, draws the opponent, then gives the hand pass to Griffin, sidestep around Hawley, hand pass to Kelly, chips the ball to Cameron, who marks at the left mid. 45 metres out, slightly right of centre.
They back themselves in well, don't they, with their legs. They take off, take the space, run and draw, get the ball through. Nice little pass inside 50, didn't blaze away at the end, hit up Cameron. Who's probably had a bit more impact in the second half, Berkey.
Because Callum Ward kept the ball alive on half back. Jeremy Cameron from 50, shooting for his third goal. It's out to the left, Patton in front position. Ball punched down by Hampson, straight in front of the goal mouth. Eventually it's rushed through by Vlosten for a minor score.
So the Tigers thought it hadn't gone over the line, but it has. So the lead now is at 88 points. Jaden Short, he's got his hands in the air going, well, where am I going to kick it? Someone's got to give me something. In the end, he kicks to himself. Well, the siren has sounded, and the Giants have won by 88 points. But one of the other big stories is Richmond. Their season that has been so disappointing is now just crashing to earth. 70 points last week against Hawthorn, 88 points this afternoon in Canberra. So Richmond with its lowest score since the 1950s. Richmond with only 3 goals, 23 for the afternoon. Only 1 point in the first quarter. Only 1 point in the last quarter. For the Giants, they'll shore themselves up inside the top 4, and with that percentage boost, they'll be second at the end of the weekend. The final score, the Giants 17-9, 111 to Richmond 3-5-23. The goal kickers for the Giants, they shared them around, 3 each to Green, Steve Johnson and Sam Reid. There were 2 to Scully, 2 to Cameron, and then singles to Shield, Ward, Smith and Kennedy. For Richmond, 2 to Jack Rebolt and 1 to Sam Boyd. That is all. The Giants by 88. Launceston, 12 minutes into the final quarter. Hawthorn 8-13-61, leading Carlton 6-11-47. A reminder that our next match for broadcast will be at the MCG, Collingwood and West Coast, as a sick and sorry Richmond leave the field at Manuka Oval. Dustin Martin and Sean Grigg at the front of the pack. Trent Cotchin there as well. It's quite extraordinary to think that a team that finished in 5th position at the end of last year in the home and away season could be playing as badly as they are at the moment. The Giants by 88. Nathan Burke and also Jason Saddington.
Well, I'm just trying to reflect on Damien Hardwick's comment last week. He said they were shameful against their performance against the Hawks. 9 goals to 2 in that last quarter, shameful performance. So with that ringing in your ears and really stinging you throughout the week, I'd expect them to come out and fire. But that first quarter really set the scene for the whole game. And you cannot have a shameful performance one week and then come out and be 50 points down a quarter time the next. Shows me that there is something drastically wrong at that football club. Sure, they worked their way back into it in the second and third quarters. Still didn't play great football. Leon Cameron certainly wouldn't be happy with the way that his team played in that second and third quarters. They really stopped their run, their overlap, their taking the game on. We saw Callum Moore do that at the end there, and they got a goal out of it. But those were few and far between for the Giants. So even though it's an 80-point win for Leon Cameron and his team, I don't think they will be overly wrapped with that, considering the position they were in at quarter time. And for the Tigers, who knows where they go from here.
They've got to find something to play for the rest of the year, don't they? Just something to at least generate a bit of excitement or spirit or motivation. At the moment, it just doesn't look like there's much spirit out there. Even when they do win the footy, they're not going forward hard like they want to score. It's like they're just getting through a game. We don't want to play badly or get smashed. We just want to get through a game and perhaps get through the year. They've got to find something to play for.